Chapter 901 Buggy Pirates Besieged, Evil Eagle. 4 days later. A certain sea area in the North Sea. On the blue waves. A dozen pirate ships are surrounding a huge pirate ship. The ferocious pirates crossed the railings and came to the surrounded pirate ship. However, facing so many pirates coming to besiege, the pirates on this pirate ship were not afraid at all, but shouted, "Hurry up! Cut all these bastards down! How dare you touch the tiger whiskers of our buggy pirates! You don't want to be in this world anymore!" Hearing the shouts of the pirates of the buggy pirates, the other pirates rushed even more fiercely. "We are going to fight against you, the buggy pirates! Ha ha ha! Your captain is on Greedy Island now. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your Greedy Island game cartridges. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." Seeing these pirates so brutal, completely ignoring the reputation of Boss Buggy, other pirates were also in trouble. Without Boss Buggy, the strength of their pirate group is indeed a bit limited. The gap between the upper and lower levels is too big. The strongest is the captain of the first team, who was promoted to A-level magic pattern user not long ago. In addition, there are several B-level magic pattern users and ability users. This configuration now seems unworthy of their pirate group. They have no choice. They were born in the East China Sea, and they are already very strong to put together this lineup. "Evil Eagle, come out! I heard that you have become an A-level magic pattern user, just let me open my eyes." A sturdy man with his head covered in flames stood in the air with his hands folded. The raging flames burst out like rockets at his feet. It allowed him to calmly look down at the pirate group in front of him. Zilla! Zilla! A burst of dark lightning flashed. A middle-aged man with his hands transformed into eagle wings, a big back hair and a black suit appeared in the air. He is the captain of the first team of buggy pirates, Evil Eagle Jax. As the highest combat power in name except Buggy and the disappeared seahorse Phantom Beast, he has a very good talent for magic pattern users. Currently, he is already an A-level fear magic pattern user with the ability of Black Thunder. At the same time, during his time in the buggy pirates, he also obtained an ancient type of animal fruit, the giant eagle form. For this precious ancient type devil fruit, Jax naturally ate it without hesitation. Now he has the ability of magic pattern and devil fruit combined, and his combat power is extraordinary. But facing the man with burning hair opposite, Jax is not sure. Warfire my you! Now the four emperors have begun to extend their hands to the North Sea. You and your sea-dominating alliance don't hide well, and dare to provoke us. Aren't you afraid that our boss Buggy will settle accounts with you later? Hearing Jax's words, Warfire Maid laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! Evil Eagle, don't make me laugh. If I was afraid, I wouldn't come here. You are just cowards who ran from the New World. What am I worried about? Warfire Mad stared at Jax, emphasizing every word. Don't say your captain is not here now. Even if he shows up, I will still beat him. You are crazy. You dare to say such big words. Facing Jax's disbelief, Warfire did not explain anything. He was not bluffing. Because his confidence came from that big man. That member of the Phantom Demon Council, Doflamingo, the Beam of Destruction. As long as Buggy really shows up, that adult will have a backup plan. Warfire Mad will not doubt this. After all, the establishment of his great alliance of domination was largely supported by Doflamingo. It is equivalent to being Doflamingo's black glove. Although Mad just wanted to use Doflamingo's secret support at the beginning, Flamingo strengthens the pirate group. When he becomes powerful, Doflamingo can't restrain him. However, the situation has changed now. Doflamingo has become a member of the Phantom Demon Council, which is in its heyday, and has a share of the authority of the strongest god-destroying tool. The power and strength he can borrow are terrifying. In this way, Mad feels that he should still follow his heart. In this regard, Mad is very open-minded. There is nothing bad about this. There are both good and bad sides to having a very strong backing. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to get rid of it, and the advantage is that it is more confident. Come on. Let me see if the so-called Evil Eagle is just a facade. Ma Yun went to the bottom of the malaria, the benzene, and the benzene. Flames burst out, and his figure instantly came in front of Jax. Black lines appeared on the whole body. The dark breath and flames the light enveloped Ma Yu's tall, muscular body. It made him look like a ghost. A terrifying sense of oppression weighed on Jax's heart. So strong. Before they officially fought, Jax felt the horror of the man in front of him, the surging terrifying magic. It's worthy of the famous war fire. It is rumored that he had just reached the middle stage of A not long ago. Now he has directly reached the high stage of A, making rapid progress. Or he crept on very hard. Is this guy going to die? Jax's eyes flashed with shock, but his body did not stop moving despite the shock. Boom! A terrifying pillar of fire several meters thick erupted horizontally, like a stream of fire washing hundreds of meters into the sea. Hwalala! Countless steam rose in unison, like the mist of hot springs. Zilla-zi-la! A burst of black lightning flashed, and Jax's figure appeared not far away. Evil Eagle Jax, not bad. At least the speed is worthy of praise. Looking at the condescending attitude of Mad in the firelight, Jax also began to take it seriously. What an infuriating attitude. In that case, for the glory of the buggy pirates, I can only ask you to die. Ha ha ha. Everyone can talk big. If you want me to die, it's simple. Hit here. Mad pointed at his chest with a grim smile. Zilla. You said it. In an instant, Jax's figure came to myopia. His legs turned into huge eagle claws, wrapped in malicious black thunder. At the same time, the leg rings on his eagle claws were shining with blue lightning. That was the power of the A-level magic weapon purchased by Jax. The two kinds of thunder intertwined and turned into huge black and blue eagle claws, and then went towards my Wanying Si. Evil Eagle Claw. Faced with the aggressive Jax, Mad was not afraid at all. He laughed and blasted out a terrifying column of fire, directly colliding with Jax's attack. Boom! The flames and thunder intertwined and expanded into a ball of light. Heat waves, shock waves, and deafening sounds erupted at the same time. The sea began to roll violently, and the pirate ship began to shake violently. The pirates fighting below paused because of the shaking of the ship, and then looked at the battle in the sky with amazement. Chapter 902 Quietly feel it. Captain Gardino, quickly call out Boss Buggy. We must teach those guys a lesson. They actually came to attack while Boss Buggy was online. In a room on Buggy's pirate ship. A pirate was urging Gardino. Gardino's expression became serious when he heard the urging. Captain Buggy doesn't need to help with this little thing now. Can't you even beat the minions in the North Sea without the captain? But the other party is the Great Alliance. Well? Isn't it the same in front of the Great Captain Buggy? Yes. We will take them down immediately. Da-da-da. A bunch of pirates in the room ran out to reinforce. The room was suddenly empty. Gardino secretly exhaled. Fortunately, those guys' IQs dropped when talking about Buggy. Otherwise, he would really have no way. Ah! Looking at the lightning and fire surging outside the window, Gardino sighed. What's the point of calling Buggy now? If he really came out, he would just get beaten. Gardino has always known. Bakey has strength, but compared to his reputation, it is not worth mentioning. Originally, the arrival of the Pink Seahorse Phantom Beast gave Buggy's pirate group some real confidence. However, the Phantom suddenly disappeared. He asked Buggy, but Buggy was also hesitant. It seems that there is no hope. As a result, his pirate group is in danger. 990 I hope this targeting is not because of seeing through the truth. Gardino sighed. Then he picked up a cup of black tea on the table and sipped it slowly with the shaking of the ship. Boom boom. The violent roar sounded again. The waves outside the window hit somersaults, splashing countless water. The water splashed across the graceful arc and dripped into the black tea, and the black tea splashed by the water splashes no longer tasted. Watching the color of the black tea change slightly. Gardino put down the black tea and stood up suddenly. It is impossible to call Buggy. It costs 10,000 points to use the card book to contact once. Wouldn't it be better to let Buggy try his luck at the gambling stone field with this money? As expected, I have to do it myself. Gardino walked out slowly after combing his hair in a three-shaped pattern. Hey! The grey cloak whistled in the wind. On the deck. Even though the battle in the sky continued, causing the pirate ship to sway with the waves. But the pirates on the ship did not stop fighting. Among them, several captains who ranked high fought the most fiercely. They are either B-class magic pattern users, or they are powerful devil fruit users whose abilities have been developed to a certain extent. The battles are also huge. The entire battlefield is supported by them so that it will not be defeated by the endless stream of pirates. as the leading alliance of the sea that started in the North Sea. It is not a pirate group, but an alliance of many pirate groups. Pirate groups without certain abilities cannot join. Most of the captains in it are also magic pattern users. Because the growth rate of magic pattern users is not at the same level as ordinary domineering masters. It has been nearly 3 years since the great martial arts era. Even people with a little talent cannot develop a strong domineering. But if it is a magic pattern user, he can grow up quickly. This is the value of Krypton Gold and Krypton Life. Therefore, the strength of the Sea Alliance is very strong, and there are also several captains who are B-class magic pattern users. Even the war pirates have an A-level magic pattern user waiting and watching. From the perspective of the Great Alliance of the Sea. Except for Buggy, there is not much to praise about the Buggy pirates. Tick. Tick. Stripes of white wax oil dripped, and then surged. Crash. Countless white waves surged, and they quickly rushed towards the pirates who kept leaping towards the pirate ship. The terrifying impact swept out, pushing the pirates to the guardrail and then solidified into a huge white wall. The huge wall sealed the surrounding area of the front deck of the ship tightly, stopping the subsequent pirates' momentum. It was Captain Gardino of the 3rd Division who took action. Great! These guys are in trouble now. At this time, seeing the subsequent pirates rushing out being submerged and turned into wax figures. Other pirates of the Buggy Pirates also cheered. As a veteran of the Buggy Pirates, Gardino is deeply loved by the people. And his strength is also very strong. He has been improving all the time, and now he has even become the captain of the 3rd Division. Their division is ranked. At first, it was based on express delivery performance, but later it was changed to ranking by strength after being forced to flee from the East China Sea. This is also the indicator that pirates are most keen on. Wax figure of Gardino. It looks like he lives up to his reputation. Looking at the formation of the white high wall, a man in a dark red suit also stepped forward to confront Gardino, who was walking slowly. But you met me. The magic power of the middle stage of B-level combined with the magma ability. I'm afraid your wax is useless. Bang bang bang. The sticky magma dripped from the right arm of the man in the suit. He was imitating the behavior of the Navy Admiral Akainu. As a pirate, the man in the suit admired Akainu very much. He thought Akainu was a hero who had gone astray in the Navy. If that man became a pirate, the 4 emperors would have become the 5 emperors. Therefore, the suit man who imitated Akainu had the same expectation for himself. Lava? It's really hard to deal with. Looking at the guy in front of him, Gardino also answered slowly. Looked quite troubled. If it's hard to deal with, don't do it. Big fire spout. A huge lava fist exploded, extending out for 20 meters. Whoosh. Whoosh. The next moment, with the swaying white cloak, Gardino's figure came behind the suit man. It's quite fast. It can be achieved to this extent through flowing wax. But what's the use of being fast? The suit man backhanded another lava fist. The raging lava made many pirates on the deck retreat, and some were even swallowed by the lava. Even though the ship of the Buggy Pirates is a large ship now. But as a strong arena, it is still a little small. Really, fighting is not what I want. If possible, I hope you can step down quietly. Looking at Gardino, who came to the other side. The man in the suit felt a chill. Vaguely. He seemed to see a pale light flashing behind Gardino. That is. The next moment, before the man in the suit could see clearly. His body was penetrated by a gloomy and cold force, and his heart was directly hit. Wow! Pa! Pa! The bright red blood was spurted out by him, and then evaporated by the magma. Da-da-bang! The man in the suit staggered 2 steps and half knelt on the ground. He stared at Gardino with red eyes. You guy! Don't talk, just feel it quietly. Looking at the man in the suit who was turning into a wax figure inch by inch from the heart, Gardino said softly. Feel the hell. He is almost a wax figure. At this time, the man in the suit was in a state of mental collapse. But he couldn't speak now, as the wax had spread over his mouth. Asshole! 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 The strong fear and anger stimulated his magic to burst out. But it still couldn't stop the cold feeling from spreading. Finally. With red eyes, he turned into a wax figure. Chapter 903 Good Subordinates, Candlestick. So strong. So strong. Captain Gardino is so strong. That guy is a famous bare-fisted man. He was offered a bounty of 530 million baileys. He was defeated in one encounter. Sure enough, Captain Gardino, who was the first to follow Boss Buggy, is really a hidden talent. I have always believed it. At this time, the man in a suit nicknamed Red Fist turned into a wax figure. The other pirates of the Buggy Pirates cheered immediately. The high-level fighters of the Great Alliance of the Sea also stopped fighting and looked at Gardino solemnly. For Gardino's strength. They didn't take it seriously before. Even though he was the captain of the third squad of the Buggy Pirates. However, his external wax fruit ability made many people underestimate him. Now is different from the past. Many magic rune users have grown up, and in the magic rune user system, volcano system occupies a considerable proportion. Use the ability of the volcano system to deal with the wax figure Gardino. Especially Red Fist, who is known as the rising star of the magic rune volcano system and can turn himself into magma. It would be easy to defeat the so-called wax figure with his ability. However, now Red Fist's miserable defeat gave them a slap in the face. Very good. It seems that everyone has underestimated you. When the scene was quiet, a strong man fell from the sky. It was Warfire Mayuyu. Just now, when he was fighting with the evil Eagle Jacks, his capable general with the A-level initial level sent him a message. Tell him the performance of the wax figure Gardino. As for why the capable general didn't do it himself. At this point, Mayuyu was also a little annoyed. If there is an accident, let him go to cover it. He is really his good subordinate. Maid took 2 deep breaths and focused his attention on the man in front of him. He still has to be tolerant of that subordinate. After all, that guy is his subordinate in a nice way. To put it bluntly, he is the monitor Doflamingo put beside him. Now Doflamingo promised that he would arrange a demonization ceremony for him as soon as he became an S-level magic rune user. So, my Yuang's an ankle about hammer drum amaranth otter. After all, the demonization ceremony is too good for magic rune users. Maybe some magic rune users will be entangled in the issue of the human demon race that is like a monster. But my Yuan Tunkai has no such entanglement. After people die, there are monsters that turn into death gods and become virtual. To him, it is crazy to be entangled in these issues. Boom. Heavy footsteps sounded. Let me try it myself. What the hell are you capable of? Looking at the war, my UNGNA law moving forward, Gardino shrugged. He knew that he could not continue to hide it if he was high profile. However, the current situation does not allow him to slack off. If you can, you'd better retreat. This way it will be good for you, me, and everyone else. Otherwise, wait for our Captain Buggy to come back. You may not be able to deal with it. This kind of thing I thought I would be afraid. Boom. The flame burst, and the Magnanasura shot to Gardino. The A-arm ring magic weapon that had not been used in the battle with the evil Eagle Jacks before began to explode. Facing Gardino who had hidden his strength, he went all out. A several meter thick bursting flame column rushed past. Punched through a huge white wall and guardrail. Even a pirate ship outside the giant wall was affected. A big hole was opened in the ship's building. What a close call. Gardino's figure slid out along the wax stream under his feet, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then, he fought back without hesitation. A pale light and shadow emerged from behind him. It was a candlestick with 3 white candles. The pale flame bloomed on the top of the 3 candles. Then it instantly turned into 3 white lights, shooting silently towards the war. That was when the candlestick behind Gardino appeared. My U2 began to tense up all over. Especially when he saw the 3 white lights coming, his scalp was a little numb. His intuition could feel that if he was touched by that thing, he would be in big trouble. Boom. The bursting flames fluctuated rapidly, like a whirlwind, like an undercurrent. Towards the white the beam of light washed quickly. The white light was very condensed. Although it was washed away by the flames and even slightly fluctuated and stagnated. But it finally moved in the predetermined direction. However, Zanhuo had already taken advantage of the moment of stagnation to be driven away by the bursting flames. Crack! Crack! An unlucky guy was just in the direction of the white light. 2 of the 3 white lights fell directly on him. He turned into a wax figure in full view of the crowd. Many people reacted too slowly. I just felt that the pirate turned into a wax figure in an instant, and I felt creepy. Zanhuo had no idea about other people's feelings. At this time, he stared at Gardino with fear, emphasizing every word. That feeling it's a prop from Greed Island. The level is not low. At least A. You got it right. Gardino stood in front of Zanhuo, raised his hand to support himself. Glasses. How? Do you still want to continue fighting? Hearing Gardino's words, Zanhuo's face changed a little. Then he laughed again. Ha ha ha. You want us to retreat with just one item? You underestimate us, Ba Hai. And how many times can you use this item? Zanhuo said with confidence on his face again. Generally speaking, although the items of Greed Island have a certain reserve of telekinesis. But this reserve of telekinesis is not enough for a big war. Therefore, those who use telekinesis equipment, either they have strong telekinesis, or they have to have the props that reserve telekinesis as assistance. The most popular of these auxiliary props is naturally the telekinesis belt. And Zanhuo did not see Gardino wearing that kind of thing. Chapter 904, Items for Storing Thoughts, The Arrival of the Big Mom Pirates. Really? Why do we always have to fight and kill? Seeing Zanhuo's determination to win, Gardino had no choice but to continue. He was not afraid of Zanhuo when fighting. Of course he didn't have a telekinetic belt, which was very valuable. Even if a telekinetic belt didn't come with a skill card, it would cost hundreds of thousands, and it might not be able to be bought at auction, causing the price to soar even more. So ordinary big forces couldn't afford it. For example, the buggy pirates couldn't even get the telekinetic points. Not to mention hundreds of thousands, even 100,000 was enough. It was very difficult for them to earn telekinetic points on Greed Island. There were already many players inside who couldn't wait to exchange their lives for telekinetic points because it was difficult to earn telekinetic points. After all, the weak people who had the Greed Island game cartridges were not in a good situation and would be remembered by others. Now even a pirate group like them who had a reputation outside was like this. The situation of others can be imagined. In that case, come on. I hope you can still be so arrogant when you are waxed. This item, called Cursed Candlestick, is a rare item that can store thoughts. The 3 white candles can support it in extremely high-intensity combat. Plus it has a very strange and difficult curse attack. This item is very valuable, and it is possible to auction it for millions. You are just bluffing, let me see how long you can be arrogant. Zanhuo looked at the calm Gardino and was also not afraid. No matter what. He couldn't retreat so easily. At least there couldn't be any problems in his link. Zanhuo could feel that Gardino himself did have telekinesis, which was also a spiritual power system. He felt that Gardino's telekinesis was at the B level. At this level, even if it was used to activate the strange candlestick, it might not last long. There is no need to take it seriously. Boom! As the flame flow quickly spread, the area around Zanhuo began to turn into a vortex-shaped and very sticky sea of flames. Red flame flowing slurry. Attack again. Zanhuo directly chose a range attack. He wanted to see how Gardino could slip away like a loach under such an attack. Clatter! Countless white waxes surged like water. And the pale flames burning on them collided directly with Zanhuo's attack. In an instant, the 2 waves of attacks collided directly, presenting a stalemate. At the same time, there was a crackling sound. There was also a strange and weird candle fragrance spreading. The pirates not far away felt their bodies stiff when they smelled such a smell, and they quickly retreated further. Looking at the ugly Zanhuo on the opposite side and feeling the shocked eyes of everyone, Gardino raised his glasses again. He once tried to awaken his mind on Greed Island, but his talent seemed not to be good enough and he did not awaken it. Later, he got the cursed candlestick with the blessing of Tobeki. He found that the cursed candlestick made his ability mutate and gain mind. Even with the help of the cursed candlestick, his mind power grew rapidly. If this war came later, maybe he could grow to an A-level mind master. Even now, his devil fruit ability is combined with mind and cursed candlestick. There is nothing to fear when facing Zanhuo. So strong. That guy Gardino. On a shipbuilding. Evil Eagle Jax looked at the confrontation between Gardino and Zanhuo with a shocked face. Just now when he and Zanhuo clashed, Zanhuo didn't even use magic weapons to suppress him. He has the malicious thunder and his combat power is not bad, especially with the purchased A-level magic weapon. It can be seen that Zanhuo is very strong. However, Gardino can actually compete with Zanhuo who uses magic weapons. This makes him, the captain of the first team, ashamed. It seems that I should give him my position. When Evil Eagle was a little disappointed, he turned his head and his pupils condensed slightly. Big Mom Pirates. In his field of vision, a pirate ship with the flag of Big Mom Pirates appeared out of thin air. It felt like a transparent curtain that could be invisible was pulled open. Oh no! The hyenas of Big Mom Pirates actually followed the scent. Evil Eagle looked ugly. Now Boss Buggy is not here. He can't contact him. Because only Gardino has Boss Buggy's communication. I hope the guy coming here won't be too strong. On the other side. On the pirate ship decorated with cakes and candies. Sparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, sat on a chair on the deck, slowly savoring black tea. Not far from him. And the third son of the Charlotte family, Deifuku. Deifuku grabbed the Deifuku cake on the table and ate it bite by bite, with a dead fish eye on his face. We're almost there. If we can capture the main forces of the Buggy Pirates and the Hegemony Alliance this time, and seize the greedy island game cartridges they have, Mom will be happy. At this time, Sparrow put down the black tea. He picked up a piece of candy and chattered. Beiji. Beiji. Alas! The North Sea is not a good place to live. It's hard to ask for help in this place if there is danger. We must try to get back as soon as possible. Beiji. Beiji. By the way, how strong is Buggy from the Buggy Pirates? It is rumored that he has the strength of a crown-level pirate, but I don't know if it is true. Beiji. Beiji. However, there are also rumors that he is actually a weak guy, a liar who is just a swindler. Beiji. Beiji. As he spoke, several pound signs appeared on Sparrow's forehead. He looked at Deifuku, who was chewing the Deifuku biscuit with an expressionless face, and his face was full of anger. Deifuku, what are you talking about? Gurgle. Deifuku swallowed the Deifuku biscuit in his mouth and drank another cup of black tea. Then he looked at Sparrow. Sao hate do you want me to say? Sparrow was speechless when he saw Deifuku's dead fish eyes. This guy Deifuku is just like this, which made him sing a one-man show all the way. He was embarrassed in front of his subordinates. Forget it, Deifuku, you take action now. If that Buggy shows up and is really unexpectedly powerful, we'll act accordingly. Yet. Hearing Sparrow's words, Deifuku nodded. Then he stood up and walked directly to the bow. Standing here, he could see more than a dozen pirate ships surrounding the Buggy Pirates ship in the distance. Swoosh! The next moment, a burst of white gas spread over him. His figure burst out, like a meteor in the world rushing straight towards the Buggy Pirates ship. Boom! After flying at high speed. In just a few seconds, his figure smashed on the deck of the Buggy Pirates ship. Who is it? Chapter 905 from the Puppet Theater, almost reported to the underworld. Because of this sudden change, both sides of the pirates who were fighting heard the sound and looked over. Even the battle between Zanhuo and Gardino was temporarily stopped. They looked at the black shadow in the smoke and dust not far away, and their faces were solemn. Squeak! Snap! Accompanied by the sound of a wooden board stirring. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the figure of Deifu appeared. He was pulling out his feet that were stuck in the pit. The pit that broke the deck due to the heavy blow was the source of the strange sound. Ahem! At this time, he saw a lot of eyes on him. Deifu coughed slightly and said with a stern face. The quality of your deck here is not good. Everyone had a desire to complain when they heard it. They looked at this man with a stern face and thought he was going to say something cruel, but it turned out to be like this. But after feeling a little bit of laughter and tears, the pirates gathered together according to their camps. After all, the newcomers should not be underestimated, and the balance of combat power has been broken. The people of the Big Mom Pirates are here, and its tyrant Deifuku. The bounty is 5.5 billion Baileys. What should we do if such a big pirate comes? At this time, the people of the Tyrant Alliance were a little panicked. It was no exception. After all, the bounty of their leader Zanhuo was only more than 1.9 billion. Obviously, this bounty was much worse than Deifuku. As a monster whose bounty soared very quickly, Tyrant Deifuku is very well known and famous among pirates. It is said that his fighting style is violent, radical, and ruthless, and he himself is like a puppet. This kind of ruthless person who does not regard himself as a human being and does not regard others as human beings is naturally feared by the pirates. Ba Kui Deifu. Do you want to get involved in the Big Mom Pirates? This place has been spotted by our great alliance of the sea. At this time, seeing that the leader showed no fear at all, he shouted directly at Deifu. The other pirates could not help but admire him. Deifu's eyes moved slightly downward. This kind of thing also has a first come first served. Are you stupid in the North Sea? Zanhuo. Asshole. Hearing that Deifu didn't give him any face in public, Zanhuo's face suddenly turned dark. However, before he could continue to speak, Deifu had already taken action. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, anyway all have to fight. The first move is the strongest. Self-puppet theater. In the void, a pair of invisible hands are directly generated. On the fingertips, invisible lines of thought spread to connect to various parts of Deifuku's body. Deifuku's vision also began to rise, and his consciousness seemed to reside on the big hand. This is his mind ability, the self-puppet theater. The mind ability obtained after awakening from Greed Island is closely related to his past experiences. That experience has become his current strength. Not only that, Deifuku's brother Katakuri realized that he had an amazing talent for mind power, and spent a huge amount of money to help him realize his talent quickly. The huge resources of millions of mind points made him grow quickly to the level of the king of mind. Even Big Mom was angry about this huge amount of money. Therefore, Deifuku also cherishes this power. Boom! As the invisible hand's mind lines moved, Deifuku's body burst out with amazing speed and rushed directly towards the flames of war. Zanhuo's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect Deifu to be so unethical that he didn't even say a few polite words. Boom! The terrifying flames began to rage like a whirlpool. However, facing this whirlpool of flames, Deifu was wrapped in a surging domineering aura and directly resisted, and the dazzling white light flashed on his fist. Boom! Cough! The fist hit Zanhuo's abdomen, and a terrifying impact broke out. Zanhuo couldn't help but bend over and spit out a mouthful of blood. Without waiting for Zanhuo to act, Deifu's left hand grabbed directly. The ruthless iron claw grabbed Zanhuo's head and pressed it down hard. Bang! Zanhuo's face and Deifu's knees that rose up at the same time made close contact, and his facial features twisted inwards. Suddenly, the burning pain spread directly to Zanhuo's face. He also felt a buzzing in his head. However, he was still trying to regain consciousness, because his perception detected a greater danger. Hey! Zanhuo, who was lifted up by Deifu's knee, faced Deifu's right-hand knife. The knife shone with white light, and it was like a butcher slashing directly at the back of his neck. Bang! The terrible shock wave raged again. The terrifying knife made a shocking explosion. Zanhuo rolled his eyes, and his screams were also covered by the loud noise. But it was not over. Deifu, who was proficient in human anatomy, understood the essence of finishing off the opponent. He grabbed Zanhuo's head with his left hand and pressed it back to the ground against the previous impact. Zanhuo was immediately pressed on the deck in a big letter shape, facing Deifu. A cold light flashed in Deifu's eyes. The knife in his right hand rose again and aimed directly at Zanhuo's Adam's apple. Swoosh! At the critical moment, white light flashed. Deifu withdrew from the spot and stopped moving. Gardino, who had taken action, saw Deifu staring at him, and cold sweat broke out on his back. However, he did not show any fear on the surface, and even smiled. As expected of a tyrant puppet, his strength is really amazing. He stared at Deifu, and would act immediately if he made any unusual moves. After all, Deifu's ferocity was beyond Gardino's expectations. He did not expect that after just one encounter, Zanhuo was almost beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself. So he had to take action. If he did not take action and waited for Deifu to finish dealing with Zanhuo, there was no guarantee that he would not be the next one. Bang! Before Deifu could speak, Zanhuo, who was embedded in the deck, suddenly shot out. Standing not far from Gardino, he gasped. His eyes were red, and he stared at Deifu. There was anger and faint fear in his eyes. Just now, Zanhuo felt that he was almost going to report to the underworld. Originally, the bodies of magic pattern users were generally inferior to those of tyrants. After being hit by Deifuku's combo, his body almost went on strike. Fortunately, the more powerful the magic rune user is, the more inhuman he is, and he can even use magic to recover from injuries, with amazing recovery ability. The price is that his lifespan decreases more seriously as his demonization deepens. But Zanhuo no longer cares about these. He will wait until he becomes an S-level magic rune user and completes the demonization ceremony. Hey! I'm sorry I underestimated you just now. Next, I won't be careless. Zanhuo's voice was a little dry. While he was talking, he cursed Doflamingo in his heart. Where is the backup plan? Just now, he was almost killed, but there was no backup plan. Will Doflamingo, that damn guy, frame him? At this time, Zanhuo's awe of Minga was covered by anger. While he was cursing in his heart. In the sea several kilometers away, at the position of Renmai under the sea. A huge sea monster with a lion's body and a 100-meter-long upper body was parading lazily. Zanhuo was almost killed. Oh! It's my fault for looking too far away. Chapter 906 Escort, 30% and 70%. Some fat and muscle in the sea monster's body were squeezed out, and a small room was squeezed there. Inside the room, 2 young men wearing black windbreakers with red sun patterns were sitting on the small sofa in the room. One was brown and a yellow-haired one. The brown-haired young man was smiling and blaming himself. They were the world-famous strongest illegal magic pattern guild, the 7 magic envoys. Among them, the brown-haired young man was the greedy envoy Nippero. The yellow-haired young man was the jealousy envoy Asura. This time they came to complete a task entrusted by Doflamingo, the leader of the North Sea Magic League. Are you going up now? The greedy envoy was smiling and blaming himself. The jealousy envoy was disdainful. His pale golden pupils looked at the ceiling. It was as if he saw the pirates fighting in the distance through the body of the sea monster and the sea. Of course we have to go up. That guy Doflamingo offered such a high price. How can we break our promise? The greedy envoy said with a smile while letting the sea monster swim to the location of the buggy pirates. This time Doflamingo contacted them for a commission. The asking price was the resources needed for 2 magic rituals. Other resources are fine. The holy light potion needed for the demonization ceremony is very precious. Especially after the demonization ceremony was developed. Many major forces who know the key to it are harvesting holy light potion circulating on the black market. As a result, the price of holy light potion on the black market has soared. It has directly reached a price of nearly 50 million baileys. And it may be that there is no market for it, and you need connections. Therefore, many illegal magic pattern guilds are not doing well. Tisk tisk, that's 4,000 holy light potion. I will escort this operation. Looking at the greedy envoy with a solemn face. The jealous envoy looked unhappy. Don't make us sound cheap. It's just holy light potion. We want to steal it, but the Magic League can't stop us. Alas! Asura, you are still too young. The sea is more than just fighting and killing. Although we don't need to care about those guys now, it's easy to be besieged by the crowd if we show off too much. Doflamingo is still a good partner. He offers a generous price. Unlike the world government, which is always stingy. The greedy envoy complained about the world government. Because compared to the world government, Minga is really generous. The 7 magic envoys are the strongest illegal magic rune guild. They lend their names to other illegal magic rune guilds. The price is to regularly hand in various resources needed by the magic rune envoys, including holy light potion. Holy light potion is not easy to buy on the black market. It also means that the top level of their illegal magic rune forces is not doing well. In this way, Doflamingo's commission is really a big temptation for the 7 demon envoys. Tisk, there is a new situation. The flying pirates from the 4 emperors are here. It seems it's really lively. Soon. The greedy envoy slowed down the sea monsters. Because he discovered a new situation. On the ship of the buggy pirates. War and Gardino are fighting against Deifuku together. The arrival of Deifuku forced both sides to cooperate temporarily. Otherwise, facing Deifuku alone would soon be a loss. When the 2 of them joined forces, the other pirates also stopped fighting. Facing the pressure of the Big Mom pirates, both sides stopped fighting. Just quietly waiting for the next development of the situation. At this time, as a group of shadows suddenly enveloped, many pirates looked up. At once, they saw several B-class ships of Greedy Island. The leading ship is the A-class ship, the Bai Tao Xinghai ship. They were suspended in the air, and there were figures looking down at them. It's the flying pirates from the 4 emperors. They're here too. Seeing the pirate flag hanging on the ship, the pirates below screamed. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh resounded through the sky. Along with the laughter, a figure jumped down from the ship headed by the sky. Bang! Squeaky! A wailing sound came from the deck of the buggy pirate's ship. A big man in green cloth came on stage with a golden axe. Due to his appearance, Daifuku stopped attacking. Bakwe Daifuku, are you, the Big Mom pirates, here too? What a coincidence! But we have booked this place. For the sake of being in the Four Emperors camp, get out. It's worthy of being a battle axe. As soon as he came, he told the people in the Four Emperors camp to get out. At this time, the surrounding pirates all had this idea. But they were not surprised. After all, the man in front of them was the biggest sign of the Haiku pirates, the battle axe Jorit. He holds the Lion King battle axe, the mythical beast, and has a bounty of 22 billion berries. His strength is terrifying. It is really annoying. Daifuku's face darkened. The atmosphere was stiff for a moment. Hee. I didn't expect that the famous battle axe would come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. When the atmosphere was stiff, Perospero's figure suddenly appeared. Along with him appeared a dragon with wings and red armor. It floated on the side of the ship, behind Perospero. Bursts of heat were transmitted wantonly with the red flames. As one of the Four Emperors, I think we need to. How about a 30-70 split of the proceeds this time? We've put a lot of effort into this operation, and we can't let our mother be unhappy. Looking at the long-tongued guy in front of him mentioning Big Mom, Tomahawk frowned slightly. He remembered Big Mom's performance when attacking the world government's new Holy Land. Although she failed in the end. But the appearance of the SSS level item at the end. It shows that Big Mom and the demons have a deep cooperation. After all, even that top level item was lent to Big Mom. Tisk. Jorit glanced at the dragon behind Perospero. He knew that the dragon was the final reward of the 7th floor of the Flame Trial Tower in the center of Greedy Island, the two-winged flame-armored dragon. Only by defeating the 7th floor boss can you get this S-level puppet-like beast. Of course, the so-called defeat has many additional conditions. For example, the limit of the level of telekinesis, the inability to use props, the 10-minute time limit, etc. Under such conditions, it is terribly difficult to get such a beast. This also proves how powerful the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family is. Let's make it 37. Just give face to Ant and Shensu. It's just us Ki. Chapter 907 Buggy is blessed, stand still. For the combat power of the Big Mom pirates now. Battle Axe is not afraid at all. Even if he fights everyone on the spot alone, he is not afraid. Except for the 3-star gem level 2 winged flame armored dragon in front of him and the big fortune that may burst out with 3-star gem level combat power, he can look at him slightly. In his eyes, everyone else is garbage. He entered the 2-star crown level of the Hunter Association with the strength of the god-destroying tool. Treat ordinary gem level as cutting melons and chopping vegetables. When the gap is too big to form a crushing advantage, the number will depreciate rapidly. Even if it is a 3-star gem level. If you dare to face him alone, you must be prepared to be killed by him in seconds. It can be said that he is really going to explode now. Everyone present will be killed by him. With such a huge gap. Battle Axe feels that his current attitude is already a good temper among pirates. No problem. Perospero also agreed directly to the distribution of Tomahawk. After all, he felt a little insecure now. Going to the front line in person, facing Tomahawk, a ruthless man with an astonishingly high bounty. It made his heart tremble. After all, it was no different from dancing on the axe blade. Only he was sure that Tomahawk was the kind of person with stable emotions. Otherwise, if it was replaced by a magic pattern user, he would not be so calm. Fuck. They really think they are weak. 697. At this time, the surrounding pirates dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. However, the gap is too big. Just now, the attack of Tyrant Daifu made their 2 strongest combat forces fall behind. Now, another stronger one came. They felt a little powerless. The people of Buggy Pirates were eager for Buggy to appear again like a savior to save the situation. What a pity. The Buggy they thought about was being scolded on Greedy Island. Idiot. Why can't you do even a little thing? Clumsy. No more. Go, play the flute for me. Yes, yes, yes. In a forest on Greedy Island, Bucky was busy serving an old man in dark purple clothes. This old man was the founder of Greedy Island's magic school, the old ghost Ying Xingzhou. The reason why Buggy is now by Ying Xingzhu's side. It was because of a coincidence that the two bumped into each other. Because Ying Xingzhou felt that there was a special power in Buggy. So he accepted Buggy as his experiment well, a flute boy under his seat. Buggy, who was targeted by Ying Xingzhou, cried out to the sky and did not respond. He could only honestly serve tea and water to Ying Xingzhou, massage and play the flute. Woo woo. Stop, 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 what the hell? You can blow it like this even with such a good prop. Are you kidding me? Looking at the old man blowing his beard and glaring. Beiki put down the jade flute in his hand, with a face full of grievance and indignation. He is the famous 1002 Dao transformation Buggy in the sea. I didn't expect to fall to this point, being beaten and scolded by a stinky old man. I must make this dead old man look good if I have a chance. After calming down, Buggy immediately put on a smiling face again. Sincerely, please calm down. I'll change a song immediately. I'm not familiar with the previous one. He immediately started playing the flute again after he said that. This is about right, young man, learn more. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. As a person who has experienced it, I tell you responsibly that all your hardships now are the beginning of future happiness. You look very hard, you are blessed, I will make the original 9-turn large intestine for you to eat later. Woo swoosh. The last words of the true heart old ghost. It made Buggy's flute sound distorted and his face suddenly changed. Who doesn't know the 9-turn large intestine? The true heart old ghost's world-famous magic masterpiece. If you can't make the 9-turn large intestine, you can't say you are a disciple of the true heart school. It's authentic, and it's really authentic. Very authentic. It makes people feel delicious even when eating shit. At this moment, Buggy's heart was filled with resistance. No. Don't do that kind of thing easily. What? Do you have any ideas? Hearing the harsh and discordant sound of the flute, the old ghost Zhengzhen glanced at Buggy slightly. The faint cold light shattered Buggy's resistance. No. I am very happy to taste the masterpiece of Zhengzhen. Really. I am sincere. Looking at Buggy's twisted face to promise. The old ghost Zhengzhen stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. The boy is teachable. While Buggy continued to play the flute with a twisted face. Appeared in the world. On the ship of Buggy's pirate group. With the sound of the battle axe, stand in groups obediently. All the pirates obeyed obediently. There were indeed some who refused to obey, but they were chopped into pieces by an axe. Everyone became obedient. Even Zanhuo, the leader of the Great Alliance of Domination, had to temporarily avoid the edge and stand still. As for the wax figure of Buggy's pirate group, Gardino, it goes without saying that he was energetic and quick to admit defeat. To be honest, Gardino didn't have much desire to resist. After following Buggy, he was always worried and couldn't sleep well. Even drinking black tea can make him sad. He had heard that the 4 emperors' golden lion valued talents very much, and the freedom there was rumored to be very high. And the golden lion was the leader of the 4 emperors. Perhaps joining the flying pirates would be a good choice. A strong man is coming. Humph. It's the navy. I want to see which guy dares to come and stroke the lion's hair. At this time, the battle axe looked solemnly in one direction of the sea. There were several warships there, as if they were traveling through space. The way they traveled through the curtain. It reminded Tomahawk of the rare space A skill of Greed Island, the curtain of the void. Obviously, the navy was most likely to come here directly across a long distance in this way. Otherwise, it might not be here in a short time. It's Admiral Kizaru. Soon, Tomahawk saw a striking figure standing on the leading warship. Seeing that it was Kizaru, Tomahawk took the lead. Humph. Just a navy, I'll meet them. At this time, Tomahawk's tone was still very big. To be honest, if it was Admiral Akainu coming over, he would run away without saying a word. After all, that guy was a lunatic, and he was strong enough to fight with his boss. Facing such a guy, he would definitely be cool. But since it was Kizaru, he had to talk to him. Vunan, you keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to run away in the chaos, just beat them up. Before the action, Tomahawk also told the Golden Explosion Vunan who was traveling with him. For his companion Vunan's combat power, Tomahawk was quite impressed. Vunan's own strength was very close to the crown level. In addition, he was equipped with a new type of illusion. The combat power easily reached the standard of 1-star crown level. With such combat power, he was assured. Chapter 908 Hearing is not the same as doing, you are arrested. Well, I know. Vunan, dressed as a pirate captain, nodded coldly. Hearing the reply, Tomahawk set his sights on Deifu. Let's go. You can't let me go up alone. Deifu didn't say much nonsense and stood up directly. Bang! The two turned into streams of light and flew directly to the direction of the navy. After Tomahawk left, most of the pirates on the deck breathed a sigh of relief. That man looks really reliable. Looking at the figure of Tomahawk leading the way away, Perospero praised directly. Unanimous pretended not to hear Perospero's words. He looked at all the pirates in front of him. With his right hand still holding the hilt of the knife hanging on his waist, he burst out with a strong momentum to oppress the pirates in front of him. Next. Hand over all the Greed Island game cartridges. Those who are willing to join the Sky Pirates don't have to hand them in, just stand here. Hearing Unanimous's words, many pirates looked at each other. The arrival of the navy made them feel that something had changed. Some people's minds became active again. Seeing that no one was willing to be the first to stand out, Perospero laughed directly. Hehe, it seems that some people still have a fluke mentality. You'd better make a decision now. Otherwise... Hoo-hoo. A burst of heat was venting. The red light spread on the double-winged flame Ankylosaurus, bringing great pressure to all the pirates. You first. Vunan was not affected. He pointed directly at Zanhuo. As the leader of the Hegemony Alliance, he can play a good leading role by taking the lead. That's the reason. Zanhuo, who was pointed at, was very unwilling. His face was uncertain, and he was struggling in a complex psychological struggle. Seeing that Zanhuo was not moving, Vunan moved. Clang! A sharp sound, the sound of a weapon being unsheathed. The sword on his waist was unsheathed. The red blade began to shine with dense golden lines. The extremely violent and explosive strong power began to gather on the blade. A great fear spread directly in Zanhuo's heart. I will die. If I hesitate, I will die. Zanhuo, who sensed this possibility, acted decisively. Wait. I am willing to join the flying pirates. As soon as these words came out, Wunan's sharp pupils slowly returned to silence. The golden lines on the blade of his sword also began to slowly disappear and no longer shined. Stand over there. Wunan's commanding tone made Zanhuo angry, and at the same time, emotions such as relief and shame were intertwined in his heart. Finally it turned into a word of melancholy. Yes. Watching Zanhuo obediently stand at the position designated by Wunan, a trace of fear flashed in Perospero's eyes next to him. The pressure of the golden explosion after the sword was drawn just now also made him feel terrified. Although it was not directed at him, he almost reacted. Standing in front of these monsters, his sense of security was too low. Even though he had the two-winged flame dragon given by Katakuri, but he was afraid of a sudden attack from a strong man because his own strength could not keep up. Perospero's mood calmed down a little. Then he focused on the red blade of the golden explosion. Is this the new illusion possessed by the Yaki cult and the Haiku pirates? It's so powerful. Perospero just heard about it not long ago. The Fantasy Beast Island began to equip a new type of illusion. It seems to be a small experiment from the Yaki great god. It is rumored that it was developed based on the concept of a new magic weapon, and its nature is similar to the new magic weapon of the Magic Pattern Master. However, the new magic weapon of the Magic Pattern Master is based on the magic pattern of the Magic Pattern Master. The new illusion is based on the illusion power circuit of the Fantasy Beast Master. The specific situation involved, Perospero knew very little. In short, due to the existence of this weapon, the strength of the Yaki cult and the Sky Pirates has increased a lot. Even the Beast Pirates seem to have benefited from it. It really made many people jealous. However, Perospero also knew that his own power had been finalized. Currently, he was focusing on the Magic Pattern Master and Greed Island. For the profession of the Phantom Beast Master, he could only be jealous. Da-da-da. On the deck, after the war took the lead, the Sea Alliance was much cleaner. They all chose to join the Sky Pirates. It was impossible to hand in the game cartridges, which were related to many interests, and now it was linked to the underworld after death. How could they hand them in with such a temptation? If they didn't hand them in, they could only join the Sky Pirates. Think about it, this choice is not bad. When the pirates were building up their own psychology. On the other side, Axe and Deifuku are confronting the navy. It's really scary. I didn't expect that the famous Axe of the flying pirates would come here. At this time, Kizaru was on the warship looking at the two pirates who came to visit on the deck. While he was shouting scary, he was scraping his nails with a nail clipper. Ha 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 ha. Kizaru, don't think that your praise will work. I'm telling you, I'm here to show my cards. We've taken over here. Take the navy away quickly. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Axe's loud voice was deafening and could be heard from a long distance away. The entire warship seemed to be shaking slightly. It's so loud. Speak softly, I can hear it clearly. For Axe's expulsion, Kizaru scratched his ears to show that he heard it. So did you agree? Hearing doesn't mean doing. Without waiting for Kizaru to add further, another voice interrupted. Hey, am I seeing things right? Are pirates so arrogant now? They actually came to the warship to threaten the navy. Da-da. A sound of footsteps came from the side walkway of the warship. A green-haired man with a naked upper body and a navy cloak walked out. The candidate for the admiral of the navy, Green Bull Aramaki. Seeing the man coming, Tomahawk frowned slightly. He hated the cynical look of the guy in front of him. Even if he was a candidate for the admiral of the navy, he was not qualified to pretend in front of him if he was not strong enough. I'm talking, weaklings, get out of the way. Am I being underestimated? Stared at by the navy in unison. Green Bull felt that his face was still a little embarrassed. I'm really angry, but it doesn't matter. I'll tell you, pirate. You're under arrest. Boom. As Green Bull's voice fell, a giant green tree several tens of meters high began to slowly emerge behind him. Plant Control. Chapter 909 Plant Control. Big is strong. Watching the giant tree behind Green Bull emerge, Deifu next to the battle axe had doubts in his eyes. In the world of Greedy Island, only Muyu people can control plants. Of course, there are also Chi masters who can control plants, but they are different from the control plant users are fundamentally different. The form that Green Bull is showing now is very similar to that of Muiyuran. But Deifuku, who is in the Sea Tribe camp on Greedy Island and has dealt with Muiyuran many times, can feel a sense of disharmony. Wrong answer, I'm not a plant user. At this time, Green Bull looked at Deifuku opposite and smiled at himself as mysterious. That smile exudes a sense of complacency. This comes from his mind ability. Although he is not a plant user, but his mind ability plant control is much stronger than that of a plant user. It can open up a spiritual space and place the plants of Greedy Island in it. As the plants are infected by his power, he can control it to fight like hands and feet. Although the plants themselves are not as spiritual as the plant users, and cannot resonate with the plant users to form new forms like the plant users and the plant users. But Green Bull feels that he has two advantages that far surpass the plant users. That is, he doesn't need to cultivate from seeds, he can just get mature plants to infect. And he can control more plants. General Borsellino, I'll leave that guy to you. I'll deal with this bigger one. As Green Bull said, the green giant tree behind him began to move. The dense and tough branches began to stretch rapidly. They bared their teeth and claws, and rushed towards Deifuku. Facing Green Bull's attack, Deifuku also directly retreated from the warship. He couldn't do anything on the warship, especially when he saw another figure appearing from other warships. He knew it was hard to escape this battle. Boom! The crowded branches rushed out of the warship, but they were still a step slower. It made Deifuku run to the sea. Vice Admiral Aoi Zono, help me. The newly appeared Aoi Zono was also neat and tidy when he heard Green Bull's request for help. The terrifying cold air began to erupt. With several warships as the center, the sea was quickly covered with white. More than a dozen pirate groups in the distance were surrounded by white and frozen. Ha ha ha. These pirates can't escape now. Green Bull laughed and shot directly at the ice layer, running directly towards Deifuku. Although he had said harsh words to Tomahawk before. But saying harsh words does not mean that he will attack the other party. He still knows the strength of Tomahawk. With his current strength of at most 3-star gem level, it is enough to say harsh words. As for the next battle with Tomahawk, that naturally depends on Admiral Kizaru. Hey hey! That guy Aramaki is really outrageous. He actually left this big trouble to me. Kizaru put away the nail clippers and looked at the restless tomahawk with a headache. It seems that you are not willing to accept my toast. Next, you will understand how big a mistake it is to reject me. The god-killing tool in Tomahawk's hand began to shine with golden light. Yes, yes, yes. Kizaru nodded repeatedly in agreement. Can you please fight outside? If you damage my warship here, I will be very distressed. This kind of thing. Who will care? Accompanied by the roar of Tomahawk, the terrifying golden axe light began to shine. The navy of several warships around seemed to see a huge and majestic golden lion roaring to the sky. The huge roar shook the sky, and also made many navy frightened and lost their minds, their heads blank. Many navy fell to the ground and fainted on the spot, and many navy struggled to support. Although so. But Kizaru in the front did not stand there. He looked at the golden axe like a hill rushing in front of him. The extreme violence that was coming towards him seemed to crush him. Such a scene also made Kizaru's lazy attitude completely restrained, becoming extremely solemn. Sword of the Clouds of Heaven. A golden light flashed in an instant. A huge light cannon roared out from the Sword of the Clouds of Heaven that Kizaru stretched out. After referring to the battle between Jelal and Huangmian of Greed Island, Kizaru finally determined the style that big is strong, and the bigger the stronger. A Sword of the Clouds of Heaven, the power of the phoenix in the body is blessed on the shining fruit. The power of the shining fruit is accumulated with the characteristics of immortality, so that a single lightsaber can swing a devastating light cannon. This is the style he chose. Boom! The torrent of light cannons and the materialized golden giant axe collided fiercely. In an instant, the light was thousands of feet long, and the atmosphere trembled. The dazzling light burst into the world. It seemed that a golden sun was rising on the sea. Boom boom boom! The clouds in the sky instantly spread outward without a trace due to the terrible shock wave that rushed straight into the sky. Crack! Crack! The frozen sea below also began to burst inch by inch due to the power of the catharsis. It turned into ice crystals, and then into steam. Boom boom boom! When Kizaru and Tomahawk's attacks collided, Admiral Candidate Mamoto Tsuji did not just watch. She used the ice crystal barrier to guide the shock wave so as not to affect others. At the same time, she mobilized the sea ice layer on the side of the warship to generate thick a huge, heavy, and hard ice cone rose up. The target was the battle axe on the warship. Threatened by the huge ice cone, the battle axe also stopped fighting with Kizaru. Obviously, if he had to fight here, he would inevitably face the targeting of this candidate for the admiral. The strength of this candidate for the admiral should not be underestimated. It feels that he is probably strong at the 1-star crown level. One admiral is enough for him to deal with. There is no need for him to fight 2 people to death. Anyway, he did not come alone. Swish! As the battle axe burst out towards the frozen sea outside, Kizaru also turned into golden light and followed. So dangerous. We are saved. At this time, most of the Navy officers who were still awake on Kizaru's warship looked relieved. Then they 1.2 couldn't help but feel ashamed. Obviously, they were on the same warship with the admiral. But when the admiral was fighting, they became spectators. They couldn't even resist the aftermath, and instead had to implicate the general. In this way, they seemed so useless. This fact in front of them really depressed them. But soon many people began to cheer up. In this era, there are many possibilities. There are countless stories of unknown people rising overnight. The rise of the comics industry also made many people have a dream of being a protagonist. Maybe they just haven't had the right time. Now work harder and hone your will and character. When the time comes and the god of fate favors you, maybe you will soar to the sky. Many Navy officers comfort themselves in this way. There are enough successful examples. This kind of self-consolation is quite effective. Chapter 910. You are also worthy of competing with me on the same stage, you can only fish. Boom! On the ice in the sea. The confrontation between Kizaru and Tomahawk was very fierce. The golden cannon and the axe light went back and forth, continuously crushing the surrounding ice and stirring the sky. Sometimes Kizaru's golden cannon was shattered into countless light bullets, scattering the ice and causing countless explosions. Sometimes the golden axe light was exploded into countless sharp edges that ravaged the sky, slicing the clouds that had dimmed again due to the will of the strong into pieces. In the terrifying confrontation, for a while, the 2 sides fought evenly. although the battle axe has reached a certain level of control over the god-annihilating tool. Plus, he himself has the power of a 3-star gem with his own illusion. Combined with the two, his actual combat power is actually at a decent level among the 2-star crowns. Of course, his opponent Kizaru is not a vegetarian either. Because Akainu is too crazy for progress. Kizaru also feels a lot of pressure. Therefore, he usually has a lot of time to practice. It is best to fight to the extreme to tap the power of the god-annihilating tool, while tapping the power of the 23 digging fantasy beast fruit requires extreme tranquility. In this regard, Kizaru feels that he has a considerable advantage. Because he found an accelerator. That is Rosinante, who possesses the power of the silence fruit. So Kizaru often takes Rosinante to the Navy's martial arts realm for retreat. Now his strength is also at the 2-star crown level. Although not as strong as Sakazuki. But with Kyuzan as the bottom, Kizaru feels satisfied. Sky-shattering axe light. The battle didn't last long. The battle axe went straight to the real thing and used a real trick. He flew across the sky. He directly used the trick hidden in the god-annihilating tool. The extremely shining golden light began to advance. The huge golden lion roared out from the god-annihilating tool towards the ice layer. Roaring and shattering everything in front of him. Facing such power, Kizaru's face changed drastically, and the sky-high light cannon was swung out. He used all his strength. However, it was useless. Bang bang bang. Rumble. The light cannon was broken into pieces by the golden giant lion, turning into countless light particles. Ha 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 ha, your weak strength is worthy of competing with my tomahawk. Get down. Dong. The terrible impact directly pierced through Kizaru's light cannon. Then it chased Kizaru's body and fell directly into the ice below. Bang. Boom. The extremely hard ice was hit by the extreme force and shattered like glass. Boom. Hwalalal. The shattered ice crystals began to be swallowed by the rising undercurrent of the seabed. Ha 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 ha. The Admiral of the Navy is just like this. Your purity is still far behind mine. Tomahawk stared at the big pit below where the exploding ice and the current intertwined, and laughed happily. Of course, he didn't expect to defeat Kizaru with this attack. But knocking Kizaru down still made Tomahawk feel high. After all, Kizaru is a Navy Admiral. So rounding off means Akainu is his boss. In this way, he is beating his boss Shiki. Sure enough, he is too strong. While Tomahawk was smiling proudly. Under the sea, Kizaru was also lying on the seabed, with violent currents surging around him. The frozen ice of the park was only a few hundred meters deep. Because he was now in this area that was more than 5,000 meters deep. Lying on the bottom of the sea. However, for Kizaru, this is nothing. If he didn't have the power of the Phantom Beast Fruit, he might have been finished. But with the power of the Phantom Beast Fruit, the side effects of the Devil Fruit are no longer a problem. As long as a layer of phantom power is wrapped around his body, the faint feeling of weakness will disappear directly. With his current physical fitness, the side effects of the Devil Fruit are no longer a big deal for him. With the protection of the power of the Phantom Beast, it is not difficult for him to see the scenery on the bottom of the sea. That guy is really violent. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't beat him. It seems that I can only fish. Kizaru lay on the bottom of the sea for 10 seconds, then stood up and reflected. In the confrontation with the battle axe, his power is actually more passive when facing the battle axe. After all, the power of that guy is very violent. Although his power also has the explosion of light, it is mainly driven by the power of the phoenix. In this way, a layer of power is needed to promote the conversion. It was normal for him to be beaten by the battle axe because he was far behind in charging speed. However, Kizaru felt that he still had an advantage. At least his speed was good, and his strong immortality could withstand the violence of the battle axe. It was just that his thin arms and legs suffered. Looking at the seabed that became colorful because of the light on his body, Kizaru no longer thought too much, with an admiring look on his face. It's so beautiful. It's a pity that they all suffered because of me. That pirate is really a heinous crime. Kizaru watched the raging undercurrents around him stirring up the quiet seabed. Golden light began to flow on his body. Swoosh! The dazzling light source was getting farther and farther away from the seabed. His figure also rose higher and higher. As Kizaru completely left the sea. Gurgle! Gurgle! The current at the bottom of the silent and dark sea was surging. A huge monster stirred the undercurrent on the seabed. Wherever he passed, huge bubbles floated up. Tisk tisk. It was really thrilling. At this time, in a small room inside the fat of the behemoth, greed made Nipporo's fingers move his brown hair, with a smile on his face. Just now, Nipporo had already felt that Kizaru was looking at him. After all, a sea monster close to the Demon King level is still quite eye-catching in this sea area. Fortunately, the other party still took a look. Maybe he thought it was not threatening and didn't care. Fortunately, I didn't carve this sea monster into a monster. Otherwise, the general would probably take a few more glances, which would be bad. I'm afraid he would find us. Generally speaking, wild monsters are very violent. Kizaru put such a big light bulb on the seabed, and with the temperament of the monster, he would definitely go over to fight. But if he went over, he would be exposed, and if he didn't go over, he would be suspicious and might also be exposed. Stop talking nonsense and get started. This kind of boring mission is really boring. The jealousy next to the greedy one looked impatient. He couldn't fight here and had to sneak around. This really made him, who valued shining in front of others, very unhappy. Chapter 911 The Arrival of the Thousand Lights Goddess, The Shock of the Garden. Don't worry. Although the difficulty of the mission has increased sharply now, this is the exciting part. When you run away later you will have a chance to show your talents. The greedy one smiled and comforted the jealous one. The current situation made it difficult for him to deal with, but this was the challenge. He was going to do something big. The reward from Doflamingo. He would definitely not be willing to give up like this. If he gave up easily, then his name of the greedy one would cry. It's almost there, wait until it's over. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the greedy one was stunned. His eyes flashed for a while. At the same time, thousands of meters above the sea, several transparent butterflies were scattered across the sky, floating in the wind. The vision of Greedy was also connected to these butterflies. This was the magic beast controlled by Greedy. It was a magic beast called Phantom Light Butterfly. It had the ability to be invisible. This invisibility was not simply camouflaged by controlling light, but also able to emit its own magic power and blend into the magic power of the atmosphere. In this way, even if they were not powerful, it was very difficult for ordinary strong men to detect the figure of the Phantom Light Butterfly when it was hidden. Therefore, it was also favored by Greedy as a means of detection. Now, through these Phantom Light Butterflies, Greedy caught a light shadow moving from the sky towards this side. As time passed, the white holy light became clearer and clearer. In the deep sea, Greedy's eyes also showed a look of shock. That's the Thousand Light Goddess. As Greedy saw the last image, he lost contact with the phantom butterfly in the sky. The immediate interruption of the connection made Greedy feel like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. The Thousand Lights Goddess, worthy of being the Thousand Lights Goddess, actually it immediately discovered the phantom butterfly I was controlling. At this time, after being shocked, the Greedy immediately planned not to show up. The Thousand Light Goddess is here. The Greedy next to Nipporo became interested. The Thousand Light Goddess, a tough character who appeared recently. She only did two big things after her appearance. The first was to directly defeat a certain dread Demon King, which indirectly led to the corpse of this Demon King being picked up by the Magic Pattern Association. The second was even more explosive. She killed Dark Knight, the ruler of the 100 Ghosts, one of the 9 Demon Kings. It is said that the apostles were alarmed by this. This is a completely ruthless person. It's okay for ordinary Demon Kings, but she even dared to kill the 9 Demon Kings of the Dread Demon clan. Of course, in addition to courage, there is her terrifying strength. Yes, it is said that the apostles are looking for her. I didn't expect to meet her here. Now we'd better wait and see. Greed made the smile on his face fade. Because the number of people he met this time was a bit too much. It was hard to say how the situation would develop next. If the other party just happened to pass by, it would be fine, but if he came here specially, I am afraid that this mission will be completely ruined. When Greed made his mind wander. On the frozen sea. Whether it was the pirates of the pirate fleet or the navy of the navy warship, they all looked at the holy white light falling from the sky, and the light and shadow that looked like falling stars made them unable to take their eyes off. After all, such a scene reminded them of the big man who had become famous recently. Even Kizaru and Tomahawk collided again on the broken ice. They also stopped fighting. On several warships, Oyuan was controlling the warship to move forward along the surging ice. She was also curiously looking at the light and shadow that suddenly stopped in the sky. She could only vaguely see the figure in her field of vision. From the outline and the beautiful long hair floating, it can be judged that it is a woman. The face of the figure could not be seen clearly, as if it was affected by some power. But a pair of emerald eyes could be seen. At the same time, you can also feel the power of incomparable holiness and light. The thousand light goddess who killed the ruler of the 100 ghosts. With just one glance, Yuan identified the person. After all, this person's deeds are very big. In the Demon Pattern Association, the threat of the ruler of the 100 demons, Dark Knight, is very great, and his bounty is now as high as 38 billion Baileys. If it is calculated according to the level classification of the Hunter Association, it has reached the 3-star crown level. However, this demon king was killed by the Thousand Lights goddess. Such a strong man naturally attracts much attention. Many people are looking forward to the subsequent development. After all, it is rumored that the demon apostles have been dispatched. However, why would such a person come here? When Yuan was a little confused, countless light feathers began to fall from the sky, and the warm light made people feel happy. A hazy sleepiness began to rise. Bang bang bang! The pirates on the side of the Hegemony Alliance and the flying pirates who had already landed fell to the ground one after another. What is this? On the ship of the buggy pirates, the golden explosion Wunan felt the rising sleepiness. His pupils also shrank slightly, and he began to force himself to be alert. But he didn't hold on for long and fell to the ground. The navy, who were not far from the pirate fleet, were confused. They could see the crowded pirates in the distance began to fall frequently. Looking at the beautiful light feathers falling from the sky, his face was hot. Because they were completely fine. Great, the mysterious Thousand Lights goddess actually helped us. For the cheers of the crowd, Yuan was also a little happy. The Thousand Lights goddess appeared for a short time and was very mysterious. Although she had fought against the demons twice, no one knew her position yet. This is the first time she has attacked pirates. So powerful. Those pirates are fine. But Yuan looked at the battlefield of Admiral Kizaru in the distance. She could see that the battle axe of the Lion King, the god-killing tool, had also fallen to the ground. Although it was inevitable that he was strong enough to defeat the ruler of the 100 demons. But now, the strength that the Thousand Lights goddess showed was too terrifying. I have to go over and thank her. In just a moment, Yuan was ready to go forward and have a conversation. Whether it was to express gratitude or to let the navy befriend such a strong man. It's always right to have a conversation. Crack! Crack! Bang bang bang! Under Yuan's shocked eyes, accompanied by a burst of ice cracking in the sea. Splash! Splash! Countless sea water gushed out, turning the ice she had frozen into the sea again. The sea rose and turned into waves. This was not what Yuan was shocked about. What shocked her was seeing the figure slowly emerging on the waves. That figureth the strongest demon apostle, the Deep Sea King. Chapter 912 Who will win, who will lose? Finally found it. At this time, the Deep Sea King emerged from the top of the wave and looked at the sky. He looked at the light and shadow and smiled. It's the apostle. Demon apostle, the Deep Sea King, how could he be here? On the warship, many Navy officers also saw the existence of the Deep Sea King. Facing the existence of the Deep Sea King, many Navy officers were in fear. After all, the prestige of this apostle was terrifying. Hey! This mission is really dangerous. At this time, Kizaru had brought back the sleeping battle axe. As an important figure holding the god-annihilating tool. If this guy can be caught this time, I wonder how much bonus he can get. However, Kizaru is not too happy now. Looking at that figure, the figure of the strongest apostle. He can feel the extremely terrifying gap. It's like the sea to mortals, it's simply impossible to see the bottom. It's as if the whole world is him. The more powerful a person is, the more he can feel the extremely broad power. Because the Deep Sea King did not hide it at all. Bang! This feeling has that 517 guy become a god. Kizaru muttered a little after throwing the battle axe in his hand on the deck. But after being stunned for a while, he immediately prepared to leave here. There was no way, that apostle was so terrifying at first glance. There was no way not to run away from this wave. On the other side, the huge waves formed by the blue sea water continued to rise. until it rose thousands of meters. The deep sea king standing on it and the light and shadow in the air faced the sea water from a distance. Did you kill the Dark Knight? Thousand Lights Goddess. Arceus in the light and shadow did not answer, but turned his eyes to the sleeping pirates and the panicked navy. Then, she flicked her fingers. Swoosh! Both the pirate fleet and the navy's warships were shrouded in white light. Then it suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already 100 miles away. The Deep Sea King did not agree with Arceus's actions. At this point, those ants were no longer in his eyes. He had entered a new realm and had fully felt the benefits of this terrible power. The four seas cheered for him and allowed him to mobilize, as if they were born that way. Standing on the sea, he had infinite power. This was a power that was like a rule. That was why the Deep Sea King could find him so quickly. After Dark Knight died, he sensed Dark Knight's existence in the underworld. After taking the memory of the Thousand Lights Goddess's power perception from Dark Knight in the underworld, the Deep Sea King began to perceive it through the sea. As long as the Thousand Lights Goddess used her power again, he could perceive it through the sea. Then he used the sea as a medium to transmit it. Now he had been squatting for a day, and he finally squatted. To be honest, if he had squatted longer, the Deep Sea King felt that he would give up going back to Greedy Island to go fishing. Fortunately, he was still quite lucky. Goddess of Thousand Lights, since you dare to kill Dark Knight, it seems that you are well prepared. The Deep Sea King was not surprised by Arceus' silence. The Thousand Lights Goddess is very mysterious. No one has ever heard her speak. It is normal for her not to speak. However, even if she is silent, things cannot be left like this. Dark Knight is dead, but not dead. The power he holds has the element of ghosts. Therefore, he can still crawl out of the underworld after death. This is the experience gained after Dark Knight's death, but the process is more complicated. Although Dark Knight is not really dead, he is dead in the eyes of the world. If a demon king of the level of the 9 demon king dies and the demon clan does not react, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the world? Now I give you two choices. Join our demon clan, or Hwalala. As the Deep Sea King moved his mind, the surrounding sea began to boil and swept up. It turned into a sea and sky sword that spread across the sky. Fight! The tone of the Deep Sea King was full of confidence. Although he could feel the power of the man in front of him. But now that he has entered a new realm, he is so powerful. There is no reason and he will not lose. If he wants to fight, he will win. The Deep Sea King silently gave himself a will win buff, full of confidence. Facing the confidence of the Deep Sea King, Arceus had no desire to speak. It was indeed she who killed the Demon King named Dark Knight. She was a little heavy at that time, because she didn't like the style of that guy. But no matter what, she would not be entangled in such things. The reputation of the Fear Demon clan is really not good. Facing the victim, Arceus felt no fluctuation in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. Although the guy in front of him felt very powerful. But now she didn't seem to be weak either. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the power in her body turned, wings like countless light strips began to emerge from the periphery of her back. These light strips extended infinitely. The rays of light flowed through it, and the various colors of light intertwined. Derived to the sky, like a rainbow reaching the sky. So beautiful. On the sea 100 miles away. On the warship that was teleported here by Arceus. The garden looked at the floating clouds in the distant sky. The colorful rays of light appeared. As dazzling as the aurora, as charming as the rainbow. This is the origin of the nickname of the Thousand Lights Goddess. Such a dreamy scene made Oyuan's eyes full of brilliance. Beautiful things are always pleasing to the eye. And it is not only beautiful, but also powerful. Can that sir win? He will lose. That's the strongest apostle. Although the aurora-like scene in the distance looks charming. But many Navy officers are not optimistic. The reputation of the strongest apostle is to step on two gods to rise to the top. Although that is not the apostle's own power, he can burst out such power. Maybe it will burst out at any time. Oyuan thought so too. So, after she was stunned for a while, immediately began to contact the Navy and the Kingdom of Miracles. Let's not talk about the Navy first. To say who the demons are most concerned about, it must be the 6 major forces that make up the Magic Pattern Association. Among them, the Kingdom of Miracles is the main force to lock on the movements of the Demon Kings of the demons. Want to ask for help? The first choice of the O Garden is naturally its own forces and the Kingdom of Miracles. Of course, the newly emerged transcendent power, the Phantom Demon Council, can also ask for help. After all, there is also the concept of restraining the rioting demons and monsters there. Chapter 913 I will achieve complete victory, daytime and starry sky. Boom. When asking for help in the O Garden, the battle on the other side has already started. The terrifying light cannon began to sweep towards the Deep Sea King. Now Arceus' 3 main abilities are all S level. Although the 2 deeds are few, the sensation caused is particularly large, especially the second event. Therefore, the 3 upgraded abilities, combined with the light cannon, are also terrifyingly strong. After all, this is a move specially developed by Mert for Arceus, which can maximize her ability. All kinds of defense reduction and attack. Even the Deep Sea King, who has already transformed, has a big change of expression. Boom. The vast sea of the Deep Sea King's law blocked him. It constantly collided with the light cannon and exploded. A huge circle of water vapor mist began to expand, covering the sky. The glow and the mist rings complemented each other, making this place extremely dreamy. But this dreamy scene was full of murderous intent. How is it possible? Such power! The Deep Sea King looked at the colorful light cannon that was constantly eroding his law, and his face darkened. It clearly felt that he had not entered that realm. But there was such a powerful force, it was simply terrifying. Wow! He didn't want to enter the new realm and officially show up only to be defeated. After a lot of emotional excitement, the Deep Sea King directly merged into the sea under his feet. Boom! The terrible tsunami began to move up, connecting with the sky, and continued to expand. Hwa-la-la-la! The terrifying sea giant appeared from the ground. Its height was 100 miles. The entire North Sea began to slowly flow back due to the appearance of the water giant. Monster! Looking up at the terrifying giant that pierced the sky. Feeling the surrounding sea currents surging and rushing towards the direction of the giant. Even Kizaru was not calm, with cold sweat on his face. Watching the battle from 100 miles away should have been a safe distance. However, looking at the terrifying giant in the sky who could touch them with a single hand. Such an idea must be a pipe dream. Now, they are still in the center of the war. No nonsense. Kizaru immediately took out a card from his body and used it. Tear. The space in front was like a curtain being pulled open, revealing a dark portal. Leave here quickly, I can't guarantee your safety if this goes on. Hearing Kizaru's words, Oiwan also used the ice layer to freeze the turbulent sea currents around. Then he controlled the ice to push several warships into the space portal. Except Oiwan. Green Bull, who also came to Kizaru's warship, also took action. The giant tree behind him directly stretched out its extremely thick branches to tie up the pirate ships and dragged them to the space portal. This scene made Kizaru, who was not far away, speechless. Vice Admiral Aramaki, you still love pirates so much. But we can't waste time now. These pirates are also lives. We can't let them die like this. For Kizaru's speechlessness, Aramaki looked righteous. These pirates are all military merits. Now the Navy stipulates that military merits can be exchanged for contributions to Greed Island. Now because of his ability, he is very short of high-level plants. He only has one S-level plant on Greed Island, an ancient green tree. If he wants other high-level plants, he needs a lot of mind points. As long as there are enough high-level plants, he will have the hope of obtaining the final rewards of several 7th floors of the Trial Tower. At that time, he formed a virtuous circle and took off directly. At this time, seeing Aramaki's expression, Kizaru felt like complaining. Having spent some time with Aramaki, he naturally understood what kind of person he was. All he wanted was the value of these pirates. It's just that they were running for their lives now, and this guy was only interested in money and not his life. Hurry up. I don't care. But if Marshal Sengoku knows about the situation here, it's hard to say. Hearing Kizaru's words, Aramaki hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he directly controlled the endless branches to wreak havoc. All the famous pirates on each pirate ship were pulled to the bottom, and then placed on the buggy pirate ship. They started to run away with such a ship. Too many pirate ships and weak pirate scum are too much of a burden, so they are not needed. Time is limited, and this is the maximum benefit. Clatter. Soon. The warship where Kizaru was also entered the space portal. clatter. As the warship detached from the space portal, it came to hundreds of kilometers away. The sky curtain that Kizaru had just used can only transfer hundreds of kilometers at most, that is, 200 miles. However, even here, they still clearly saw the huge figure in the distance. The figure hundreds of miles high is really too tall. Even though they were now 300 miles apart, the huge figure was still extremely huge. Fortunately, the sense of oppression was not as strong as before. Move again. Kizaru took out another void curtain. So, under Kizaru's caution, they moved several times in succession, each time hundreds of kilometers. Finally, looking at the head of the sea giant exposed in the distant horizon. At this time, they were already hundreds of kilometers apart. It was a wonder of the ages that the head of the sea giant could still be seen at such a distance. Of course, for ordinary people who witnessed this scene, this was a very scary thing. Finally, I ran far away. There shouldn't be any problem at this distance. Kizaru touched his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. What a monster! The so-called strongest apostle is really terrifying. Next, the major forces will probably have a headache. After settling down, Kizaru sighed. I clearly felt that my strength should be enough. After feeling the pressure from the apostles, Kizaru felt that he might need to improve his strength more seriously. Fortunately, the apostles' focus was not on them this time, otherwise they would be finished. General Kizaru, Marshal Sengoku is already arranging support. He asked you well, to let us observe this war carefully. Hearing the message after Daotu's communication, Kizaru's face stiffened for a moment. Tisk tisk, Marshal Sengoku really thinks highly of me. I can't get close to such a battlefield with my thin arms and legs, please spare me. After a pause, Kizaru continued. Who is the support Marshal Sengoku is talking about? I feel that the apostle is abnormally strong. Perhaps, he has on the other side, the sea giant is gathering extremely terrifying magic power. The fear magic power floating in the atmosphere and ocean is gathering towards it. The deep sea king is not making such a big move to be a target. It is to gather more powerful power. Sorry for the long wait. Next, this is the blooming of my strongest power. With this move, I will achieve complete victory. Accompanied by an extremely loud voice, the head of the sea giant began to condense an extremely dazzling deep blue light. This is the strongest move used by the deep sea king with the sea giant as the medium. Sea and sky magic light. Accompanied by the explosion of the deep blue light cannon. Arzusa's emerald eyes flickered slightly. The countless light arms behind her, like aurora wings, began to shrink rapidly along the original trajectory. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if the circuit was quickly extinguished. The light finally extinguished on her back. But, the next moment, light wings spread. The power taken from a certain moonlight move that Merle gave her bloomed immediately. An extremely gorgeous white light began to explode. The grand light wings instantly spread out in the sky, directly colliding with the deep sea king's sea and sky magic light. Boom boom. Indescribable vibrations and light and shadows began to erupt. Finally, the world was divided into two, daytime and starry sky. Chapter 914 Worship as a God, White Name. One day later, the sea began to spread a shocking news. The strongest apostle, the deep sea king, was defeated by the Thousand Lights goddess who suddenly appeared. The strength displayed by both sides in this battle was very terrifying. Even Morgans has given both sides the name of God. They are the Thousand Lights goddess and the sea god. This approach also made many people feel relieved. Because as long as they are worshipped as gods, then they need to follow the initiative of the King of Miracles and cannot act at will. This is the most beneficial to ordinary people. However, no matter what, the birth of the Thousand Lights goddess and the sea god really shocked the world. Whether it is the Thousand Lights goddess or the sea god who suddenly appeared, they all made them worried. The number of gods is increasing, and this world is becoming more and more dangerous. Besides, the sea god is one of the demon god's apostles. It's easy to imagine. The other apostles are probably not far from being gods either. Many people get goosebumps when they think of this situation. This world is really not easy to deal with. When the sea of the real world is boiling. Soul Society, Spirit Court. The second team captain's quarters. The scenery here is pleasant. The yard is a quiet green forest, and there is also a carefully cultivated flower field in the yard. The breeze blows, the branches bend, and the fragrance is fragrant. Under an ancient tree next to the flower field. At this time, Moer is sitting in an ancient wooden rocking chair, reading the newspaper with relish. Next to him, the captain of the second team, Kyunyi, is sitting on the swing hanging on the ancient tree. As the swing sways slowly, she stares at Moer blankly. After a while, Moer puts down the newspaper. Kyunyi immediately gets up from the swing. Swaying her carefully tied braids, she throws herself on Moer. Moer hugs the soft body hanging on him. He looked at the little red face close at hand, and stretched out his fingers to gently stroke the warm and delicate cheek with flying clouds. Xiao Kyunyi, if you keep doing this, my rocking chair can't bear it. Kyunyi felt the touch on her face, her eyes were a little blurry. Then she came back to her senses, slightly tilted her face, and said with some stammering. You are my vice-captain now. What's wrong with me hugging you? At most, I will compensate you. Listening to Kyunyi's somewhat unreliable words, Moer smiled slightly. Xiao Kyunyi, are you going to give me a gift? I'm really looking forward to it. No, just by the way. When Kyunyi buried her head in Moer's arms shyly, a beautiful girl with slightly shining purple pupils appeared out of thin air. My father, the time has come. As soon as she appeared, she stared at Kyunyi with a smile. You can't always spoil Kyunyi. She will learn bad things if you do that. As soon as these words came out, Kyunyi stood up from Moer. Then she looked at the girl with a bad face. Lihun, don't enter my team house without my consent. Oh. Are you angry? I didn't expect you to get angry just by saying a few truths. This shows how willful you are. Lihun's two words made Kyunyi's face darken. Fortunately, Moer also stood up. He reached out and touched Kyunyi's cheek. Then his fingers slowly stroked the two newly tied braids in Kyunyi's short hair. Soft, delicate, and very smooth. Let's do it this time. Little Kyunyi. And the braids are very cute. Hearing Moer's words, Kyunyi's cheeks flushed immediately. Moer's praise echoed in her mind, and her eyes unconsciously had a special effect of spinning in circles. Some steam came out of her head. After a while, Kyunyi came back to her senses. Looking at the empty yard, Kyunyi curled her newly braided hair with her fingers. Perhaps she would look better with two braids from her short hair, which was what she did after hearing her father say. Now that she was praised, she felt her mood suddenly jumped up. Kyunyi hummed a song, and walked out of the team house with a smile on her face. Next, she would go to her mother to arrange flowers. As for the rocking chair she prepared, she would send it next time. When she makes a small request, it shouldn't be too much, right? On the other side, the dark passage leading to the Spirit King Palace, white spirits paved the ground into a road. Moer walked slowly on this road. Next, Lihun leaned against her, holding Moer's right arm with both hands. The proud mountains buried most of it. In the silent passage, Lihun felt that he could hear his heartbeat speeding up slightly. My father, I made another interesting gadget. Wait a minute, can you enjoy it with me? Of course, what interesting thing did Xiaodao-chan prepare this time? This time keep it secret. Lihun stretched out his tone, and then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. So mysterious. Then I'll wait and see. Buzz. Mare walked into the white light portal at the end with an expectant smile. Soon, he came to the mysterious Soul King Palace world circulated in Soul Society. As soon as he arrived, he stepped into the Soul King Palace Omotsando floating in the air. The air was rich in spirit particles, which had a strong suppression on ordinary death gods. From here, you can see the Soul King's great inner palace floating in the center of the small world in the distance. It is surrounded by a city with 5 members of the Zero Division. Haha, Dad is here. I'm the first one. The voice came before the person arrived. Pang! A figure passed by and crashed directly into Moer's arms. Moer took 2 steps back and let his right arm escape from the warmth of Lihun. Huff! Huff! Looking at the black-haired girl hanging on him, breathing heavily in his arms like a pig. She wore a cute white rabbit ear headdress and looked very energetic. Moer couldn't help laughing and reached out to hold her restless head. Very good, super cute by Ming, the adults are full of energy. Next, come and join me in the 5.6 hero adventure. Dad. The girl took a few deep breaths and came down directly, pulling Moer's arm and running away. Wait, Bai Ming. Father has made an appointment with me. So you need to spend some time with me in the next period of time. Damn it! Li Hun, you are so cunning. I asked you to go to pick up Dad, but you ran away. Look at my tickling method. Li Hun's words immediately diverted Bai Ming's attention, and he rushed towards Li Hun with his teeth and claws bared. How could I let you succeed? Stupid Bai Ming! Li Hun directly pressed Bai Ming's head and complained. She was a head taller than Bai Ming and easily resolved Bai Ming's sneak attack. Bai Ming's hand was really out of reach, and the sneak attack failed. You still dare to resist? Look at my chest attack method. Soon, the two of them started fighting. The atmosphere looked good. Chapter 915 I am the Spirit King? It is my duty. While Bai Ming and Li Hun were playing, a lazy girl with sleepy eyes slowly emerged behind Moer. As soon as she appeared, she hung behind Moer in a floating state. Good morning, Dad. So comfortable, zzzzz. After mumbling a few words to the girl hanging on him, he fell into a dream. Moer shook his head. He looked at the girl with her chin resting on his shoulder. He rubbed the girl's delicate nose with his fingers. Dad, don't be weird, let me sleep for a while as Xiao Huanmeng comes to me when she sleeps, it's really touching. He fiddled with the girl's hair that had turned pink due to her ability. Then Mel let the soft girl hang on him. At the beginning, he created 4 Lolas in the Spirit King Palace to accompany the spirits, and trained them as members of the Zero Squad. Bai Ming, Li Hun, Huanmeng, Ling Yin, from oldest to youngest. Their names are also a summary of their abilities. The third oldest Huanmeng is usually very lazy and sleeps all day long. Even when she moves, she sleeps while floating. This is related to her ability. Her ability the power is dream, and can observe the dreams of all living beings. Of course, before, she could only observe the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Now her ability has become even stronger after breaking through the boundaries of the God of Death through the 4 returns of the Spirit. Now she has also included the underworld in the observation range. Even through the portal connecting the real world and the demonic land of the Red Earth continent, Hueco Mundo can observe some dreams of the real world. This ability is very powerful, but it also affects dreams. It makes her like to sleep and her temperament becomes very lazy. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by a pleasant sound. To the right of Merle, an elegant girl appeared with a flute hanging around her waist. She was Lingyan. Father, I have a new song, I hope you can appreciate it. Of course, I am looking forward to it. Moer nodded slightly at the girl's gentle manner. Ryan, the ability is the control of the soul system, which is manifested by the voice of the soul. It has many effects, such as purifying the mind, healing, emotional control, memory reading, soul control, etc. The ability to control Zanpakuto through the voice of the soul is an ability to attack the God of Death. Of course, in addition to Zanpakuto, other lives can also be controlled. It's just that for Zanpakuto, which is a soul individual separated from the body, it has a stronger effect. The biggest hobby of Ryan, who has this ability, is naturally music. Whether it is a musical instrument or singing, it is no problem. Let's go. If you stay here too long, Ling will complain. Soon, Bai Ming and Li Hun stopped playing and followed Moer to the inner palace of the Spirit King. As soon as they arrived at the top floor of this huge building, a seductive figure pounced directly on Moer. Bang! The impact directly shook Huanmeng, who was hanging on Moer's back, away. Huanmeng flipped sideways in the air in a daze. Then she floated to the nearest Lingyan and became a pendant again. Mo, you are finally here. I am so angry, you have to coax me well this time. Looking at the face so close, Moer pinched the puffy pink cheeks with both hands and pulled them slightly. Woo woo woo. How old are you, why are you still like a child? Looking at Ling's extremely charming face being pulled into a cute look, Moer's mouth corners rose. Woo, I don't care, you come here less and less now, it's too much. If this goes on, I won't stay in Lingwang Palace anymore. I'm going to hang on you directly. Hearing Ling say this, Moer replied directly. It's not impossible. Hey can I? Ling was about to talk about it, but she was stunned, and then she almost jumped up. Of course, it's normal for Ling to be by my side. After all, you are my Zanpakuta. Then what about Lingwang Palace? Now this space is completely stable, and you don't need to stay there anymore. Great, I knew Momo loved me the most. Moer's words made Ling jump for joy. Her soft and delicate face rubbed against Moer's side face, and her behavior was like an elegant cat. Wait, I don't agree. When Ling was happy, Bai Ming was the first to jump out an object. There is no Ling Wang in Ling Wang Palace, what kind of joke is this? So mom can't leave? Looking at Bai Ming's face as if it was a matter of course. Ling felt that she should take out a hamster wheel and let Bai Ming run on it for 24 hours. I've decided, little Bai Ming. You will be the Ling Wang in the future. Hey! I will be the Ling Wang? Really? At this time, Bai Ming hesitated after hearing Ling's words. Originally, she thought that no matter what tricks her mother played, she would never agree. If her mother is happy, they will be miserable. In the future, her mother will always be by her father's side, and she will have no place to use her tricks. She can't do bad things in front of her mother. So, for the happiness of her daughter, her mother's happiness will be put aside for the time being. That's what she thought originally. But now she wants her to be the King of Spirits. Being the King of Spirits is too majestic. In the King of Spirits Palace 037 is simply her territory and she has the final say. The previous problems are not problems anymore. When her father comes, she can just leave her mother outside. This is the order of the Supreme King of Spirits Bai Ming, and even her father will definitely spoil her. Okay, I agree. I have no choice but to take the position of King of Spirits. No, for the happiness of my mother, let me take over the important task. Looking at Bai Ming wearing a pair of white rabbit ears and looking righteous. The Li Hun next to him laughed. I don't agree. How can someone wearing rabbit ears be the Spirit King? Please consider the candidate for the Spirit King position, mother, or let us vote on our own. Hearing Li Hun's words, Bai Ming immediately became anxious. What vote? If you vote for her, she will definitely have no chance. Usually, she is teasing the third and fourth children, how could they vote for her? Are you kidding me? Wearing rabbit ears is a waste of your money? The Spirit King can be cute, too. And Dad likes me wearing rabbit ears. I think this is not a problem at all. Dad must support me too. Seeing that Li Hun was about to open his mouth again, Bai Ming hurriedly pulled Moer's arm and shook it. Dad, speak up. Am I the most suitable person to be the Spirit King because I am so cute? Chapter 916, Moer's Journey of the Brave, Dance of Love. As Bai Ming acted cute and coquettish on Moer. In the end, the position of the Spirit King finally fell on her. The position of the Spirit King was transferred in a child's play. Very good, I am the Spirit King now. Dad, the Spirit King wants to play now, come and play with me. At Bai Ming's request, several people were directly transferred to a fantastic dream world. This is a dream world constructed by Huan Meng, with the theme of brave adventure. Now, the brave team composed of 3 brave men, Moer, Bai Ming, and Li Hun, is about to attack the Demon King's castle. It is said that the extremely lazy and powerful Demon King is sleeping soundly in the Demon King's castle. And while she was asleep, countless monsters continued to pour out from the dungeons around the Demon King's castle. Whether it was all kinds of strange and abstract monsters, or monsters that looked beautiful and violent. Boom! The extremely dazzling white light flashed, accompanied by a loud noise that resounded through the sky. Endless flames began to explode and spread, forming a huge fireball of thousands of meters. The heat and impact whistled past, and the atmosphere trembled. The shaking and roaring earth raised smoke and dust all over the sky. The world seemed to have fallen into doomsday, with only scorched earth and heat left. Ha 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 ha, I'm so awesome. A mere earth dragon can never stop my gorgeous and invincible slash. Who else in this world can stop the invincible and lovely Bai Ming brave master? Not even the Demon King can. Looking at Bai Ming dressed in a gorgeous fire armor swordsman, he held up a flaming sword and laughed wildly. Mare, wearing a stardust magic robe, felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Stupid Bai Ming, you have lifted up the earth dragon. All the materials are gone. At this time, Li Hun rolled her eyes at Bai Ming. She is now set as a prop maker, who can make powerful props and equipment through materials. However, materials are needed. Now the earth dragon has been turned into ashes by Bai Ming, so there is naturally no material. Hee. Bai Ming smiled a little guilty about Li Hun's accusation. Then his tone began to be righteous again. Even if I am 99% wrong, doesn't the earth dragon have 1% fault? In the final analysis, it's not that it's too weak. It can't even withstand my ultimate move. Such scum is useless as a prop. Are you the maker or am I the maker? Is it you who decides whether it is useful or not, or I have the final say? Seeing that Bai Ming was stubborn and wanted to talk back, Li Hun took out his ultimate move directly. If you continue to be stubborn, the Gundam you want to build will be gone. After saying this, Bai Ming thrust his sword into the ground. Putting his hands together, he looked humble. Li Hun Chani was wrong. From now on I will never dare to be stubborn again. Bai Ming's eyes full of water waves and the scalp-numbing coquettish voice made Li Hun understand. Next time, she will definitely dare to do it again. Forget it, I won't bother with you, you idiot. The Earth Dragon is gone, and there is a Demon Earth Kylan. This one is stronger. With your current equipment, you can't even beat it without enhancement. Li Hun analyzed calmly. The equipment on Bai Ming was made by her, so she naturally knew how much combat power it could burst out. Wow! So strong? Then I'm so looking forward to it. No matter how strong it is, it's nothing under my talent. The power of the Demon Earth Kylan will only make Bai Ming more excited. In this world, the talent she possesses for changing clothes and enhancing has a noble percentage enhancement effect. As long as you perform the magic of changing clothes, you can enjoy a powerful bonus for a short time. From the position, she is the main C of the brave team. Wait, hee. I don't have enough mana, Dad, I need more mana. Bang! Bai Ming ran. She ran into Moer's arms in a fiery fire armor. Looking at Bai Ming in his arms, he raised his head. Her meaning was very clear. No. Absolutely not. You can't use skills once a day here. You still have a lot of mana left, I have your favorite mana enhancing potion here. Take it and drink it. Li Hun quickly took out a milk bottle from his bag, and then pressed it directly into Bai Ming's mouth without thinking. Woo woo. Looking at Bai Ming in his arms, wearing red rabbit ears that matched the armor, and a milk bottle in his mouth. Moer was a little amused, and he reached out to hold the milk bottle. Drink slowly. The feeling is coming. Bai Ming looked at the doting smile on Moer's lips, and suddenly felt that this was pretty good. So he drank milk and made up for the basket. Time passed. Time in the dream world passed faster than in reality. A month passed in the dream in a blink of an eye. After a journey of fighting monsters and various plots, the brave team created various powerful equipment and props. Finally, they defeated various powerful monsters. During the period, Ling Ian acted as the monster commander and kept coming to entangle. And Ling, as the master of the Demon King, also repeatedly rescued Ling Ian. Bai Ming had a lot of fun in it, and Moer also enjoyed the process. Li Hun's tired expression added to the fun. Demon King Castle. Ho ho ho. Accompanied by a burst of four-color light. The Demon King Huanmeng was defeated. A big battle, the key was solved by Moer's hug and a kiss. His profession is a charm mage, and his talent is charm. This profession and talent were all set for him by Bai Ming and Huanmeng. In fact, it works well. You can control monsters through charm magic. What's strange is that there are very special magics that require corresponding actions to use. For example, the mana and health recovery for teammates and the weakness and imprisonment special effects for enemies, etc., require hugs and kisses to use. This will be a bit more troublesome. But the effect is really strong. The Demon King Huanmeng was hugged by him and became powerless. She was kissed on the forehead by him and couldn't move. Then she was killed by the red-eyed Bai Ming. The fight was a bit abstract. But this brave adventure is pretty good overall. Time flows. Da-da-da. Spirit King Palace, Phoenix Hall. In the dimly lit gorgeous hall, Mare, who came out of the dream world, was accompanying Li Hun here, and even changed his clothes according to Li Hun's request before coming. After arriving at the hall, Mare and the little Li Hun who likes to be a riddler had a verbal argument. He finally saw the interesting gadgets that Li Hun had made. It was a small stage. Two little figures on the stage danced like elves to the melodious melody and flickering light. They looked noble and elegant. Time passed in the melodious music. The song ended. The familiar prelude sounded again. After calmly appreciating the song, Moer looked at Li Hun's eyes with purple light. The eyes that could speak seemed to provoke people's passion. Then would it be convenient for you to dance with me? My little princess. Facing Moer's outstretched hand, Li Hun instantly smiled, which made the surroundings pale. She stretched out her hand and held Moer's palm. Of course, my ding ding bell. The melodious music continued. The flickering light shone on the small rotating stage. A text was written in a hidden place behind the stage. The Prince and Princess's Heartwarming Dance. Chapter 917, The Map of the Underworld, The Battle between Donghuang and the Deep Sea King. Time passed, 2 days later. The underworld began to usher in a heavyweight war. Before that, the greedy Island Sea clan had been stepping into the underworld. Their footprints expanded across a large area of the underworld, and even developed towards the land on a large scale. The entire underworld has 4 continents in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. These 4 continents occupy the center of the underworld, and the ends of the north and south directions are also occupied by the continents. The 4 continents are mutually there are 2 intersecting obstacles blocking their connection. One is the narrow seaway in the extreme north of the east continent. The other is the narrow mountain range in the extreme south of the east continent. These 2 obstacles are like cutting a cake, cutting the whole cake into 4 pieces in a crossway. Such a model is naturally not a coincidence, because it corresponds to the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line in the present world. Of course, the narrow seaway without interruption is equivalent to the Red Earth continent. And the continuous mountain range with a width of thousands of kilometers corresponds to the Grand Line. Let's not talk about the 4 continents and the 2 obstacles on them. Except for this distribution, the rest of the underworld is the sea on the east and west sides. Greed Island is located in the East Sea of the underworld. The sea tribes that attacked from Greed Island, after incorporating the entire East Sea into the territory at an unimaginable speed, the main force set out towards the continuous coastline of the East continent. In addition, there are also several newly promoted Sea Clan emperors leading the Sea Clan army. 077. They marched along the narrow seaway entrance in the far north. It seemed as if they were going to take the entire underworld in one go along the narrow seaway. That's right. The 3 major forces that followed the Sea Clan to the underworld continent had a conflict with the Sea Clan. Seeing such a big piece of cake in the underworld appear, the 3 major forces, the Human Union, the Subhuman Alliance, and the Forest Alliance, naturally wanted to share a piece of the pie. It's impossible to let the Sea Clan eat all the oil. In response to this, the attitude of the Sea Clan is to fight. Because the attitude of the East Emperor and the West Emperor is tough, the Sea Clan subjects below are particularly hard-working. So the entire underworld ushered in various local wars. The overall intensity of the war is not great. Most of the conflicts are at the time of high-level combat power. After all, there were many casualties in the battle for hegemony over the sea and land, and the 3 major forces were not willing to engage in large-scale wars with the Sea Clan again. The Sea Clan was also happy to do so. One of the purposes of conflicting with the 3 major forces is to show strength. After all, the underworld is not full of weaklings. There are certainly some strong people among the residents of the underworld. They are the life forms of various cultivation systems in the world. After death, they retain a lot of power in their lifetime and quickly become strong again. Of course, ordinary strong people are naturally not taken seriously by the sea people. However, there are also death gods stationed everywhere. The sole society behind the death gods is feared by the sea people of Greedy Island. In addition, there is Dark Knight, the ruler of the 100 demons, one of the 9 demon kings of the demon clan. He also made the demon clan extend its power to the underworld. The demon clan became the backing of Dark Knight. This means that the hands of the demon clan have also reached the underworld. In addition to the death god and the demon clan, there is also the fantasy beast island. With the help of the Hades dragon, one of the 3 guardian fantasy beasts. Many fantasy beasts such as the spirit system and soul system and subspecies fantasy beasts directly flocked into the underworld, standing on the territory where the Hades dragon is. Not only that, the blood tribe of the Dark Curtain also entered the underworld on a large scale through the death god of the Tarot Totem. In the dark, the spirit of the 7 Desires Pot, the 7 Desires Lord, also began to shuttle through the chaotic underworld to make trouble. It can be said that the underworld is also a riot of demons. Under such circumstances, the residents of the entire underworld are in a panic. Originally, the underworld was intervened by the death god. Although there were occasional waves, it was generally calm. Now, the outflow of the Greedy Island Sea Clan and the 3 major forces directly brought a violent shock to the underworld. The residents of the underworld are both excited and worried about the birth of Greedy Island. The excitement is naturally because Greedy Island brings them new possibilities. In this vast underworld, it is very difficult for ordinary dead people to gain powerful strength. If you are an ordinary person before your death, most of them can only become ordinary residents of the underworld after death. The practice methods of domineering, physical skills, etc. popularized in the martial arts era. In this world of dead souls, it can't be said to be useless, it can only be said that it is indeed not powerful. Therefore, the telekinesis system of Greed Island has become the goal desired by the residents of the underworld. But at the same time, the disputes brought by Greed Island have indeed made them afraid. However, no matter how they feel, the conflicts between various forces will not stop because of their attitude. Now, a certain area in the inland of the eastern continent of the underworld is taking place in a war that shakes the underworld. The demon base camp built by the 9 demon kings and the rulers of the 100 ghosts of the demon clan, located here, ushered in a heavy blow from the main force of the Sea clan. After a great battle between the armies below, the demon apostle Deep Sea King took action, and along with his action, Donghuang Long Aotian also took action. The two sides turned into streams of light leaping in the sky and kept fighting. As they fought, terrible shock waves continued to sweep. 10,000 dragons. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky. After dodging a simple water knife attack from the Deep Sea King, Donghuang formed seals with his fingers. Countless golden dragons appeared behind him and expanded rapidly. Golden dragons danced majestically, and the lifelike dragons roared out. A spectacular scene of thousands of dragons marching together. The sea tribes and demons watching the battle below and the residents of the underworld who witnessed this scene from afar were horrified. The darker sky of the underworld than the present world also burst into bright golden light as Donghuang made his move. The sky seemed to turn golden. Facing Donghuang's moves, the Deep Sea King was not to be outdone. Deep Sea Magic Light. The blue light burst out from behind him and turned into dense blue light cannons. The Deep Sea King felt. At this point, there was no need to do so many fancy tricks. With his own ability as the core, he developed a universal move, which could be used everywhere. This was his choice. Roar, roar, roar. Swish, swish, swish. As the big moves of both sides collided, the sky was silent for a moment. A golden and blue interwoven ball of light grew rapidly. After spreading for thousands of meters, it touched the ground. The ball of light suddenly exploded like a balloon pierced by a needle. Boom! A huge explosion that shook the sky began to explode. The colors of the sky suddenly intertwined into 2 colors. The shining gold and the dark blue flashed back and forth, looking very charming. However, the residents of the underworld in the East continent did not think it looked good. They were all panicking now. Looking at the distant 2-color skylight, feeling the earth shaking around them like an earthquake, they were really panicking. Chapter 918 Apostle Tianlong took action, the distortion of magic. That was a war of gods, definitely a war of gods. This feeling is right, I have experience. What experience? Someone else asked. I was affected by the disaster caused by the war of gods and died. An uncle-like underworld resident answered with a face full of tears and laughter. It caused panic among other people around. After witnessing the terrifying sky change that shook the sky in the distance, many underworld residents were really panicking. After all, they didn't really know nothing. There are many new residents in the underworld in recent years. They naturally knew the gods of the present world and the wars between gods. The battle scene in front of them was so grand. Some of the residents of the underworld who had experienced many wars between gods in their lifetime could confirm with certainty that the scene in front of them was a war between gods. Because most wars between gods were not only extremely grand, but also spectacular, as if they could destroy the world. That was a very subtle feeling. Almost everyone who had experienced a few wars between gods could sense this strange and subtle feeling. It was a kind of inexplicable and wonderful rhythm. It made all other forces pale in comparison. Of course, no matter how it felt, people would rather not have such an experience. The war between gods represented intense danger. Especially in the underworld, they had a serious lack of sense of security. After all, this was not the present world. There were still many gods of justice and neutrality in the present world, and they could be used most of the time. Now, they really had to accept their fate. They had died once, and who knows if they would still be alive if they died again. Evacuate quickly. I hope the aftermath of this war of gods is not so dangerous. Many people who witnessed the two-color skylight did not hesitate. Everyone began to prepare for possible disasters. At this time, the residents of the underworld were most grateful that there was no sea or volcano nearby. Otherwise, according to the shaking scene before, maybe there would be a tsunami or a volcanic eruption. Now they only need to pay attention to the beasts that may riot in the nearby forest, earthquakes, mudslides on the nearby hillsides, etc. Well, it still sounds a bit dangerous. But compared to tsunamis and volcanoes, they feel much more relaxed. When residents from all sides of the East continent began to evacuate in the two-color skylight, the East Emperor still fought with the Deep Sea King. The two sides went back and forth, and the Golden Light Dragon and the Blue Light Cannon bombarded each other. The ground below them was still a mess. The forests, mountains, and streams were all blown away by the powerful shock wave. The bare earth and rocks were mixed with all kinds of mess. Dust and smoke rose and fell. The thick smoke rose and was blown away by the shock wave that swept down from the sky, and then the smoke and dust were raised again. The whole earth was ravaged beyond recognition. They fought almost without regard for consumption. The transformation of the new realm allowed them to initially infect matter to replenish their consumption. Especially in the underworld, the matter here is made of souls. The telekinesis system and the demon system are too compatible with the underworld, and the conversion efficiency is higher. And even if the power is burst out, it can attract a lot of power for recycling and secondary use. So the East Emperor and the Deep Sea King don't worry about consumption when they fight. Therefore, the battle scene is also extremely huge. As a result, the demons and sea tribes watching the battle below retreated again and again. Under such circumstances, however, there was a figure standing very conspicuously below the center of the battle. A red imperial robe with gold-edged patterns, a shrimp head and a human body. It was the West Emperor Xiaotiao Yunnan. The emperor looked at the raging light in the sky with a calm face. "Xi Huang, why did you attack our demon settlement?" A voice came from an open space not far from Xi Huang. There was also a figure standing there. But neither the Sea Clan nor the Demon Clan could witness it. Only the Western Emperor could observe it. He looked at the strange figure in front of him who seemed to be wearing a spacesuit and a glass cover on his head, and gave an answer. "It's very simple. You, the Deep Sea King, change your god's name. The sea god is not something he can touch. Just because of this, isn't it enough?" I heard the Western Emperor ask back. The glass cover of the strange figure began to bubble. In the transparent liquid, a huge human brain was trembling, as if laughing. "Enough, it is indeed enough. 0 Please give me flowers 0. But, you are looking for death. Really? I don't think so." The mysterious apostle Tianlong. The Western Emperor's face was still calm. Even though the guy in front of him was indeed powerful, which surprised him a little. But he still didn't care. As an emperor, he was actually very Buddhist. Most of the time, it was the Eastern Emperor who took him to play in double rows. However, as a Buddhist, he still has something that he cares about. The sea god is their creator. Therefore, this divine mandate has a special meaning for them. It is naturally impossible to let anybody pretend to be the master. This time, they will attack the demons. Although there are other purposes, this is the main reason. In that case, then let me see how powerful the Western Emperor is. Let the Deep Sea King change his name. Tianlong knows that this is impossible. Although he did not give the name himself. But since it has become an established fact, that guy will not compromise easily. Feel the distortion and depravity. Boom. After seeing the attitude of the Western Emperor, Tianlong directly began to show his military power. Everything began to disintegrate and turned into a dark mist rushing towards the Western Emperor. At this point, he has followed the Deep Sea King into the new realm he defined. Having reached such a realm, he can show his presence to the outside world. Tianlong looked at the Western Emperor in front of him. He had been hiding in the Demon God Island. Tianlong felt that he had almost forgotten what a real battle was like. Since the sea tribe jumped out, he would not be polite. Ho ho ho. The terrifying black fog enveloped the surroundings. It looked even deeper and more terrifying under the bright two-color skylight. In the black fog, Tianlong looked forward. He had the power to control everything. With this power, he could control the natural elements in battle and even control the enemy. But these powers could not satisfy him. He preferred to tap into the power of magic itself. In the face of the enemy, the distortion brought about by the magic itself by demonizing other lives was what Tianlong valued. Now was the time for him to practice this power. 9. Chapter 919 Demon Fallen Jade, the decision of the Phantom Demon Council. Twisted Magic Mist. Hiss. Hiss. The dark fog was raging, and there was a creepy sound wherever it passed. Even the land that was ravaged by Donghuang and the Deep Sea King was quickly twisted and disintegrated and then assimilated into black fog. This is the power that Tianlong is exploring. It has extremely terrifying twisting and assimilation characteristics, and is extremely targeted at life. Whether it is flesh and blood or soul, it can be easily twisted and assimilated by this power. Especially in the underworld, a world built by souls. The lethality is even stronger. It seems to be able to twist and disintegrate everything wherever it passes. Shrouded by such power, the shrimp-headed expression of Zhuang is still indifferent, at most showing a hint of displeasure. On his body, a ray of red light flows, resisting the twisting and assimilation of Tianlong. Is that all? In this dark fog, Zhuang looked at Tianlong not far away and asked calmly. Zhuang was indeed a little surprised by the power released by Tianlong. But that's all. He has the down principle. In terms of resistance, he is very terrible. The power in front of him has a terrible demonic nature, as if it can make all spirits degenerate and twist. Unfortunately, after being weakened by him, he no longer takes it seriously. The thoughts in his body are now enough to resist. In addition, thoughts are the power of will, which is extremely condensed. Facing such power is simply a professional match. Like a reef hit by endless waves, it stands still. Pa pa pa. A round of applause rang out. Looking at the Western Emperor standing there, his face unchanged, not even moving a step, Tianlong couldn't help but applaud. As expected of the Western Emperor. Such power is indeed powerful. But now it's just the appetizer. The surging dark tide began to gather and collapse rapidly from the outside to the inside. They surged. A series of dark black jades gathered directly behind Tianlong. Feeling the condensation of the black jades behind him, Tianlong was also slightly happy. In fact, he didn't expect to hurt the Western Emperor with that move just now. It's just to lay the groundwork for the advantage. The main course is coming next. He has a deep understanding of magic. If he could have a lot of advantages in the real world, then the magic of the atmosphere would be his help. As for the underworld, although the magic power here is scarce, but this is a world built by souls. For him, this is his home ground. By twisting the magic fog, everything will be quickly disintegrated and assimilated. Then condense these assimilated forces and turn them into stronger forces. This is a very simple strategy. Devil Fallen Jade. As the black jades condensed, even the Western Emperor couldn't help but become solemn. Without waiting for him to react, the black jades rushed in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the powerful of awe-inspiring majesty erupted from the Western Emperor. It turned into a red light and shadow and directly shattered all the black jades that were shot over. Hee. My twisted magic fog is not so easy to dispel, and Tianlong's voice echoed in the dim fog. The Western Emperor's eyes also showed a solemn expression. Because dense black balls could be seen behind Tianlong. It's really troublesome. Even Xi Huang felt that this scene was difficult. Just now, he crushed the black jade, so he naturally knew how difficult this kind of power was. It looked very corrosive. Just a touch. He could feel how difficult Tianlong was. Normally speaking, he would be very passive in a fight, because his recovery could not keep up with the consumption. However, with the authority of the concentrating divine furnace, he did not worry about the consumption. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black jades burst out again. This time, Xi Huang did not directly resist. Instead, he dodged these black jades. Looking at Xi Huang who was dodging, Tianlong pointed his finger slightly. Those dense black jades directly crossed the space and bombarded Xi Huang instantly. Tianlong, who had the power of domination, also involved in the law of space, and his attainments were not shallow. After all, under the grace of the demon god, what he learned from the power of the demon god was not worth mentioning. Tianlong, who has the power of domination, is very ambitious. He is eager to dominate more laws. If the Deep Sea King had not been controlled by the demon god halfway and gained huge benefits, then Tianlong would be the most unfathomable among the apostles. Even now, Tianlong quickly caught up. Boom! The red light and heat expanded and exploded crazily, turning into a huge fireball zero. Under Tianlong's unprepared attack, the Western Emperor directly launched a terrible explosive attack, temporarily dispersing the black fog. In addition to the relative power of down and up, he and the Eastern Emperor Long Aotian also have racial power. The Western Emperor is fire, and the Eastern Emperor is water. Therefore, even if the Western Emperor is very Buddhist and has not arranged anything, but in the West Sea, the shrimp people with the power of rocket shrimps are still treated favorably by various sea clans. Wow! Great! That's the power of His Majesty the Western Emperor. His Majesty the Western Emperor is truly invincible. In the Sea Tribe army that retreated far to the edge of the battlefield, the Rocket Shrimp tribe were all excited. After the battlefield was shrouded by the strange and terrifying black fog, they were very worried about the safety of the Western Emperor. In the West Sea, their tribe was treated well by the Western Emperor, so they were naturally his die-hard supporters. Now that they found that the Western Emperor was fine, they were naturally the most excited. In the Sea Tribe camp, some players were also very shocked when they saw the terrifying fireballs that exploded in the distance. The power that the Eastern Emperor and the Western Emperor have shown alone has already set off a storm among the player community. Times are changing too fast. It feels like the gods are almost worthless. However, after the shock, many people have already contacted their acquaintances in the newspaper. The entire world is now paying close attention to everything in the underworld. And the Eastern Emperor and the Western Emperor occupy the main field of vision of people. Therefore, this scene is worth a lot of 0.9 coins now. In the present world, a certain island. A magnificent and bright hall. 8 big men with great reputations in the sea are gathered on 8 white jade chairs. They are either projections or real people sitting around a round table. Since my proposal has passed the vote, let's start. The blue-haired young man with a red tattoo on his left cheek stood up. He looked up. Under the fiery eyes of the crowd, a golden scepter emerged from the air, carrying 8 white and black jades. It is the strongest god-destroying tool, the Phantom Demon, returning home. And here is also the base camp of the new power, the Phantom Demon Council. Just now, the Phantom Demon Council passed the proposal of Chief Zakrane. Use the strongest god-destroying tool to control the disputes between the Underworld Demon Clan and the Greedy Island Sea Clan. Now, it is time to implement it. Chapter 920 The strongest god-destroying tool is activated, breaking through the 2 worlds. Swish, swish, swish. Crack. Crack. Under the fiery gazes of the congressman, on both sides of the Phantom Demon's nest, a ray of light surged out from the strongest god-destroying tool, transforming into circular light arrays. The light arrays of 4 colors, namely, fiery red, aqua, earthy yellow, and azure wind, spread out flat. They slowly rotated around the strongest god-destroying tool. A ray of light of various colors penetrated from the magic array layer by layer, and finally gathered at the center of the Phantom Demon's nest. Above, a black sphere as dark as a black hole appeared under the collision of terrifying power. Chaos, that is the power of chaos. The power that can destroy the world. At this time, Doflamingo stood up and looked at the black sphere with excitement. Then he laughed in a low voice. Now Minga has no reason to be unhappy. After the efforts of the chief, the 4 corresponding attributes of the strongest god-destroying beast and the 4 corresponding attributes of the pure demon have been collected. Next is to witness this power that can destroy the world. Minga has the authority. But he can feel how incredible the power in front of him is. Crack. From the conference table the dome-shaped sky canopy above opened automatically. Ming Ji looked expectantly at the top of the dark sphere, the dark light array that continued to grow upward. Swish, swish, swish. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. 8 dark light arrays were generated. From bottom to top, the light grew bigger and bigger. The last light array was thousands of meters in size. It covered the sky like a canopy. Buzz boom. Accompanied by a burst of power, the chaotic light column jumped out of the sphere. It flew over 8 dark light arrays. Finally, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the sky was pierced. The underworld, the East Continent. East the Emperor and the Western Emperor were fighting against the Apostles Deep Sea King and Tianlong respectively. The two battlefields divided the world one above and one below. The sky was a mixture of golden and blue light. The ground was a collision of darkness and fire. From a distance, it was very spectacular. However, at some point after the fierce battle, the battles on both sides suddenly stopped. They looked up and looked at the more distant sky. Crack! Crack snap! Under their somewhat surprised gazes, the sky suddenly shattered like glass. A black beam of light burst out from it. Then it expanded rapidly. Boom! The two-color skylight was swallowed up, and the magic fog, flames, and scorched earth on the ground were also swallowed up. The beam of light expanded rapidly as if without restraint, so that the East Emperor, the West Emperor, and the two apostles directly retreated. Boom! Boom! The pitch-black darkness that penetrated the sky and the earth directly permeated the underworld for dozens of kilometers before it stopped. Now, it can no longer be considered a beam of light, but a chaos ball with a diameter of tens of kilometers. What is that? What on earth happened? In the Sea Tribe camp, a large group of players were all scared and relieved. The reason they were relieved? Because they were far enough away from the battlefield, hundreds of kilometers away. Otherwise, the sky-high darkness in front of them would probably cover them directly. Who knows what will happen after being covered? Now they are outside Greedy Island. Some players have tried it. You can't use resurrection if you die outside. All the players who have tried it have basically restarted in the underworld. They can't help but be afraid. That's the flowing light Zikaline. Among the players, the tall figure of the four emperors Kaido stood among them. He looked at the blue-haired figure emerging from the darkness in the distance and was slightly startled. Looking at the new look of Zikaline. Strands of black flowed from the golden staff in his hand to his body, turning into a black flame coat. There was a bit of black behind him. 8 spherical jades of different colors rotated vertically in a circle around this bit of black. It made Zikaline look very magical. Damn it! Is that the true power of the strongest god-annihilating tool? It's so powerful! Kaido lost his composure a little, with an envious look on his face. Before that, the strongest god-annihilating tool, Illusion Return, was held by Foz when it was unsealed to show its power. It can compete with the Apostles slightly, although it was completely overshadowed by the battle between the Deep Sea King and the two gods later. But there is no doubt. The power displayed at that time alone is worthy of the title of the strongest god-annihilating tool. Not long ago, Kaido even heard that the strongest god-annihilating tool has been fully formed and has the power of God. At that time, Kaido was still a little skeptical. Now it feels so strong at a glance. Even as optimistic as he is so envious that his back teeth are almost broken. Those who hold the authority of the strongest god-annihilating tool. Most of them are weak people. Why do they have such power? When Kaido was envious in his heart. On the other side, Zikaline stood in front of the two Sea Kings and the two Apostles. Everyone, let's end this dispute. Your battle has seriously affected the order of the underworld. Haha, you are really meddling in other people's business. Scene 247 Liu Guang, you haven't even been held accountable for sealing the 4 gluttonous demon kings of our demon clan. Now you dare to come here and speak so arrogantly. Just let me think about it. How powerful is the so-called strongest god-destroying body? When the Deep Sea King saw Zikaline, he stood up directly without any fear. Even though the strongest god just now the destroyer showed a power that shocked him. Even though the huge chaos sphere was right in front of him. But he still dared to fight hard. Even if he really couldn't beat it, he still had a cheat. Once he was in the state of receiving the grace of the demon god, he dared to ignore anyone. On the scene, the only arrogant person was the Deep Sea King. The East Emperor didn't say anything nonsense and directly took out the fusion earrings. As a domineering emperor, he always had others give him face. How could he give face? Seeing this, the West Emperor shook his head slightly, but he still took out the earrings. The two of them quickly merged and the shrimp-headed dragon was born. Now they have become mind gods, much stronger than before, and their strength will soar again. It seems words don't work. In this case I can only ask you to taste the power of chaos. As the corners of Zikaine's mouth rose slightly, the huge chaos sphere behind him began to riot. Chapter 921 Giada restarts the power of the universe. Can you still play if you don't cut it? When the war in the underworld starts again. In the present world, the realm of chaos, the island of eternal night. The power of chaos. In the backyard of the palace under the eternal night. The chaos goddess Giada's eyes passed through time and space and looked at the chaotic sphere in the underworld. That's very dangerous. One by one is really. Well, never mind. She chewed the grapes in her mouth. Then she raised her chin and looked at Mel, who was hugging her with a charming look. The two were sitting in the quiet garden, with the table next to them with fruits and desserts. My dear, it's my turn to feed you. Giada also picked up a grape and put it in her mouth. Then she playfully raised the corners of her mouth and pulled Mel's neck to make him lean down. The soft red lips pushed upward. It was a long and passionate kiss. After a long while, Giada was quiet. After the long kiss, Mel's eyes were filled with the battle of the underworld. The power of chaos is indeed dangerous. The strongest god-annihilating tool created by Orochimaru. It is a power conceived based on the power of chaos displayed by Giada. The collision of the four symbols of magic, which is biased towards the spiritual side, and the collision of the four symbols of fantasy beasts, which are biased towards the physical side. The two are combined. The chaos that is finally displayed already has very good chaos characteristics. Compared to the destruction of the chaos darkness of the three phantom demons of Greed Island and the creation of the chaos light of the Tower of God, Orochimaru is more focused on the energy of chaos itself. Therefore, the chaos of the strongest god-annihilating tool has a high weight in erosion and assimilation. It is not an exaggeration to say that this god-annihilating tool has the power to destroy the world. Because this power exceeds the restraint of the strongest god-annihilating tool, it will get out of control. This chaos will therefore erode and engulf everything around it, and spontaneously transform other material and spiritual powers into chaos. It's like lighting a fire in a dense forest, the flames will engulf the entire forest. Give it some time. This star system will be directly engulfed by chaos. Even the sun cannot be spared. Of course, that's all. The chaos weight of this strongest god-killing tool is just here. It cannot spontaneously cross the border of a distant star system and erode another star system. Just like a fire can engulf a forest, but it cannot cross a wasteland with sparse green plants to engulf another forest. Before Giada upgraded to SSS level, her chaos weight is much more powerful than the Phantom Demon Homecoming. It can spontaneously cross star systems to erode other star systems, and the entire galaxy similar to the Milky Way will be turned into chaos. As for now, after she was upgraded to SSS level not long ago, under the system compensation mechanism, her chaos weight has also expanded to the extreme, and her chaos can spontaneously spread to the entire pirate universe, but it just takes a lot of time. If Giada takes the initiative and combines the power of space, theoretically, the girl in his arms already has the initial power to restart the universe. Except for Giada. In fact, Ryomen Sukuna can also restart the universe in theory. Use power to render the universe and transform it into a spiritual universe. With such a home advantage, Ryomen Sukuna will not be beaten by King. Of course, they can only do it in theory. After all, the root consciousness will definitely not do such a thing. Even if it does so, this process will only make the root consciousness grow faster. Now the root consciousness has learned a lot. Backed by the pirate universe, various laws and principles are superimposed on each other. Adaptability and growth rate are terrifying. These are all hanging walls. Well, there is also King. For that guy, it doesn't really matter what form the universe is, they are all different forms of power. Use it as you should. I hope that Guy Zacrane can control that power, otherwise I'm afraid he'll complain. Feeling the wetness on the neck more and more violent. Apparently, his mention of other women made the girl in his arms slightly unhappy. Mare looked down at Giada. She stopped kissing his neck and looked up at him. The emerald eyes were shining and burning, inviting him. Actually, Xiao. Li Yulai and I have agreed to watch the moon together later. That kind of thing can be done anytime, and there is no moon today, so there is no need to watch it. Giada smiled slightly, and the moon in the sky was directly covered by the night. Xiao Li Yulai will definitely understand her mother. With Giada's solemn promise, an alternative war began. Only in the palace not far from the garden. Li Yulai looked at the moonless starry sky through the windowsill, and her eyes full of expectation extinguished. For a moment, she was speechless. Time passed. One day later, the underworld war came to an end. The result of the war ended with Zacrane's superior skills. This war also caused various newspapers in the world to compete to report. The status of the strongest god-destroying tool was praised very high for a while, and it also set off the horror of Yaki Great God. The Phantom Demon Council also became famous because of this, and its reputation was different from the past. No one expected that the strongest god-killing tool with full power would be so powerful. It made countless people envious. The first half of the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters. Zhang Guo was looking at the newspaper. Now with the Illusion Bug Network, the reports published by the newspaper can be obtained very quickly. Just open the Illusion Bug Network to search for the newspaper of the day, and then print it out automatically through the printer. For this reason, many newspapers want to use this to become bigger and stronger, so as to compete with the World Economic Newspaper. After all, as long as the Illusion Bug Network is popularized, they can also get a share of the Illusion Bug Network. The benefits that Morgans gained from his status as a legendary journalist made many people extremely jealous. Swish! Swish! The only sound in the office was the strange sound of Zhang Guo flipping through the newspaper. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the office. Bang! Zhang Guo frowned slightly, and Garp, who had kicked the door open, walked in carelessly. Sengoku, Axe and other pirates under the command of Golden Lion have been escorted here. What are you going to do? Sengoku, who was about to blame Garp for being careless, was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up. Li Ma Zhao, he looked serious and directly pressed the button to call an emergency meeting. Suddenly, bells began to ring in various places in the Navy headquarters. Have you arrived? Very good, now we are going to call an emergency meeting. Sengoku couldn't be careless. This time, Axe and Golden Explosion unanimous of the flying pirates were captured by them because of the Thousand Lights Goddess. Especially Axe also has the god-destroying lion axe. Golden Lion might be ready to move. Although Sengoku felt that the guy should not have the courage to come and rob people. But sometimes it is possible for Golden Lion to go crazy. Especially Golden Lion has some relationship with Yaki Great God, there may be unexpected possibilities. If Yaki Great God does something casually, they can't stand it. Just now he was looking at the strongest god-destroying tool in the newspaper, and he was envious of the strongest god-destroying tool that could suppress the 4 new gods. Such a strongest god-destroying tool, what else can we do if we don't weaken them? Chapter 922 Navy System Reform, Zhang Guo was sweating. Soon, the meeting room of the Navy headquarters began to gather many Navy generals who were either strong or powerful. Because of the frequent emergence of talents in the new era. In today's Navy headquarters, there are many strong people who have come from behind. The senior management of the Navy Vice Admiral is a big reshuffle. Some Navy Vice Admirals who got promoted through a little merit and relationship were directly demoted. Even, as long as the rank of the headquarters is above the school level. In addition to merit, hard power must also keep up. Otherwise, it is impossible to get promoted. The background of the new era of strength supremacy has significantly affected the entire Navy. It is impossible to get promoted directly by making connections and merit. If you don't have the ability, you can only be a captain at most. If you are not strong enough, you will be a captain. If you are strong enough, you will be a captain. Nowadays, the methods of cultivation and resources are generally rich, and the spirit of worshipping martial arts is becoming more and more popular. The strong are very respected. The rank of school in the Navy needs people with strength far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, the people under your command will easily disobey. At the same time, it is also necessary to have a leader with strong ability to boost morale in the fight against pirate groups, rather than the kind of idiot who can only command his men to die. Originally, it was still difficult for the Navy to make such a change. It was just that the world conscription a few years ago recruited many powerful recruits. 080. Many of them have bad tempers and only recognize strength. Under their strong leadership, the institutional reform of the Navy was smoothly rolled out. Those who disagreed were directly laid off, and those who approved the note became unemployed vagrants. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. If you don't have the ability, get out. What are you afraid of if you have the ability? Such words are very popular in the process of promoting the new system. In the Navy meeting room, as many generals took their seats, Zhang Guo looked around and frowned. Why hasn't Sakazuki arrived? Report to the Marshal, Admiral Akainu is still in the territory of Yenbutsu. He said that the results of the meeting can be reported to him. After hearing Akainu's adjutant say so, Zhang Guo nodded. He was somewhat relieved. He had mixed feelings about Akainu. The promotion of the new system. Sometimes it made him sweat. Because his previous position was theoretically the highest level in the navy. Even the honorary admiral was only at the same level as him. But with such a high rank, his strength seemed a bit mediocre in today's era. If he didn't become stronger, the fire of this new system would sooner or later burn him. What he feared most before was that Akainu would suddenly say he wants to be the marshal in a meeting. With Akainu's great contribution to the Time Realm Gem, coupled with his strong strength. If Akainu wanted to be the marshal now, it would really be possible to pull him down. If he stepped down like this, Garp would laugh to death. Zhang Guo felt that he might go down in history. Well, a negative example in history. So, as smart as he was, he finally came up with a solution under pressure. That is to create a system of the term of office of the Admiral of the Navy, with a 5-year term, and no replacement can be made during the appointment period unless there are special circumstances. When the 5 years are up, if you can continue to be re-elected, you can continue, and if you can't be re-elected, you can step down decently. He plans to propose this system after the upcoming World Conference. Everyone, the pirates arrested in the Thousand Lights incident. Except for the eldest and third sons of the Charlotte family of the Big Mom pirates who were kidnapped by the sudden attack of the Godspeed. The others have been escorted to the Navy headquarters. And we also captured the 1002-way buggy of the buggy pirates. The commentator on the stage operated on the screen on the wall and called up the escort pictures of various well-known pirates. Among them, Buggy, known as the 1002-way buggy, looked the most conspicuous. The look of a dead mother was quite eye-catching. Looking at the pause of the commentator's explanation, Zhang Guo looked around and said in a deep voice. How should they be dealt with? Tell us what you think. As Sengoku finished speaking, many generals began to discuss. Soon, a general spoke up, and it was the candidate for general, Green Bull Aramaki. He said loudly. I heard that there are 2 ways to remove the God-destroying tool. One is that the user and the spirit of the God-destroying tool both voluntarily cancel it. The other is that the user dies. I tried it when I came here. The guy Tomahawk refused to cancel the contract with the Lion King Tomahawk. So, I suggest. Green Bull looked around and said confidently. Execute Tomahawk now, so that the Golden Lion won't miss him. At this time, Green Bull went straight to the point, pointing directly to the Tomahawk, which was almost the most valuable among the pirates. He had made a great contribution to the pirates being brought here this time. But he was not satisfied yet. If possible, he wanted to try to control the Lion King Tomahawk of the God-destroying tool. Although he didn't use the axe, he could learn it. I object. A radical general stood up directly. It is because the battle axe is of great value that Golden Lion may risk coming to rescue. We should use him as bait, publicly execute him, lure Golden Lion to rescue, and then annihilate the Golden Lion pirates to deter all pirates. After this general stood up, another moderate general immediately stood up to object. No. The situation in the sea is chaotic now. We should not rashly start a war. Golden Lion may not attack alone. The world government was attacked by pirates in groups. Golden Lion may form an alliance with the 4 emperors and even involve the evil fleet. This will put too much pressure on our navy and there will be too many variables. If it was before, many generals would not be afraid of pirates coming to invade. Because Admiral King is at the navy headquarters. However, with the Miracle King of the Miracle Kingdom issuing an initiative. Among them, Admiral King who responded must not be able to act at will. In this case, the navy has more things to worry about. Time passed. After a heated discussion, the decision on the treatment of Tomahawk was made by Sengoku. Tomahawk was executed directly. As for Golden Explosion Unanimous and other pirates of the Golden Lion pirates, they were imprisoned. Soon, the world government will once again advance the World Conference. The theme of the council will be the conditions mentioned in the last support to the new Holy Land and the 5 elders. This World Conference is of great importance to the Navy. Under such circumstances, Sengoku really doesn't want to cause trouble. Publicly executing and slapping the Golden Lion in the face may make the situation difficult to control. Sengoku doesn't want to do that. Next, it's about the 1002-way buggy of the buggy pirates. The representative magician of the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem Zio faction contacted us, hoping to exchange buggy for 3 small magic mines and 20 million mind points. Chapter 923 The Final Mode of the God Annihilating Tool, The Dominance of the Golden Lion. A week later. The sea is surging. The world government is holding a world conference ahead of schedule. Now the monarchs and kings of the member countries of the world government. They are on their own luxurious ships. One after another, they are escorted by the navy to the Red Earth continent that spans the East Sea and the North Sea. This world conference, the journey to the meeting. The leaders of the member states were a little frightened. Because it was rumored that Tomahawk had been secretly executed by the navy. Golden Lion lost his beloved general, so he publicly declared that he would make the navy look bad. Everyone was waiting to see whether Golden Lion was just talking nonsense or really preparing to hold back a big one. Under such circumstances, going to the new Holy Land for a meeting is naturally risky. Many leaders of member states are very worried that Golden Lion will target them. Fortunately, we have heard of similar incidents of leaders of member states being attacked in the past few days. Perhaps this is also related to the powerful combat power equipped by the navy. Anyway, they have not yet refused this world conference. Under the silence of the leaders of the member states, they set off one after another. At the same time, somewhere in the sky in the second half of the Grand Line, Golden Lion on the Sky Island is concentrating on experiencing a certain wonderful feeling. Now he has no mind to care about those member states. In order to reach the highest level of the God-destroying tool. Apart from making some harsh words to the navy these days, he spent the rest of his time resonating with his God-annihilating tool, the Golden Emperor Twin Swords. Now, his attempts over the past few days have finally made him comprehend the final mode of the God-annihilating tool. When the God-annihilating tool is fully comprehended, the person who controls the God-annihilating tool will gain the power to exert all the power of the magical beast sealed by the God-annihilating tool, which is called the Forbidden Hand mode. The Golden Lion had already reached the Forbidden Hand mode before. As for now, after learning that the battle axe was killed by the navy, he got a ray of opportunity in his excitement. This opportunity is now turning into real power. That is the realm above the Forbidden Hand mode, and it is also the final mode of the God-annihilating tool. Shining in gold, ringing in sharp weapons. Intertwined in the eternal golden lock. Break, revive, bloom. Tear the earth and shatter the sky. The light of the golden sky, witness my hegemony. Hegemony. As the Golden Lion chanted the spell, the Golden Emperor's twin swords began to tremble and the golden light flashed. In the dim light, a vision unfolded in the eyes of the Golden Lion. Crack! Crack! He saw that the two golden swords seemed to be blocked by endless golden chains. With his spell, the chains broke and turned into golden light particles condensed on the two swords. A wisp of golden light also began to turn into a light robe covering the Golden Lion. The sacred light and shadow made him look very magnificent and mysterious. Is this the ultimate power of the God-destroying tool? It can be comparable to the original root mode of the upper-level Phantom King. What a powerful power! Feeling the powerful power surging in his body, the Golden Lion sighed. But the sigh was gone. After all, the strongest God-destroying tool is so buggy. It is really hard for him to feel much in comparison with his power. Fortunately, my power is also improving. Just wait. Navy. One day I will make you regret it. The Golden Lion muttered and dispersed the hegemony. In the short term, Golden Lion does not intend to cause trouble to the navy. The most urgent task now is to go to the underworld to see if he can find the guy with the battle axe. As long as he finds the battle axe, even if the God-destroying tool is gone, he still has a good strength. Cultivating and matching with new illusions is still a good combat power. Of course, this is not the reason for him to be timid. The main reason is that he can still grow. Even if he stays with Orochimaru so often that he has a clearer understanding of the power of God. But how could he be afraid of the Sun God? Golden Lion comforted himself in his heart with peace of mind. Then he began to continue to prepare for himself to become bigger and stronger. When Golden Lion worked hard for his career. The first half of the Grand Line, Everfrost Island, Everfrost Canyon. In the warm little castle in the center of the canyon. At this time, Mel was playing games with Bai Bing in Bai Bing's game room. It's just that Bai Bing, who has always been calm, was defeated again and again. That somewhat exasperated look made Mel start to comfort him. Little Bai Bing, forget it if you can't beat me. Zero ask for flowers. Why don't you go and make me a cup of iced milk tea? Seeing the bastard dad enjoying mom's massage and commanding her at the same time, Bai Bing's defense was broken. I don't want it, if you want to drink it, make it yourself. What's wrong? It was fine before. Moer approached Bai Bing and stretched out his hand to pull her white and tender cheek. His action made Bai Bing's snow-white cheeks rosy. Watching Moer and Bai Bing interact, Esteth, who was massaging Moer behind him, raised her mouth slightly, and then she stood up directly. Dear, I'll make you milk tea, wait a moment. How thoughtful. Esteth. I'm afraid I can't leave you. If you say that, I won't go, after all, I want to be with you all the time. I was wrong. Moer admitted his mistake decisively for Esteth's mischief. Soon. Watching Esteth leave, Bai Bing came back to her senses immediately, and she pulled Mel's hand down expressionlessly. Then strands of white ice separated time and space. Dad, don't bring Mom with you next time you come over. Bring her here. Why? Your mother really wants to see you. Hearing what Moer said, Bai Bing was silent for a moment and said directly. It's very simple. I see her often enough. I need some time to be alone. And Bai Bing didn't continue. Mom sees her quite often. As long as Dad goes to accompany other women, Mom will come. She doesn't lack her mother's company. Now she needs it more. Little Bai Bing, are you jealous of Mom's massage? It's okay. Your mother will definitely be happy to give you a massage. That's not what I mean. Then do you want me to do it? I do feel a little uncomfortable. Humph. I'll let you do it reluctantly. In exchange, I will also give you a massage. But this kind of thing will have to wait until Mom is not around. Moer's question made Bai Bing silent for a while. She reached out and touched her shoulder, feeling that playing games was indeed a little numb. Massages and the like are indeed possible. Just like that, an agreement was reached. Chapter 924 Turtle Race, the faster the more expensive. 3 days later. On Greedy Island. Moer was walking in a certain city. Beside him, Jibril, wearing a pink dress, held Moer's arm with a sweet face. Today is a day to play with Jibril. Moer has a say in the fun of Greedy Island. After all, many interesting things were designed by him. Like now. Master, look, I bought the ticket. Tickets for the turtle race. After getting 2 tickets from the ticket seller, Jibril waved 2 blue tickets with gold stripes and looked very happy. Looking at Jibril's happy face, Mare reached out and gently stroked her warm and smooth cheek. Now that you have the tickets, let's go in and take a look. The aquarium inside has all kinds of turtles, which can open people's eyes. Master, I'm so looking forward to it. Mare's thumb tip slid slightly across the pink corner of Jibril's lips. Seeing her suddenly bite his finger mischievously, Mel didn't move. After a while, the wetness of his fingers dissipated. He hooked Zaiji's chin. Okay, stop being naughty. Well, I'll listen to the master, maybe. Jibril said uncertainly. Looking at the master's fingers shaking in front of her, she felt that it was okay to be a little naughty sometimes. Zaiji's uncertain look formed a contrast with her current appearance. Murdu stroked Zaiji's pink hair a few times. Then the two entered the paradise in front of them, which was like an aquarium. This process did not attract the attention of others, they were just like an ordinary member of the crowd. After a while, the two strolled in the quiet aquarium. There are special glass barriers on both sides of the passage. There are many turtles of various shapes sliding slowly in the blue water. White sand, lush seaweed, colorful corals, etc. create a beautiful landscape. This is the selection site for turtles in the turtle race. As the pre-field of the turtle race, the aquarium here is quite famous. Many people even come here because of its reputation, and some even drool at the turtles. Master, look at that turtle. It looks like there are many snake heads on its head. That's a snake-haired turtle. Its snake hair can become very long and can be used to tie up prey. Master, look, that turtle has no feet. How strange. That's a footless turtle. It usually relies on controlling the ocean currents instead of 4 feet. And that one, its back has bright red corals. Coral turtle, very beautiful but very slow. Mare and Jibril enjoyed the interesting ecology in the quiet aquarium. They each picked a turtle. The ticket in their hand began to emit a faint light and positioned on the turtle they chose, and then the turtle was teleported out. Next, you can go to the viewing platform to watch the turtle race. Okay, but I need to replenish my energy first. Jibril threw herself on Mare, took a deep breath and continued to move forward. After a while, the two followed the passage to the viewing platform at the end. Here, there are thousands of spectators. They are lined up in various audience seats, staring closely at the three-dimensional image in the field. The three-dimensional image has many small mountains, rivers, forests, swamps and other terrains. And the special turtle race here is a game in which various turtles are selected to race. Look! Player number 3 used the come on, and all his fire turtles were ignited, and the speed was directly off the charts. His contestant number 1 was not to be outdone and used the pump up. His pet turtle immediately filled up with air and flew up to the sky, using the turbulent flow as a spiral and took off directly. Fuck! Contestant No 10's paddling turtle used paddling. It actually hung directly on contestant No 1's footless turtle. This is simply like cheating. At this time, a commentator passionately explained. Many audiences in the audience also followed his commentary with fluctuating emotions. Their faces flushed. After all, many people who came here, many of them had bets, and who won and who lost affected their income, so they were naturally deeply affected. It's really lively. When Mel came here, he randomly picked a secluded corner and sat down. The seats here are for larger people. So it's very spacious for Mel to sit alone, and Jibril squeezed in directly. The two of them sat together, and it was not crowded. It seems that this game is over. It will be our turn next. The top 10 players in the game here are all professional teams from the store here. As for the other players besides the 10th player, they are just joining in the fun. Mel and Jibril's tickets belong to this category. You can send instructions to the selected turtle through the ticket. If you can get a good ranking, you can also get a lot of rewards. Master, I think we shouldn't pay attention to these for now. No one is paying attention here, should we? Jibril's hands were around Mel's waist. The soft body came directly over and almost lay in Mel's arms. Looking at Zaiji's charming appearance, Mare reached out and touched her head. Then he knocked. He didn't use much force, but Jibril felt the pain and covered her head with a pitiful look. It hurts so much. Master! Hurry up and blow it for me, or my head will keep hurting. Faced with Jibril's deliberate cuteness, Mare just reached out to help her rub it. After all, if he really lowered his head, he might be attacked by Zaiji. Although other people here would ignore them, King, who happened to be watching the turtle competition, was not among them. Kissing in front of him, Mare felt that it was better not to look at his dark face. Time passed. The game that belonged to Mare was over. The ending was that Jibril and Mare took the first and second place. Great! Master, we won! And there's a trophy! Hee hee! Looking at Zaiji holding the trophy given by the store, she was so excited. Moer touched her red cheeks. Let's go! There will be other entertainment next. Well. After Zaiji took Moer's arm and left, King, who had been paying attention to the boss silently, felt that he had eaten enough dog food. However, he still wanted to go to the big restaurant nearby. There are turtles that have gone through the turtle race here. The higher the turtle soup, the more expensive it is. Maybe he can go there to have a meal and pack a portion for Xiaowu. Chapter 925 The next batch of clones, the deep interface. 6 days later. Wake up from the gentle land. Moer looked at the two delicate bodies, Yakumo Yukari and Jibril, who were wrapped around him on the left and right. He did not get up for the time being and began to explore the system. 5 years? The time span has become longer. But it's okay. At this time, Mel has learned the refresh time of the next batch of clones. For the current system, Mel has been able to gradually analyze it. As for the number of clones, an inappropriate metaphor is like a needle inserted in the world, only in this way can blood be drawn continuously. The suitable positions are limited, so it is necessary to create conditions based on limited conditions. In this way, the time required will be longer and longer. Of course. This time is actually nothing. Even for the immortal species, it is not worth mentioning, let alone other things. Well, my dear master, since you are awake, let us. At this time, Yakumo Yukari woke up immediately after Mel opened his eyes. After all, she was still entangled with Mel in the dreamland. As soon as he got out of the dreamland, she woke up immediately. In this respect, Yakumo Yukari has a lot of conveniences. After all, it is not easy to enter Mel's dreamland. It is difficult to find this so-called dreamland. Because Mel's dream is difficult to be defined as a dreamland, it is a strange world guarded by a distant utopia. If it depends on hard power, usually, only Altria can find and enter through the resonance of her ability. However, Yakumo Yukari acted cute and became one of the people who could enter. Little Yakumo, you still have business today. Business? Then just slow down the time, we still have a lot of time. Yakumo Yukari used her realm to directly adjust the speed of time around her, so that there would be a lot of free time. But this method will always feel unnatural for people with keen perception. The greater the difference in flow rate, the more unnatural it is. So, Mel doesn't use it much. Of course, it's okay occasionally. Mare looked at Yakumo Yukari's graceful body that began to stretch. Raised his hand and covered Yakumo Yukari's realm with a more powerful time law. In this way, it is difficult for Yakumo Yukari to detect the abnormality of the flow of time. I just casually took care of Yakumo Yukari's feelings. My dear master, I am so fascinated by you. So, I want. Jibril felt the intense battle and woke up in a daze. Then her eyes lit up and she joined in. Time passed. In between. After Yakumo Yukari finished dressing, she took Mel's arm and snuggled beside him, walking together in the void. Soon, they arrived at the Eternal Night Island in the Chaos Realm. Gyude, the next step is up to you. Dear, don't worry, this is a small problem. But you have to reward me well when you come back. Gyude licked her tempting pink lips, looking charming. Got it, go and come back quickly. Moer smiled as he hooked the corner of Gyude's lips. Then I have to hurry up. Turning his head to look at Yakumo Yukari, Gyude had a different expression. Follow me, I won't care if you fall behind. Yakumo Yukari's personality is not what Gyude likes, and she is also a competitor, so her expression will naturally not be so good. But after all, she is also Mel's person. So her expression is just cold, not really giving a cold face. Don't worry, I don't need you to lead me. Facing Gyude's coldness, Yakumo Yukari still smiled. I hope so. Gyude's mouth corners slightly raised. This time, they were going to the more abstract inner interface of this world. In that interface, the distance was infinitely compressed. Not to mention ordinary people, even those so-called new gods could not enter that interface. Only Yakumo Yukari had special abilities and good strength. But even so, if you are not careful, you will get lost in it. This is one of the reasons why she brought people. As for why they wanted to go there, it was to find something, and it was inconvenient for Mel to follow. Time passed. Yakumo Yukari followed Gyude across the void, and then began to enter a deeper interface. Soon after, in a world full of distorted light and shadow waves, Gyude walked casually, and Yakumo Yukari followed closely. It's here, what you need. As Gyude's eyes flashed a dark figure with grey mist spreading. Then, a wisp of chaos flowed out from her hand and gently fell somewhere in front of her. Suddenly, the water waves exploded directly. Some kind of terrifying vibration that can be directly felt by life swept across a large area of the interface. Buzz buzz buzz. In the star system where the present world is located and the millions of star systems around it. As long as there is a living consciousness, it will feel an inexplicable vibration lingering in the heart. After the vibration appeared, all the gods in the present world looked into the void. This feeling. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were walking on two paths on the sea, looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Especially Uchiha Madara, he had never explored the inner interface before. At most, he stopped at the afterlife interface such as the underworld and Huangchuan. With his current strength 027, it is easy to be dangerous to explore too deep. After all, the attack that severely injured Hashirama last time was launched from the deep interface. What happened in there? It can cause such a wide range of shocks. Hashirama's face was solemn. Both his natural law and Madara's virtual and real law could feel the ripples reverberating in the infinite boundary. The shock of that range was indeed terrifying. Do you want to go in and take a look? No. Seeing Madara eager to try, Hashirama hurriedly refused to prevent Madara from committing suicide. Although there would be people to save them if they really died. But this is not a reason to commit suicide. Humph. You are so timid. Hashirama. In that case, then come and fight me. Let's go to that subspace battlefield. If you don't have the strength, get stronger quickly. I don't want to take care of this and that every day. Hashirama was a little helpless when he heard that Madara wanted to take the opportunity to have a big fight. Although he didn't reject a big fight with Madara, fighting every 2 or 3 days was too frequent. Okay. When Hashirama pinched his nose and accepted the big fight with Madara. Inner interface. At the location attacked by Giada's chaos, something full of purple halo appeared directly. It was a small, dazzling purple jade bead. Chapter 926, The Realm Jade infused with the principle of the world, the Emperor's flowing slurry is born. This is. Looking at the purple jade bead, without waiting for Yakumo Yukari to finish a sentence. In the twisted light and shadow flow around. A terrifying attack was directly stirred out. It bombarded Giada and Yakumo Yukari. Even though it happened suddenly, Giada still reacted easily. The power of chaos began to surge, colliding with the colorful stream of light bombarding. Boom! Bang! The terrifying collision directly swept out violent ripples, sweeping across a large area of deep interface. This time, many ordinary people in the world no longer felt whether they were illusions. Compared to the very subtle feeling before. This time it was very clear, allowing them to clearly judge that it was not an illusion. Of course, the living world is better. In the underworld and soul society, which are closer to the deep world, you can feel the long sound like a bell. Many residents of Greed Island, the underworld and soul society spirits were even frightened to the ground. In the deep world, it's really violent. It's just a little thing of yours, and it's not yours. Giada looked at the surging colorful waves that were sweeping over again. She complained directly. Let's go, that guy is going crazy. I'm too lazy to fight. That guy? Hearing Giada's words, Bazi asked back. I'll tell you later, you're still a little weak now, but it'll be soon. As Dejia spoke, she raised up chaos to block the attack of the colorful waves. Giada naturally knew about the existence of the root consciousness. Moer did not hide it either. This is her first time to fight against this root consciousness. Even though she is in the deep interface and the opponent has the home advantage, the strength of the root consciousness is still beyond Giada's expectations. However, as the incarnation of the world, it is normal for the strength to expand and cheat. Even if the opponent cheats, it is still no problem to fight her here. She is just afraid of trouble, and she can't kill the opponent anyway. Even when the opponent attacks, he hides without a trace, probably hiding in a deeper layer. It can only be said that he is surviving well. Remember to owe me a favor. If it weren't for me, you might have died to ashes just now. Hearing Giada's blunt call on her, Yakumo Yukari was a little silent. She looked at the purple jade in her hand and smiled. No problem. Soon, Yakumo Yukari followed Giada and quickly exited the deep interface. As she gradually moved towards the shallow interface, the raging space turbulence replaced the distorted water waves and light and shadows. Even if the space turbulence was terrible, but for Yakumo Yukari, it was like a breeze. She took light steps and crossed the interface where the Soul King Palace was located. Then she gradually crossed the interface where the Soul Society was located. Then she crossed the interface where the Hades was located. Until finally, she stepped over the interface where the Hueco Mundo was located, which was almost face to face with the real world, and arrived in the real world. The clear starry sky was full of stars. At this time, it was night in her hemisphere. So beautiful. Coming out of the dangerous deep interface, Yakumo Yukari felt a sense of relief. Hurry up and merge. My time is very precious. Hearing Giada's seemingly impatient tone, Yakumo Yukari smiled slightly. After all, the other party was trying to protect her. Boundary Jade. Yakumo Yukari's golden pupils flashed with a purple halo. She was a little obsessed with the purple jade in her hand. After all, this was the gift her dear master gave her, the most precious gift. Boundary Jade soaked in the principles of the world. So precious, so charming. Buzz buzz buzz. Strands of purple light flowed out of the purple jade and flowed into Yakumo Yukari. Purple light began to spread from her body. The aura surged layer by layer. Of course, the most important thing is that the principle of realm ability is exploding. Originally, Yakumo Yukari was only equivalent to Uka the level of Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, and others. But at this moment, with the infiltration of purple light, it has easily surpassed them, and it is still surging after surpassing them. Soon the soaring law reached the depth and scale of the old predecessors such as Anohanaretsu. However, the amplitude of the explosion has not stopped. She seemed to be improving endlessly, getting closer to the limit little by little. Soon, her law reached the level of Aizen. Aizen faced Uchiha Madara before, and in the end he relied on the release of the sea to be severely injured and reached the level of Collapse 9. It has surpassed the old predecessors such as Anohanaretsu. It can only be said that the evolutionary law after completion is really fierce. At least the growth rate is full. However, Yakumo Yukari is now even more cheating. Directly coming from behind. And her power is still growing. No wonder that guy is so fierce. Seeing that Yakumo Yukari's law is still running at high speed, Gyuda next to her couldn't help but grumble. Obviously, if this purple jade hadn't been taken away by her, the root consciousness might have been able to create a very powerful combat force. Now it's all gone. However, Gyuda didn't think it was a big deal. Although it was the root consciousness that worked hard to nurture this purple jade. After all, it was her lover who gave her this treasure. This treasure is equivalent to lending it to the root consciousness. Now it's just returning to the hands of the person who deserves it. The above realm law. It must have brought a lot of benefits to the root consciousness. So, Gyuda felt that she was lucky not to ask for interest on behalf of her lover. Buzz buzz buzz. The purple halo began to converge. But Yakumo Yukari's law became more and more terrifying, and it was close to Gyuda's level before it was upgraded. The realm law that was imbued with the world's law has an immeasurable prospect. It made Yakumo Yukari's combat power expand rapidly. At this point, her power improvement slowed down and slowly approached a certain limit. Now, Yakumo Yukari can no longer improve. If she improves again, she will directly enter a new level. That is not what Moer wants. At such a limit, using the system to improve ability, the compensation mechanism can make Yakumo Yukari's ability leap and expand more thoroughly. There's still a lot of power in it. Yakumo Yukari held the purple jade in her hand, feeling the earth-shaking changes in her body, and was in a trance. Then she looked at the bright moon in the sky, showing a smile that eclipsed everything. Boom! The remaining power in the realm jade began to surge out, turning into power that can awaken all things. Following the realm of space, extended on the moon that surged to the sky in an instant. Then, this power exploded with the moon as the center. The Emperor's flowing slurry was born. Chapter 927 The world becomes big and the monster race, the age of holy light. On the moon, the purple light particles that have turned into the Emperor's flowing slurry began to burst out layer by layer from the center of the moon. Through the realm power attached to it, it directly penetrated layers of time and space and spread rapidly to the surrounding area. First, the nearest pirate planet. Then other planets, and then spread to the sun. In a short period of time, the star system where the pirate planet is located began to be shrouded in a purple light particle. Looking at the sky from the side of the pirate planet facing the moon in the night sky turned into a purple moon in an instant. The stars in the sky were also covered. Instead, there was a faint purple halo, like a purple aurora. There was even a light rain of purple light particles floating in the sky, like countless purple fireflies. It looked very beautiful. Even the sky facing the sun was as colorful as purple crystal. At this moment, all the people who witnessed the changes in the world knew inexplicably. A terrible existence took action, and all things will be awakened. From then on, the world will have more spirits called the demon race. The moon seems to be getting bigger. Is it my illusion? Under the night sky, someone looked at the purple moon in the sky that seemed to be growing and expanding, reached out to touch the falling purple light particles, and murmured. Now, many people are numb. They were not surprised by the emergence of another great being. After all, there were many gods, and one more was nothing. It was just that the world already had many more races. Especially the demon race had a huge impact on the whole world. Now another race suddenly appeared. 173. Looking at the scene in front of them, the posture. The newly born demon race might be ridiculously strong, and the pressure would be directly given to many ordinary people. East China Sea. The new Holy Land where the Red Earth continent is located. Pangu City. Demon race? It seems that we should plan carefully. Second. The five elders looked at the sky that suddenly changed, their faces heavy and burning. They naturally could not change the birth of a new race. However, they could adjust themselves. After the birth of the demon race, they made a good move in time. The Magic Pattern Association was directly established, and it occupied a considerable position in the entire Magic Pattern world. But they have been mixed up until now. There is only one large magic mine left, and the right to speak has been weakened a lot. Now a new race is born. During this process, they must monitor the changes carefully so that they can get a share of the pie as soon as possible. Feeling the changing terrain around them, the 5 elders are even more determined. Because the scene in front of them is too terrible. It feels like the whole world is getting bigger. With such a change, you can imagine how huge the interests behind it will be. South China Sea. Tarot Totem Base Camp. Zi Wangjitlan was in Bai Ji's hall, looking at the purple light particles falling from the rooftop, and then looked at the god blood pool in front of him. The demon race? I hope the situation will be more chaotic next time. The god blood pool is thirsty for blood. North China Sea. Shuangjiao Island. The Great Sea is coming again. Look. The world is really expanding. What an amazing power. In such an era, how many sea heroes will appear? It's really exciting. Doflamingo walked on the island where the fighting competition was held. He opened his hands and laughed wildly with arrogant steps. At this moment, he was undoubtedly ecstatic. No matter what the new era is like. Now as a member of the Phantom Demon Council and holding the strongest power of the God Slayer. Such a person should not be afraid anyway. Or, this is what he expects. With a strong position, he will definitely become a member of the new Pi. The first half of the Grand Line. Wami Island. As an island carrying the country of miracles. Originally it was in the form of an archipelago. However, now, it has turned into a whole round island. Because the main island grows every month, it will soon annex the surrounding archipelagos. Now it has a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. The population has soared from the initial 300,000 to tens of millions. Initially, the population continued to pour in to help the disaster victims. Now civilians and even nobles from all over the world want to join the Kingdom of Miracles. The standards for recruiting people in the Kingdom of Miracles are becoming more and more stringent. Now this country is recognized as full of miracles. As the purple light particles fell, the whole island began to burst out with amazing visions. Boom! The overwhelming golden light burst out from the ground and turned into a sacred pillar that reached the sky. The whole Wami island was shrouded. This is the great god of holy light has descended a miracle. In the country of miracles, they felt enveloped by warm golden light. The residents of the country of miracles, who were originally stunned by the strange phenomenon in the sky, began to shout excitedly. Some even crawled on the ground and kissed the land. In the grand white building called the Holy Night Hall in the country of miracles, several holy knights walked out of the building. The era of holy light is coming. They looked at the grand light pillar that covered the entire land with emotion. As holy knights, they naturally knew the reason for the appearance of this vision. In the past, under the miracle of the God of holy light, the land will expand every month. When the expanded land is planted with fruits and vegetables for the first time, it can bear fruit overnight. Its essence is that it absorbs the power of holy light from the surface of the land. Therefore, these fruits and vegetables that are formed overnight are the raw materials of the famous holy light potion in the Kingdom of Miracles. In this way, holy light potions are hard to come by. Because they are all products of miracles, the quantity is really limited. However, the paladins actually know. Under the Kingdom of Miracles, there is actually a huge source of holy light hidden. Now, this source of holy light is stimulated in the world changes. The power of holy light will be officially spread in the Kingdom of Miracles from now on. Finally, someone who uses holy light will appear. It's really exciting. I will train 100 people a day in the future. Ha 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 ha. The Earth Rhythm Poseidon put his hands on his waist and laughed. Other paladins also smiled. The second half of the Grand Line. The New World. Many apostles stepped out of the range of the original magic fog of the Demon God Island. Some looked at the purple light in the sky. Some looked towards the direction of the Kingdom of Miracles. The pillar of holy light there was as dazzling as the sun in their eyes. Tisk tisk. This is troublesome. It seems that we will be under a lot of pressure in the future. The apostle Huang Yi used his sharp fingers to weigh the pirate hat on his head, and a mocking look appeared on the devil's face. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Yes, yes, my great deep sea god is the most powerful. Asshole. Be careful or I will kill you. After being teased by Huang Yi, the deep sea king showed a murderous look. Now his god has changed from the sea god to the deep sea god. This is an extremely shameful thing for him, How can he tolerate Huang Yi's teasing? Wow! It's terrible. You don't go to trouble those two emperors, but you show off in front of me. Is this the demeanor of the strongest apostle? The yin and yang of Huang Yi made the deep sea king's liquid blue face bubble directly. Asshole! Do you think I will let you go just because you say that? When you advance, I will definitely hang you up and beat you up. West Sea, Chaos Realm. Eternal Night Island. Yakumo Yukari threw herself into Moer's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Around her neck, a purple jade was hung with a red line. Although this realm jade has lost its power, but for Yakumo Yukari, it is still the most precious gift. Moer embraced Yakumo Yukari's soft body. He looked at the Emperor's slurry spreading on the planet. They are connecting to the space turbulence behind the interface. Like a siphon, it attracts countless space turbulences and then transforms them into matter in the present world. The planet is growing and benefiting from this. Now the diameter of this planet will gradually increase to 10 times the original over time. This continuous miracle will gain little Yakumo a terrifying reputation. It shouldn't be too mad in such an environment. Mare looked at the sky, his fingers rubbing the silky golden hair, the seductive breath emanating from the delicate body in his arms entwined him. The future may be more interesting. Chapter 928 5 years later, the birth of the main god space. 5 years later. In an unknown shallow interface, a figure was walking in this dangerous space turbulence. Soon after, as his footsteps stopped, a black and white light emerged from his hand. Suddenly, the world changed. The dark sky was spreading across the sky, and the white jade earth was slowly stretching. Then, a ray of golden light shone from the center. Like the rising sun, it turned into a big ball of light illuminating the entire space. The main god space. The voice of the existence that created all this echoed, it was Mel. After 5 years. Now he looks the same as before. However, the world of One Piece has undergone earth-shaking changes after this period of time, and it is even more interesting. Now, he created this space in order to experiment with the way to obtain the origin of the simulation system. Out of some kind of bad taste, the name of the main god space is naturally the best choice. And the operating mode is also quite similar. Of course, there are differences after all. Hello. My master. Sora in the turbulent space, a vibrant and cute voice sounded. I saw. In a huge light ball of several meters, a petite and cute figure emerged from it. The long golden hair fell behind her like a waterfall, and her extremely delicate facial features were like a work of art. The petite body was dressed in a noble and elegant gorgeous long dress. Like an elf, and as beautiful as a goddess. This is a cute loli whose body and height are not up to the standard. At the same time, she is also the absolute core of the main god space. At this time, the little loli's soft face rushed out with a warm smile. Rushed directly into Mel's arms. As Mel's creation, she naturally has an unparalleled closeness to Mel. You don't have a name yet, this is the main god space, so. Mel's fingers gently stroked the soft and cute loli's golden hair. Under her expectant eyes, she said with a smile. Can you call me Big Light Ball from now on? Ah! Hearing what Moer said, the blonde loli suddenly cried. Master, can you change your name? I don't want such a perfunctory name, Big Light Ball or something, it's really ugly. Please, change your name. The loli shook Moer's arm and started to act like a spoiled child. As the core of the main god space, her ability is very powerful, and most of the information about the world has been known since her birth. She is not a blank sheet of paper. She has a sound mind and naturally resists such an ugly name as Big Light Ball. It's so similar. Moer touched the loli's cheek. He saw Xiaojin's figure from the person in front of him. It's just that Xiaojin is pure and funny and lively, and basically won't hurt life. But the person in front of him, as an existence in the main god space, is not a good man or a believer. It's not a problem to be soft and cute while killing people. Then call me Yao. Looking at the blushing face of the little girl, Moer decided on her name. Yao? Hehe, I like you very much, master. Xiao Yao, it's time to work next. For your own sake, work overtime and strive to become a real Lord God. Seeing that Moer was about to run away, Yao quickly grabbed Moer, showing a pitiful look. Master, I was born just a short time ago, and you are leaving. It's too much. I have something to do now. I will accompany you after I'm done, for sure. Soon, Moer comforted Yao a little and left. Only Yao stayed there. After a while, she began to recover her energetic spirit. After all, what happened next was interesting enough for her. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the Lord God space changed rapidly under Yao's control. Small spaces were quickly piled up and arranged in the Lord God space like particles. Each small space also has a white jade floor, a dark sky and a golden light ball. In addition, there are various buildings and streets in a scattered manner, and there are also buildings of the same style. This will be the place where many teams log in and even live and relax. Outside all the small spaces, Yao also made other arrangements, such as connecting cities of all small spaces. But that will be enjoyed by the extremely high authority reincarnations. 0 Seeking flowers. It's almost done. I'll make up for it later if I need it. Looking at his masterpiece, Yao showed a naughty smile. Let's start. When Yao began to prepare. At the same time, in various inconspicuous corners of the interfaces of the real world, the virtual world, the underworld, the soul world, etc. There are very few people who have received a special invitation. Do you want to live truly? Do you want to get rid of your own powerlessness and have a truly great power? Then go to the main God space with infinite possibilities and become a noble reincarnation. Yes or no? Golden panels appeared in front of these people. Some of them were suspicious, some were excited, and some were indifferent. But in the end, most people chose yes. The reason was very simple. The 2 words Lord God in the Lord God space moved their hearts. In today's world, the Lord God is the most supreme, and omnipotent great one among all the gods. It is related to the Lord God. Even if it is just a few words, it is enough for people to try 1 or 2. They also believe that no one who dares to joke with the name of the Lord God. Of course, there are acceptances and rejections. Some people are reluctant to accept things of unknown origin. Some people do not have the courage to contact the unknown, and some are satisfied with their existing lives. So these people chose to refuse. After refusing, the golden panel disappeared directly, as if it had never appeared. So straightforward. It made some people a little dazed. Some people felt as if they had missed a huge opportunity. Compared to those who reject, more people accept. With their confirmation, waves of golden light flashed. Swish, swish, swish. They were swallowed by the golden light and disappeared. Next, they will be directly teleported by the main God space. Teleport to the countless floating virtual and real worlds in the deep interface. There, all reincarnations will complete their first trial. Those who complete the trial will also become true reincarnations. Chapter 929 The Classification of the Gods, Honorable Reincarnations. Deep Interface. Unlike before, there are countless virtual and real worlds on display here. They are the embodiment of popular comics in the sea of the present world, between virtual and real. Now, they have become the foundation of the powerful root consciousness. Each world is more or less hosting the power of the origin of the world. This is also the fundamental difference between them and illusions. Now, thousands of meteors streaked across the world from the present world. They shuttled between the gaps between various worlds and world groups, and finally fell into the predetermined goals. Quietly, a famous world in the present world welcomed more than 10 meteors. These meteors directly hit the world's interlayer and fell into a time and space point. In this closed world, the world is like a spinning tape, forming a closed loop from the origin to the end. The uninvited guests from the present world fell into the beginning of the plot. This is the premise for their mission. Because this world is from the origin to the end, only the time and space from the beginning to the end of the plot occupies the real origin of the world. As for other positions in the ring, they are all illusions. If you fall into other positions, even if you make changes, the history that flows downstream and collides with the real fragments will be directly shattered and turned into phantoms. Describe it in more understandable words. It is the other fragments of the entire world ring. They are all derived from this plot fragment that occupies the origin of the world. Changing the history of other fragments is like fishing for the moon in the water, which is unrealistic. Of course, this knowledge is unknown to the preparatory reincarnationists who came to the other world. At this time, many preparatory reincarnationists woke up in their own golden light balls. They eagerly absorbed the information transmitted to their minds. Then they fell into an extremely shocked ecstasy when they came to this other world. The main god space, the space for cultivating the main god. We have come to the other world of comics now. After a long time, the light ball dissipated. The preparatory reincarnationists, whose emotions had calmed down a little, slowly gathered together. They looked at the surrounding mountains with flashing eyes. Ha 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 ha, you all know the rules. It seems that we are favored by fate this time. Next, all of you use your best efforts to complete the task. Whoever dares to drag me down, I will kill him directly when I turn around. Among the preparatory reincarnationists, a man wearing a very loose green cloth, 3 meters tall and full of muscles, scanned the circle. He found that among the people who came here, only Navy Admiral Candidate Chiton Kaji and Diamond Jaws of the Whitebeard Pirates were worthy of his attention. The others seemed to be just there to make up the story. So he directly threatened to take the lead. He waved the double axes in his hands with a fierce look on his face. He was even more eager to see Chiton. As long as this guy dared to say no, he would directly hit the wretched Navy in the face with the double axes in his hands. Don't look at me like that. Battle axe Jorit. Hold your axe steady, I don't want to be hit by your axe. Chiton stepped on wooden clogs and waved his hands nonchalantly. He said earnestly. Although the Navy has a grudge against you. But now that things have come to this point, let's just be teammates, let it go when it's time to let it go. Especially here is the demon sword Bakasas. A real different world. What a wonderful thing this is. At this time, Chiton seemed to be speaking easily. There were two contradictory emotions of passion and heaviness in his eyes. The passion was naturally because the opportunity was very great. The Lord God. The highest rank of gods. The great magic god Zikre divided the ranks of gods. It is convenient for the world to understand the greatness of gods. From gods, sub-gods, true gods, quasi-gods. Gods, great gods, and gods. Giant gods, Lord gods. There are 9 ranks of gods, and the Lord God is the highest. As it concerns the Supreme Lord God, the opportunity is already off the charts. However, at the same time, the difficulty is probably off the charts as well. When it comes to such things, Chiton feels that his life is like a candle in the wind. If he is not careful, he may get in alive, but not enjoy it. To be honest, Chiton wants to report to the Navy's own patron saint. Because the Sun God King is the Supreme Lord God. Of course, this idea is just a passing thought in his mind. After all, in the transmitted information, the main god space strictly prohibits revealing one's identity as a reincarnator and detailed information of the main god space. You said to let it go, and you said it so easily. The battle axe looked at the wretched T-pig face, and couldn't control his anger. He had a huge grudge with the Navy, and they had a mortal feud. He had once obtained the god-destroying tool, but was killed by the Navy. The god-destroying tool was gone. After finally wandering in the underworld, he came to the territory of the Dragon of Hades, the guardian of the mythical beast. Only then did he return to the Fekong Pirates. After returning, although he was still a capable member of the Fekong Pirates 0. But he no longer had the same status as before. Every time he thought of the so-called Axe King Monka of the Navy, holding his beloved god-destroying tool and dominating the world, his heart was bleeding. Obviously that was his god-destroying tool. Stop arguing. Let's finish the mission first. Diamond Jaws next to him saw that the battle axe was about to fight because of a disagreement. He hooked his side face and advised woodenly. Although his expression was wooden, his heart was still very hot. The reason why he clicked to agree was that he was inexplicably moved. It was because he wanted to help his father again. Now he was no longer as helpful to the pirate group as before. Marco's light was too dazzling. He felt happy but also a little lonely. Just now. Maybe he could help his father. If his father and the others couldn't find him suddenly, they would be worried. Jaws had this thought and was ready to act. Although he was not keen on reading comics. But there were many people on the pirate ship who liked comics, and he knew a lot about them. Especially the other world in front of him. The Magic Sword Bakasas was a very popular comic in the sea. So he knew something about it. We have 4 types of tasks. The basic task is to survive for 30 days. You will be responsible for protecting these burdens. You are a Navy, so it should be no problem. After Jaws spoke, Tomahawk endured it for a while. Now it is still the most important to become a true reincarnation. However, Tomahawk still gave the most troublesome task to Shatun 3.1. The basic mission must be completed. Only after completion can one become a regular reincarnationist. After 30 days, at least half of the 12 people must be alive. If this mission fails, as reserve reincarnationists, they will be directly deprived of their status as reserve reincarnationists. This means losing the super opportunity of the main god space. Battle Axe can't tolerate such a thing at all. However, he is unwilling to guard these burdens. Compared to the guaranteed reward for everyone in the basic mission, the rewards for the other 3 types of missions are more generous. There are 3 categories: search missions, killing missions, and plot event change missions. These are the foundation of his rise. As long as he completes the mission and obtains the 2 currencies of the main god space, he can go to the main god space to witness the greatness of the main god space, and then he will become a noble reincarnationist. Chapter 930 The birth of the new clonins makes the Supreme Lord happy. When the first batch of reserve reincarnationists are carrying out their missions, the present world's calm belt, Ruskana Island. In the space behind this island, Mare walked in an ancient forest. After 5 years, a new batch of clones can be created. He looked at the panel in front of him. Ruler of Death, 12,000. Skeleton Magician, 10,000. Great Magician of the Dead, 10,000. Flying Squirrel Jade, 13,000. Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick, 15,000. Staff of Insoul Gown, 14,000. Mare looked at the abilities of the clone mall. This is a rare case where no domineering abilities are produced, which may be a little intervention on the system. It seems that there is still an effect. After all, the body of the domineering ability clone itself contains this possibility, so there is no need for domineering abilities. Now it is self-evident who creates the abilities inside. These abilities can be melted together to become a general ability similar to the underworld. Mel nodded slightly, and then began the process of creating a clone quickly. There was no need to enter the system space, and he could create it directly on the spot. Now he had a deeper control over the system and could be more casual. Soon, a skeleton wearing a gorgeous black cloak and holding a golden staff with 7 snakes wrapped around it appeared. The multiple abilities of the mall directly affected this clone. Of course, it was also because the clone did not resist this change. Compared to humans, the newly appeared clone was more accepting of the form of the skeleton. Now but he is truly the Supreme Lord of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Welcome to this world, Insoul Gown. Are you the one who created the Supreme Lord? What an amazing guy. A few days later, in the Stone Forest Valley, countless dark tides of death swept across, like a torrent, and danced like a devil, as if they were living creatures. In the Black Torrent, the Supreme One was fleeing in panic. The gorgeous cloak was damaged because of his fast movement. However, even if the Supreme One used the blessing technique can run very fast. But it is still not faster than the dark tide of death. The dark tide chases life and soul, and its speed is not a simple flow. It is not something that the Supreme One can avoid. It is tricky. Can't be touched by this thing. The Supreme One is a little anxious. Because if he is touched, he will be dead. That thing can even annihilate the soul directly, using this move on him is too much. Hoo. The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. The Supreme One, who was caught up by the dark tide and had no way to avoid it, directly used this comprehensive ability. The huge building directly enveloped Ins, blocking the invasion of the dark tide of death. The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick is now an extremely convenient comprehensive ability as Ins's ability, like an inherent barrier. Whether it is defense, assistance, making soldiers, contracts, etc., it is extremely powerful. Boom! The surging black tide violently hit the building that suddenly appeared. However, the dark tide of death, which can attack life and souls and even the terrain, can erode vitality. No matter how it dances, it cannot break through Ins's defense. The dark tide of death is less effective against such inanimate objects. In addition, the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick itself has a very strong resistance to death-related abilities. Naturally, it cannot break through this defense. However, using this defense, Ins is directly trapped in the same place and turned into a turtle shell. Even if he wants to fight back, it is difficult to do so. The entire dark tide of death erodes the terrain, including the underground part of the Great Tomb. If he dares to leave a gap, he will be trapped. This is tricky. Ins, who is in the Great Tomb, feels the dark tide of death that is blocking the Great Tomb from the outside world, and he also feels troublesome. This seems to have its own intelligence and can flexibly and automatically snipe the enemy. And it comes with various characteristics of attacks that almost ignore the undead's characteristics of instant death effects and soul-following effects against the soul. Are you sure it's a magic that can be cast under the same conditions as him? Can he really cast such magic with his current ability? Ins is a little skeptical. But now is not the time to sit and wait for death. 7 Flame Spirit King. Ins waved the staff of Ins Oolgown in his hand. A burly elf with 7 color flames suddenly appeared. This move is not inherent in the staff of Ins Oolgown, but a move that Ins learned from Mel. Now that the staff of Ins Oolgown has become an ability, it can be developed more. It is very easy to derive various moves from it. Of course, this is for Mel. For Ins now, he can only learn from Mel. Go. Spirit King, go and disperse the tide outside. Ins didn't wait for the Spirit King to react, and teleport the Spirit King out of the Great Tomb. The 7 Flame Spirit King, who had a simple intelligence, had just been born and had no time to see the beautiful world. He was directly covered in the face by the surging and raging tide of death. Fortunately, as a move created by Merle, it is still quite powerful, and it will not be killed immediately. Boom! The 7 color flames flowed quickly on it, and the red absorbed other flames. Suddenly, the red flames began to expand wildly. Corona! The terrifying flames turned into a dazzling ball of light, swallowing everything around. The atmosphere trembled, the valley was broken and melted, and the residue turned into a molten flow. Even the dark tide of death was dispersed by this terrifying explosion of fireballs. Even the great tomb that Ins opened was damaged in a large piece. The violent moves do not distinguish between enemies and friends. Crack! Crack! Ins felt the side of the great tomb facing the Elf King begin to crack. He was also a little speechless. I didn't expect that his defense was not broken by the black flow, but was damaged by his own creation. Although I feel speechless, fortunately the effect is not bad. As long as the Elf King has another skill, he won't have to stay in this turtle shell. Corona. According to Ins will, the Elf King chased the dark tide of death on the other side and used another skill. Then the ultimate skill released 2 somewhat dim Elf Kings, who were driven by Ins to attack Mel standing on the stone pillar in the distance. Bang! At the same time, Ins' tomb was shattered by 2 coronas at close range. The next moment, the Supreme Lord Ins fell to the ground directly. The Elf King who rushed towards Mel was stunned. Your mission is accomplished. Mel looked at Ins who fell to the ground in the distance and casually dispersed the Elf King in front of him. He walked towards Ins. Now Ins has been cursed by him, Silent Hill. The curse with forced calmness as the premise, the calmer it is, the more it will turn into panic. Experiencing the illusion of Silent Hill in such a situation. I guess the Supreme Lord should be very happy. Chapter 931 World Court Gods Patrol. It was almost dusk, and Ins was ready. Next, he would set out for the outside world. The teleportation array was in front of him. Supreme Lord, walk slowly. Hearing the voice behind him, Ins walked faster. He quickly came to the teleportation array, but did not step out directly, but stayed in front. Then he clenched one of his skeleton hands and pretended to cough lightly. Ahem, Mr. Merle. These days of study have enriched me. I am so grateful. Then, see you again. Without waiting for Mel to reply, Ins stepped directly into the teleportation array. It felt like there was a flood and a beast chasing him from behind. Really, am I that scary? But... Mel's mouth moved up slightly. Ins said it was very fulfilling, but I don't think so. That skeleton looks empty. I'll prepare a gift for him next time so that he can complete the physical fulfillment. Soon, Mel happily prepared a bone-attaching gift for Ins. Da-da-da. Step out of this space casually and come to the outside world. Master. As soon as she came out, her warm and fragrant body crashed directly into Mel's arms. He looked at Yin in his arms. Looking at her scarlet eyes flashing black, he didn't say anything. His fingers played with Yin's hair. Then he held Yin's rosy cheek and lowered his head slightly. After a long while, the lips parted. It's been a long time since I played the piano with Yin. Next, together. Yet. Together. After a while, melodious music sounded like a trickle in the dream valley. The pink flower tree swayed its petals, falling on the two of them, adding a touch of fantasy to them. While Moer was with Yin. The deep interface. Great consciousnesses crossed the world membrane and shook the universe. They gathered together at the interface full of red light. Here, the thrones of heaven rose up in the red light. The great wills fell on it and turned into various postures. There were light mist, angels, giants, plants, giants, etc. Although the forms were different. But the picture of them gathering together did not seem to be inconsistent, but rather very harmonious, as if it should be like this. These beings were not creatures, but world consciousnesses of various worlds in the deep interface. And they are not ordinary world consciousnesses. The lowest rank of them all corresponds to the gods of the present world. The ranks that should be in the present world are also popular in the deep interface. In the deep interface, only world consciousnesses that have reached the rank of gods have relatively large autonomy. At the same time, they have the power to join the world court. The so-called world court is the court that judges the world. World consciousnesses that can join the world court. In the deep interface, which is named the source realm by them, they are all outstanding. The entire world court has just over 100 members. Now, most of them are gathered here. It seems that basically everyone who should come has come. Then let me talk about the problem this time. A world consciousness in the form of a huge tree looked around. Then he began to talk about the problem of convening the world court this time. 5 source world days ago, the entire source world began to see the appearance of life or dead spirits called reincarnations. They all come from the underworld, Huangchuan, etc. in the present world and the void world. Driven by the so-called main god space. Nowadays, many worlds are ravaged by these reincarnations. The origin of the world is lost. Hearing this narration of the world consciousness, many world consciousnesses began to take it seriously. The origin of the world can be said to be the basis for their existence. The loss of the origin means that life is like chronic suicide. Such a problem is naturally serious. Now the origin of the world has completely dissipated. The entire space-time ring completely collapsed, turning into a single interface and falling into the dream spirit world of the void world. If there is no accident, that world can no longer return to the embrace of the source world. This kind of thing is extremely bad. Although the world consciousness in the form of a big tree spoke fiercely. But the tone of K was very calm, as if he was just narrating the facts. As a world consciousness, no matter what its power tendency is, at least its sensibility is relatively weak. After all, it is difficult for the cold rules of the world to breed emotions. Indifference is the norm of world consciousness. Unless the world itself is very special, it is basically like this. Lord God space. With such a name, does this space involve the Lord God? If it involves the Lord God, we cannot compete with our power. A world consciousness directly asked the key points and pointed out the gap directly. The Lord God is not just a casual mention. If it is really the Lord God, the gods present would not be enough to slap him. The Great Root did not warn. Judging from this, no Lord God has made any unusual moves. Even if the Lord God is abnormal, it should not be the Fan Tao we are discussing. Now let's discuss how to solve the chaos caused by the Lord God space in the source realm. The Great Tree World Consciousness stated very calmly. The root, the immediate superior of the world court, is also only the Lord God. So as a subordinate, the world court naturally does not have a Lord God level existence. Although there are giant God level existences. But there is also a huge gap between giant gods and main gods. You probably already know the situation. How to solve this source world chaos, please give your own suggestions. Soon, the tree world consciousness continued to tell some information and began to ask questions. Many gods began to discuss. Zhao Lihao. It didn't take long. A rule was set directly. Each world consciousness is not like ordinary life, which needs to argue and balance interests. To say that their mission is to protect their own world origin and the world origin of many worlds in the source world. The importance of these two missions is actually equal. All others give in. Then the rules passed by the world court this time are as follows. First, the source world is divided into 4 directions, east, west, south and north. 4 great gods will serve as the masters of the 4 source realms, each guarding one side. One supreme god will serve as the central master, responsible for coordinating the overall situation. Second, integrate the world consciousness under each god, form a world pan-consciousness union to provide information, and the masters of each realm will be responsible. Third, the masters of each realm select gods to form a patrol heaven. The gods patrol the realm and drive away the chaos in the source realm. Chapter 932 Punishment of Reincarnators, Hell God of War Sakaski. The process was very fast. The selection of the world masters of each party was completed. Now that the source gods are hidden, the giant gods don't care about things. The supreme god is already the most capable of the world court. One supreme god, 4 extremely powerful great gods and a total of 16 gods participated in the patrol. This is already a very important level. After all, a world collapsed into a single interface and fell into the void. This kind of thing is unprecedented. The world court naturally attaches great importance to such a situation. Then everyone, let's start. The gods selected as patrol envoys. Begin the first patrol according to the established route. This process will also contact many worlds to start the establishment of the World Pan-Consciousness Union. When the World Pan-Consciousness Union is established, then we don't need to be so troublesome, just wait for the World Consciousness to report the case and kill it directly. After the gods began to patrol the world, some reincarnators in the entire source world began to have bad luck. The world consciousness below the level of the gods has no autonomy. Many worlds have very pure ideologies, and some even have only basic instincts. They cannot personally expel or suppress them. After all, if the world consciousness can act at will, it is easy to get into chaos. There are still only a few world consciousnesses that can reach the level of gods. And the worlds currently visited by reincarnationists, without exception, all of them are worlds with world consciousness below the level of gods. The weak ones will definitely be picked. And the world consciousnesses below the level of gods. The powerful ones can give characters in the world super bursts for no reason, directly designate characters to specifically attack reincarnationists, etc. But the worst world consciousness can only instinctively give reincarnationists a hostile buff, making the reincarnationists' luck worse, making the protagonist's chance of bursting higher, and making the protagonist have some instinctive disgust for reincarnationists, etc. These effects seem numerous, but they are only somewhat useful for ordinary reincarnationists. For the strong among the reincarnationists, especially the strong who are familiar with the plot, it is really just a free gift. Therefore, these days, many low-level worlds are swept by strong people who are familiar with the plot. They are like locusts sweeping through various worlds. In this initial bonus period, most of the worlds they encounter are weak. Even if the reincarnationists have a 1-week rest cooling period. But after tasting the sweetness, the powerful reincarnationists quickly catch up on various comic plots. They directly use the source points, which are more precious than the reincarnation points, to buy the reincarnation order for early reincarnation. If it weren't for the main god space stipulating that the reincarnationists can only reincarnate once a day, those reincarnationists who have tasted the sweetness would like to go to the other world to do tasks all the time. The reason is nothing else, it's really that the strength grows fast, it's so delicious. However, now the good days of the reincarnationists are about to end just as they have just begun. The gods patrol the world. Although patrolling the huge source world is very troublesome and time-consuming. But there are many unlucky reincarnations, and there are always gods. They complete their tasks in another world, and suddenly a giant hand descends from the sky and takes them away. There are 4 kinds of punishments for the reincarnations who are taken away. Those with serious sins are directly sent to hell. One is sent to the underworld and turned into beasts and birds without intelligence. One is sent to the underworld and becomes a monster. One is sent to the fallen world of the dream spirit world to contribute to the construction of that world. Swish! A golden stream of light cuts through the dark and surging sky and falls into a dark red world. Boom! As the stream of light cuts into this world, a big pit is smashed into the red ground that looks like charcoal. Cough, 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 it hurts and it's hot. Da-da-da! Snap, snap! Bang! A muscular man in a torn green cloth walked out of the pit shaking his head. The heavy footsteps cracked the burning scorched earth. Where is this? The muscular man looked around in confusion, looking at the red scorched earth and lava all around. When wisps of flames accompanied the lava, the explosion dyed the surrounding environment red. The distorted atmosphere and grey sky, the world was dark red, looking like hell. Of course, the environment is fine. The most important thing is that the man felt the burning heat here as if it was eroding him. There was a burning pain all over his body. If his will was not good, he would be rolling on the ground now. Pain affects the man's memory. After a while, he gradually adapted to the pain and began to recall. I remember it now. That big hand, bastard. How could there be such a level of existence in that world? It must be a god. What hidden settings did Mondor hide in the comics? It's misleading. The man has completely remembered it. He is Tomahawk, a capable general of the Flying Pirates under the command of Golden Lion, and also a noble reincarnation. As a diligent reincarnation, he worked hard to complete tasks in the other world of the Demon Sword Bukasas to earn his first pot of gold. After completing many tasks, entering the main god space and experiencing the flying strengthening effect, he was completely addicted to that feeling. In order to become stronger as soon as possible, he used the more valuable origin points to buy the reincarnation order to reset the number of reincarnations. He went to reincarnation once a day, and also caught the magic sword in the other world. However, this latest trip to the other world is not anchored to the magic sword. Because the magic sword can't be anchored for some reason. It may be related to his title of Fallen World. The magic sword can't choose him, so he can only look forward to the next random encounter with a familiar comic world. And he got what he wanted. Go to the comic world called the Fairy Tale Kingdom of the Queen of Souls. To be honest, Battle Axe is still very satisfied with that world. It was created by Mondor, who has the ability of the book fruit in the Big Mom Pirates. It is said that the comic was created to flatter Big Mom, but it was unexpectedly a big hit. When catching up on the comic plot, this comic has been caught up by Battle Axe. Even the strongest Soul Queen is equivalent to an ordinary Mind Emperor, that is, the Hunter Crown level. During the day, she is the queen of the fairy tale kingdom. At night, she is the ruler of the ghosts. Although it is difficult, Tomahawk feels that he has reached the Hunter Crown level through the main god space. With such strength and familiarity with the plot, it is definitely no problem to treat that other world as a new sheep. However, I never expected that the start would be bad. The golden giant hand that fell from the sky is definitely the power of God. That great feeling is likely to be of a high rank. Damn it! How can there be such an existence in that world? Am I crushed to death now? Is this the legendary hell? Tomahawk endured the severe pain in his body and prepared to explore this world with a very harsh environment. Whether it is hell or not, he actually has a good basis for judgment. After the death of Admiral Akainu, he turned into a demon soul in the underworld and grew at an extremely terrifying speed. Then he fought against the demon clan's ruler of all ghosts, Dark Knight. It is said that he once fell into hell and became the god of hell who roamed the hell. If he is in hell now, then just look for traces of the god of hell Sakazuki. Chapter 933 Revealing the secret of the main god space, Ins traveled through. When Battle Axe began to explore hell, the ocean in the present world also caused a shock because of the appearance of the reincarnation. People did not know the detailed information of the main god space and the reincarnation. But they knew the existence of the group of reincarnation. Although the proportion of people who refused the invitation of the main god space was small, it was not small when added with the base number. This group of people watched in just a few days. Many unknown people suddenly appeared in the sea and became famous, and even the originally powerful strong people became as powerful as if they were riding a rocket. Among them, the example of Battle Axe of the Flying Pirates is the most famous. The strength has directly risen from Crown 2-star to Crown level. With so many examples, people soon associate it with the main god space. So the person who was very regretful in his heart sold the news to the popular newspaper. Bailey comforted his wounded heart by making a fortune. That's right. The sea began to spread the news. In the era when the illusion insect network has been popularized, information transmission is very fast. The words about the main god space and reincarnation are constantly being searched. Some reporters even set out to interview those newcomers who suddenly became famous or even the old strong men who suddenly made a sudden progress. Many people expect reporters to reveal exciting news. Hello everyone, I am the flame photographer of the World Economic Newspaper. I invited the Navy Admiral candidate Cha Tun to be interviewed. The content of this interview is the main god space and reincarnation that have been boiling in the sea recently as the interview theme. A short man wearing a white tall hat said to the live broadcasting illusion insect with enthusiasm. He knew that this topic is very hot now. Now that he has invited Cha Tun, the center of the Navy vortex, to cut in, there will definitely be a lot of traffic. The facts are not surprising. When Flame Photographer was live streaming, in a short period of time, millions of users from huanchong.com flocked to his live streaming room. After all, Flame Photographer's live streaming room was well named. Secrets of the Navy Admiral Candidate, about the main god space and the reincarnation. This kind of name makes people want to click at first glance. Hello, Mr. Shitun. Regarding the main god space and reincarnation that have been widely circulated in the sea recently. What do you think? Shitun looked at the reporter and asked with the microphone in his face, and he was also very calm. Regarding the existence of the main god space and reincarnation that are circulated in the sea? I reserve my opinion. Is this fabricated by someone else? I also reserve my opinion. Hearing Shitun's two reservations, the live streaming room exploded directly, and the barrage began to swipe the screen. Words like Riddler, get out of the Navy popped up directly. Rocket Photographer didn't care that Shitun didn't give a direct answer. Sometimes this kind of answer is enough to convey some information. It is now widely rumored in the sea that you may be one of the legendary reincarnations. After all, not long ago you had a big fight with Tomahawk of the Flying Pirates, both of which showed strength far beyond the past. What do you think of this problem? When the Flame Photographer asked again, Shitun laughed. Then he said seriously with a stern face. Rumors. They are all rumors. It's not possible, I am. At this time, a thought flashed through Shitun's mind, and then he continued to answer. I can answer with certainty. My strength is all due to hard work, and this is the result of my sweat. In order to complete the mission, he worked hard and sweated a lot. Originally, I was very low-key, but Tomahawk was a lunatic. He suddenly came to attack me, and I had to show my efforts to the public. This is all for justice. At this point, Shitun was also a little angry. He originally wanted to grow up in a sleazy way. It's just that Tomahawk is really crazy. He actually brought the grudges of the main god space to reality. Isn't it just to stop him from killing the heroes? It's fine to kill those demon villains in the killing mission, but Tomahawk even wants to promote the protagonist. This is obviously too extreme. Although he is in a different world, Shitun still doesn't want his justice to be tarnished. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stay in the same headquarters with King. Oh, you actually hid your strength for so long for justice. It's really righteous. Maybe Mr. Shitun can become a Navy hero. Flame Photographer said with admiration. The Navy hero has now become a heritage title of the Navy. Only the Navy who has done many deeds that benefit the public and has outstanding strength can obtain it, and its power is equivalent to that of the Admiral. Zero Seeking Flowers. The last Navy to be awarded the title of Navy hero was Gangyang Mekadu. However, as Gangyang Mekadu became a god with strength and was promoted to an honorary admiral, this title is directly vacant. Navy hero? Forget it. My goal is to become an honorary admiral. It's an honorary admiral? I didn't expect that Mr. Shitun's goal is so huge. The Flame Photographer was amazed. Who in the world doesn't know? The honorary admiral of the Navy is actually the patron saint of the Navy. Since it is a patron saint, the standard must be at least a god. To be honest, Shitun's goal really surprised him. Even if Shitun's goal is the admiral of the Navy, he would not be so surprised. You can't say that you want to be an honorary admiral without confidence. 0. The Flame Photographer quickly realized that this was a hot topic that could serve as evidence of the existence of the main god space. Time passed. 2 days later. The topic of the main god space and the reincarnation is still very hot. During this process, after some people were lucky enough to receive the invitation of the main god space, many people agreed without hesitation. After all, there is a pearl in front. The rumored god space really hit him on the head. How could he not be surprised? However, at this moment, there was one person who was very troubled. Or rather, his bones were very troubled. After traveling in the sea for a short time, Ins was walking casually on an island. At this moment, a golden panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The 2 words yes on it made him a little nervous. Shouldn't the invitation from the god space be rejected? Why did he agree to it? How did others refuse? The cautious Ins didn't want to wade into such muddy water. Now he is still weak, and facing the unknown existence of the god's space, he naturally has to be cautious. However, now it seems that he has no chance to be calm. Boom! The power of the Great Tomb was released by him, and defensive magic was also unfolded. The short timer of the panel has also expired. Swoosh! Boom! The panel burst into golden light. Ins, who did not choose an option, was swept away directly. The great tomb also collapsed. Ins finally, after all, it still couldn't stabilize, and it passed through directly. Chapter 934 Holy Crown Level, 12 Magic Secrets Leading to the Path of True God. In a different world, in the Source World. Accompanied by wisps of golden light shining in the sky. Bang bang bang! 10 golden light balls fell from the sky. The violent impact caused the forest lawn to explode directly into holes. After a while, the light balls dissipated, and figures walked out of the holes. Oh! The huge laughter shook the surrounding mountains and forests. The birds and beasts that were originally panicked by the falling sky light became even more panicked. All kinds of birds flapped their wings and flew high. It even attracted the attention of some nearby adventurers who were exploring here. Some adventurers began to move towards this side. After all, there might be something good in the falling meteor. Not to mention the ideas of these adventurers. The owner of the laughter, Kaido, was very happy at this time. After all, he bumped into such a good thing as the main god space. It is such a wonderful thing to be able to go to various different worlds for adventure. No wonder many guys have become stronger these days. It turns out that the main god space really exists and has such a big secret. The corners of Kaido's mouth rose. No matter what, it's his turn to exert his strength next. He has to do a big job in the main god space. Originally, with the chaos in the world, the Pirate King is a long way off. But now, Kaido feels that he is doing it again. The main god space, this is simply an opportunity tailor-made for him. Kaido, the beast, offers a bounty of 80 billion berries, rated as the Holy Crown level. Such a guy actually teamed up with us. It's really annoying. At this time, a white-haired young man in a navy coat was holding a big cigarette, looking like someone owed him money. How dare you? White smoke smoker. A mere vice admiral of the navy dares to disrespect Lord Kaido. At this time, a man with a bloated figure like a Batman was immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the opportunity in the main god space. Not to mention the good luck of receiving the invitation to the main god space. He even teamed up with a golden thigh like Kaido. This wave is going to take off directly. That's why the Batman must hold on to the golden thigh as much as possible. Tisk! Get out of the way, little minion. Smoker looked at the Batman with disdain. Although his strength is indeed far inferior to Kaido, he is definitely stronger than this minion. He has been honing his skills in the Navy's martial arts virtual realm for 20 years. He also spent 10 years of his life to get the opportunity to materialize the 20 years of achievements in the virtual realm. Now he has the strength of a 3-star gem level. This is already very strong among the vice admirals of the Navy. At least the Batman in front of him seemed to be only at the level of a silver hunter, and he might not be able to shake even a finger of his. Lieutenant General Smoker, you should say less. A figure walked to the side of Smoker. He was the confidence that Smoker could shout in front of Kaido without worrying about being beaten to death. One of the 12 magic secrets, Magic Forbidden Rosinante, has the strength of the Holy Crown level. The Holy Crown level is the next level above the Hunter Crown level. If the Crown level is called a demigod, then the Holy Crown is a quasi-god, which is the final stage of the leap to the god level. The strength is so terrifying. At this time, Smoker heard Rosinante speak. He curled his lips slightly and did not speak again. Although he was only a few years older than Rosinante. But he still respected Rosinante. Whether it was Rosinante's character or his strength, it was the same. Watching Smoker listen to the advice, Rosinante felt a little comforted. He knew that Smoker was a well-known troublemaker in the Navy. So he thought Smoker would be very stubborn. Now he seems to be a very good kid. Rosinante, who had been in the martial arts secret realm for at least 30 years, looked at Smoker's young face and felt like he was looking at a child. Navy Admiral Candidate Magic Index Rosinante. Kaido looked at Rosinante standing in front of Smoker and laughed a few times. Oh! I didn't expect to meet here. Since you have come to the main god space, how about it? Do you want to leave the Navy and join me? As long as you come, I will be your big boss. Do whatever you want. Looking at Rosinante, Kaido immediately extended an invitation. 0. He has always cherished talents. Besides, Rosinante is not an ordinary talent. The god of magic created the god of magic secrets. The god of magic secrets keeps the 12 magic secrets. Each of the 12 magic secrets can give people the potential to reach the path of true God. This is the potential that drives the world crazy. Only the top 3 of the annual Grand Magic Master can choose one of the magic secrets. Up to now, 3 Grand Magic Masters have passed. The God of Magic Secrets has only the last 3 magic secrets left, and the other 9 have been taken away by the top 3 of the previous sessions. Rosinante is one of them. Kaido likes such talents more and more. Sorry, I have no interest in being a pirate. Although we are teammates in the main god space now, but you are still our enemy in the real world. That's a pity. Kaido shook his head regretfully, and then carried the mace in his hand on his shoulder. He didn't mean to say hello to others, and walked directly out of the forest. Except for the talent of Rosinante, he was not very interested in other people. He also believed that with Rosinante's reputation, he would be able to protect other reincarnations. Therefore, there is no need to worry about failure in such basic survival tasks. As for him, naturally, he went to find prey to complete other more valuable tasks. 2.9 Coming to the main god space to become a reincarnation, it must be the most important to improve strength. Therefore, the tasks he has to do them all. Lord Kaido, wait for me. I am also a pirate of the Beast's Pirates, with a bounty of 120 million Baileys. Batman was so eager to curry favor with Kaido that he only got Kaido's cold eyes. If the guy in front of him had not also come to another world, Kaido would not even bother to take a second look. You follow the magical index first, I don't want to bring any burdens now. Lord Kaido. Looking at Kaido's departing figure, Batman was speechless. Then, he looked at the grinning smoker with some fear. Even the skeleton wearing a gorgeous coat next to him made him feel warmer than the brat smoker. Chapter 935 Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon, Kaido is going to rush. With Kaido's departure, Ins, who had been silent beside him, also began to act. As a newcomer who had just started walking on the sea, he had no time to read any comics. For the information transmitted by the main god space, the comic book in front of him is called Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon. He doesn't know anything about it. That's why he needs accurate information to judge the strength of this world. Especially the word Holy Light makes him very restrained. In this case, he has to be cautious. Compared to the powerful magic index, which may conceal key information because of the mission, the frustrated Batman next to him is a good target for information. While Ins was thinking. On the other side, while Kaido was walking out of the forest, he also met adventurers who were adventuring in this forest. It is very rare to see humans as tall as Kaido in this world. Only the giants are taller. That extremely tall body is not easy to mess with at first glance. Especially he has horns on his head, who knows what evil monster has transformed from. Therefore, the adventurers who have gathered here are also bypassing. 11Kaido doesn't care about this. The most urgent thing is to complete the 3 types of tasks other than the survival mission. He happened to have read the comic book Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon. Although it was a bit awkward, Duo actually read comic books. At first, he picked up comic books because of the famous comic book artist Kaido read this comic, not because of the use of holy light in it, but because this comic is violent and exciting enough. Kaido, who is used to taking comics as a hobby, prefers this kind of hot-blooded and violent comics. Now Kaido is somewhat glad that he has such a hobby. Otherwise, it is much more troublesome to come to the other world with nothing in sight and to inquire about information. Now is the beginning of the teleportation plot. Then the 3 holy staffs are still there. This is a good opportunity. With my current strength, I can try to take down the 3 holy staffs. Kaido began to think about the plot of Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon in his mind. The background of this comic is very simple. This world has 3 interconnected continents, and the rest are all seas. There are densely packed dungeons on the 3 continents. Various powerful demons in the dungeons ravage each continent. Humans were originally just an ordinary member of the many races on the continent. Under the ravages of various demons in the dungeons, they barely survived. Until one day, the Holy Light Mother Crystal, which holds the hope of life, was born. The mighty Holy Light began to spread in the atmosphere. Humanity soon benefited from the Holy Light because it was closer to it, and was able to use it. Holy Light envoys began to be born frequently. Relying on powerful Holy Light envoys, humans established a kingdom dominated by humans on each of the 3 continents. The three kingdoms retreated together and established the Holy Light Temple at the same time. Under the counterattack of the Holy Light Temple, a large number of weak dungeons were purified. Finally, the three evil dungeons and some of their subordinate dungeons formed a stalemate with the Holy Light Temple. The complicated chaos on each continent ended. In this whole background, it is obvious that the Holy Light Mother Crystal can be said to be the most important item. In fact, Kaido looked at the search tasks about the Holy Light Mother Crystal series. Looking at the rewards above, he was drooling. A total of 30,000 origin points. For the origin points, Kaido understood its value just by its introduction. It can be used to purchase various special permissions, and it is also a necessary currency to become a god and above. Not to mention other things. Just seeing that it is a must for becoming a god makes Kaido attach great importance to it. After all, his strength is at the stage of quasi-god transformation from god. In order to become a quasi-god, he suffered a lot. He won the first prize in the third Fantasy Beast Conference. He then obtained the original Fantasy Beast Bloodline Circuit Creation Manual. Then he borrowed the martial arts realm from the Dark Curtain. He created his own Fantasy Beast Bloodline Circuit experiment. This process, he was seriously injured many times in the martial arts realm. Fortunately, even if he died in the martial arts realm, he would only consume one more month of life, so he was confident. Then let's give it a try. Go to the three holy temples first to see if we can get those holy staffs. Kaido looked at the rewards for each task on the golden panel, and finally decided to rush to the three holy temples. The three holy temples are the three bases of the Holy Light Temple, stationed in the center of the kingdom of each continent. He rushed straight to the major bases of the Holy Light Camp. It's not that Kaido is reckless. It's really too tempting to become a god. Even if he becomes a quasi-god, Kaido is still very unsatisfied. But it is very difficult to become a subordinate god. The accumulation required in the quasi-god stage is very troublesome. Either the precious resources are accelerated or time is accumulated. It is difficult for him to get precious resources. The Yamato no Kami has long been absent from the affairs. Even the Fantasy Beast Conference has become a pastime for the guardians of the Fantasy Beasts. Various rare resources are naturally contained by the Fantasy Beasts. Even if there are overflowing rare resources, they are intercepted by the Yamato cult and the flying pirates one after another. It is not his turn at all. As for the accumulation of time, he can rely on the martial arts virtual realm. As long as 1 year in reality, 10 years in the virtual realm. He is sure to accumulate it, and then spend 10 years of life to materialize it. However, the Dark Curtain is completely fussy. The price is too high, so it is better not to mention it. If he does not enter the main god space, Kaido feels that he will eventually choose to accept the blackmail of the Dark Curtain. After all, it has only been a few years since the present world entered the Age of Gods. Every day is precious, so there is no time for him to accumulate slowly. He really needs to accumulate in the real world. He dare not imagine what the scene will be like in the real world after becoming a god in 10 years. But now, with the main god space, all problems are no longer problems. He doesn't need to feel depressed. Now all he has to do is rush. Fight. Roar, roar, roar. The huge dragon roar shook the sky. Kaido turned into a giant dragon and rushed straight to the sky. Countless mountains, rivers, and rivers came into his sight. Looking at the terrain structure in front of him, he compared it with the comic map he had seen. Then he sensed the gathering of the strange holy light power in this world. The target came out at once. Oh! Let me turn this world upside down. Chapter 936 Gods Cross the Boundary, 3 Crises in the Real World. That's a dragon, an evil dragon. So scary. When Kaido was galloping in the sky, the adventurers on the ground also changed their faces. There are dragons in this world. It's just that the dragons in this world are the magic dragons and evil dragons born in the evil dungeon. Therefore, Kaido will most likely be recognized as an evil dragon when he shows his dragon form. Of course, Kaido doesn't care. Now his mind is full of war. He is too restrained in the real world. After all, there are many gods in the real world, and there are many guys as powerful as quasi-gods. Especially in the new world entrenched in the second half of the Grand Line. Under the training of the apostles, the dread demons have more than 50 limit-breaking demon kings. Such a number of quasi-gods makes Kaido feel very depressed in the new world. Even if the area of the new world expands 100 times with the expansion of the planet, it is still the same. Because the perception of quasi-gods is very strong. Even if the new world is much larger, he still feels very close to those guys. It would be fine if those guys became gods. According to the rules set by the main god of the Kingdom of Miracles, the god of radiance, humans and gods are separated. Unless a mortal maliciously provokes. Otherwise, even a giant god cannot take the initiative to attack in the world. It is precisely because of this rule. The apostles of the demon clan turned to cultivate a large number of limit-breaking demon kings. Facing those guys. If he really doesn't want to be killed, he can only take it easy. This is really making him feel suffocated. Now that he has come to another world, it's time for him to act recklessly. Boom. When Kaido quickly moved towards the target. Ins below also left the team, taking the new brother Batman with him. After being slightly shocked by Ins' aura, Batman felt that Ins, a skeleton wearing a gorgeous coat, might also be a big boss. At least that's definitely the case for him. Therefore, he resolutely chose to hang out with Ins because he was worried about Smoker. After all, hanging out with a big boss who doesn't know the plot. Maybe he can get some reincarnation points. Even if he is weak. But Batman, who knows the plot, is really unwilling to just do a basic task. However, he has transplanted the Bat Demon Crystal. He has obvious demonic characteristics. If he goes out to do a task alone, it is really easy for the Holy Light to purify him as an evil thing. Fortunately, the skeleton boss gave him another choice. While the Batman was thinking, the skeleton boss, whom he placed his hopes on, was swaying in anger. Originally, Ins wanted to spend his days in this world and try not to do any tasks. After all, he was forcibly pulled into the main god space for no reason. He was still quite sensitive. However, originally, he wanted to spend this world conservatively, but suddenly he received a reminder from the main god space. This reminder directly maximized his mobility. He now needs to complete tasks with more than 10,000 origin points as soon as possible. This way, he can leave this alien world as soon as possible according to the reminder of the main god space. As for the reason why he wanted to leave quickly, it was very simple. According to the reminder of the main god space, a god is coming across the boundary to arrest the reincarnation. It only takes half an hour of the source world time to reach this alien world. Converted into the alien world time is half a month. The countdown that looks like blood is floating on Ins' golden panel. Why did the god arrest the reincarnation? Where did the gods come from? And why was he treated differently by the main god space? Questions like these. Ins was not in the mood to explore. He only knew. If he really had to wait for the gods to come. Now as a reincarnator, he would definitely happily type GG. Of course, he could also bet that the main god space was deceiving him. There was no god crossing over at all. However, Ins would naturally not make such a bet. So the countdown on the panel was simply a death countdown. He didn't have much time. Earning at least 10,000 origin points as soon as possible within half a month was his most urgent priority. Although he knew that he would most likely not die in the end. Or even if he died, he could still come back to life with Lord Mole. When he found out that the main gods known in the world were all his predecessors. He already knew that his background was very strong. But he also knew that he knew very little about the top information after all. What if Lord Mole and those predecessors had more powerful enemies? What if that god is a member of a hostile force? What if the main god space is a trap set by the hostile force? After Ins learned about the existence of a large number of different worlds, he became more cautious in making these assumptions. What if the main god, the giant god, is actually very weak in other worlds? There are all kinds of possible assumptions after all. He needs to be more cautious in his actions and cannot make mistakes. So, he can't waste time. Evil Dungeon, Dragon Dungeon, Devil Dungeon. The background created with the three major crises of the demon race, dragon race, and demon race is the main reference. In addition to these three evil dungeons that can cause a world-destroying crisis, there are also many powerful subordinate dungeons. Among them, the three dungeons in the mission are the Fear of Demons Dungeon, the Evil Dragon Dungeon, and the Demon Eye Dungeon. Lordans, they are the most terrifying of all the subordinate dungeons. The Batman next to Ins said while carefully looking at the face of the big man in front of him. Dot is the top subordinate of the three evil dungeons. If you can obtain their dungeon hearts, the value will be considerable. Just now, after arriving at the cave here. After introducing the background of this world, he was asked by the big brother-ins to talk about the information about the dungeons. So the Batman focused on introducing the 3 most powerful subordinate dungeons. These 3 dungeons can be said to be the hardest bones to chew in the early and middle stages of the protagonist group. A large number of plot events unfold in these dungeons. Of course, compared to the plot events, the dungeon hearts owned by these dungeons are very valuable in the tasks given by the main god space. In the search task, the value of the Holy Light Mother Crystal is the highest. It is the crystal of hope for life. Since the establishment of the 3 kingdoms, the originally invisible Holy Light Mother Crystal was divided into 3, transformed into 3 holy staffs and fell into the major kingdoms. It truly brings the highest end combat power to the Holy Light Envoy. In addition to the Holy Light Mother Crystal, the next most valuable are the 3 world-destroying dungeon hearts of the villain camp. The dungeon heart is the foundation of the dungeon and the key to the breeding of evil creatures and monsters in the dungeon. Of course, Batman feels it is not realistic to directly plan for the 3 dungeon hearts. Although he knows that the big man in front of him is strong. He didn't know how strong they were. But he knew clearly how terrible the 3 evil dungeons were. So it was better to find trouble with other subordinate dungeons first. The Batman really wanted to give advice to the big boss in front of him. He didn't expect the origin points. He just hoped that the big boss would leave him some soup so that he could get some reincarnation points. Now his bounty of over 100 million berries sounds very impressive. But the actual bitterness is known by himself. In the current world, his level of combat power is really a handful, and he is simply cannon fodder. So he must hang out with the big boss in the main god space and get the first bucket of gold to change his fate. Chapter 937 3 Kinds of Holy Light Magic, Kaido's 100% chance of winning. As for the Batman's thoughts, Ins didn't want to know too much, time was tight. Now he didn't have time to slowly study the plan. After discovering the dungeon system of this world, Ins had a rough idea. However, this idea can only be realized after reaching the underground city. Now it is most important to find the way first. After finalizing the idea, Ins focused his attention on the breath not far away. There are many local natives there. On the other side, Kaido's reckless galloping also attracted the attention of the temple on this continent. There is a strong breath that is moving quickly towards the capital. No, it should be our position. Such a terrible breath. Located in the magnificent temple of Holy Light City. In a room, 3 holy light messengers wearing golden clothes sitting in a triangle suddenly changed their faces. This breath has exceeded the SS level. Hurry up and notify His Excellency of the temple. When the faces of these 3 holy light messengers suddenly changed, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed open the door. No need, His Excellency of the temple has already noticed it. The Holy Light Conference is about to be held, please go to it, elders. Yes. Time passed. 187 When Kaido quickly leaped across the sky and came to this holy city and this temple. The people here were ready to go. What an amazing power! This power even exceeds mine. A total of 8 holy light messengers in golden coats surrounded a white-bearded old man in a holy white coat. They confronted Kaido, who was hovering in the sky, with amazement on their faces. Only when the giant dragon was approaching could one feel its power more. Of course, one could also feel the surging power of the giant dragon in front of him. That power was not like that of the evil dragon. Therefore, the holy light messengers did not fight at the first time. Sir Dragon, what are you doing here? Seeing the white-bearded old man opposite asking, Kaido's dragon mouth rose. Oh! Didn't you attack directly? This is not like the Holy Light Envoy I know. You are joking, we will never tolerate evil. But whether you are evil or not is still unknown. The white-bearded old man answered seriously. He could feel that Kaido had a sacred power, which was very different from the evil power in the dungeon. Oh! I am not evil? How funny! Kaido never thought that one day he would be questioned whether he was evil. As an unscrupulous pirate, this is a special experience. Stop talking nonsense. Old man. My purpose of coming here is very simple, give me the holy staff in your hand. I will retreat immediately. Kaido now just wants to earn the origin points quickly. Currently in the origin point mission displayed by the Lord God. Except for the 3 holy staffs representing the Holy Light Mother Crystal and the 3 evil dungeon hearts in the object hunting mission. Only the killing missions against the 3 protagonists and 1 final boss have origin points. Other missions only have reincarnation points. If you kill these guys in front of you, you can indeed get a lot of reincarnation points. However, this bone is also hard to chew. 8 SS level Holy Light Envoys. There is also an old man who is a high-level SS level but can exert SSS level power with a holy staff. If such a lineup really fights, he will still be more troublesome. If it can avoid unnecessary trouble, Kaido is of course willing. Is the target the holy staff? If so, I'm sorry I can't do anything. The white-bearded old man clenched the golden scepter in his hand and shook his head. As a staff holder who has inherited the name of the temple, it is impossible to hand over the holy staff to anyone other than the Holy Light Envoy. Not to mention the dragon in front of him. Oh ah 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 ah. As expected, in that case. Then I'll grab it. Kaido laughed and launched an attack directly. Given the personalities of these Holy Light users, they still had to fight. Although it was troublesome, he was not afraid of fighting. Boom. Red flashes shone in the dragon's mouth. The whole world seemed to be in a burning ominous state. Let's fight. Dragon breath. Kaido more roaring. Babi. A huge stream of hot red began to burst out from his mouth, bombarding directly towards the Holy Light Envoys. Great Holy Light Technique. Great Holy Light Technique. When Kaido attacked, the Holy Light Envoys opposite him also fought back. The golden holy light that penetrated the sky and the earth burst out like a landslide and a tsunami. Roaring. Directly collided with Kaido's dragon breath. Boom. The deafening sound shook the atmosphere. The entire Holy Light City resonated and trembled. Even the capital, which was only tens of kilometers away from the Holy Light City, could clearly feel the vibration of the Holy Light City. The sky turned into two colors of skylight. The fiery red flames and golden light intertwined. Kaido looked at the attacks used by the Holy Light Envoys in front of him to resist his dragon breath. His expression became more excited. That's how he would be strong. Otherwise, if the opponent was too weak, he would have nowhere to put his aroused interest. Boom boom. The terrifying power of the phantom beast surged in Kaido's body, turning into infinite life force, and then ignited by the dragon's breath. Suddenly, the dragon's breath in Kaido's mouth expanded wildly. Dragon Sun. A dazzling sun seemed to appear on the horizon. The terrifying red flame roared and rushed, swallowing everything. This sudden attack also made the faces of the Holy Light Messengers suddenly change. The temple among them immediately exerted the power of the Holy Staff. The entire Holy Light City was shrouded in golden light pillars, as if it had turned into a golden city. The holy light particles that usually lingered in the Holy Light City danced directly with the Holy Staff. The blazing holy light was mighty and swept out directly. Strongly suppress the rising blazing sun. Pa! Pa! Bang! As the holy light became gentle and scattered, Kaido's big move was also extinguished directly. Oh! That's more like it. Come on! Let me see if you holy light users can warm me up. How arrogant! Then as you wish. The temple held the holy staff and moved forward alone. Since the enemy was confirmed, he had nothing to say, so he rushed forward directly. Super Holy Light Technique. The terrifying holy light swept the city again. The holy light users in this world only specialize in one way of fighting. That is the Holy Light Technique. If you really want to subdivide it, there are only three types. Holy Light Technique, Great Holy Light Technique and Super Holy Light Technique. Only the Holy Light techniques used by Holy Light users of S level and above are worthy of being called Great Holy Light Technique. And the Super Holy Light Technique can only be performed by the temple holding the Holy Staff. The terrifying Holy Light explosion made Kaido take it seriously. After all, the Holy Staff mobilized the Holy Light that had been radiating in the Holy Light City for many years. The power it exerts has surpassed that of a demigod and entered the level of a quasi-god. Even he cannot be too careless. However, Kaido is still very stable. He still has room for his current combat power. He has not used the mace phantom that reflects his phantom power circuit. Although this weapon is only of ordinary SSS grade quality, if he uses it, his combat power will also skyrocket. So he can take down a mere temple. Kaido judged his chances of winning to be 100%. He will win. There is no possibility of overturning. Chapter 938 Kaido is sealed, in actions. Time passes. The mighty holy light, holy, magnificent, accompanied by faint shouts. The terrifying holy light penetrates the sky and the earth, sweeping everything. Kaido has now transformed into a dragon man. The mace in his hand is covered with golden and blue lines, and terrible power is brewing in it. Then he blasted towards the holy light. But this time he hit a wall. The endless golden torrent washed and suppressed him. Even if he kept roaring, he couldn't change this situation. Clang! 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 Crack! Accompanied by the sound of chains colliding. Golden chains emitting golden light blocked Kaido layer by layer. Finally, Kaido was blocked in a golden ball of light. One end of countless chains was linked to the golden ball of light. The other end was immersed in the void of the entire holy light city. Your Excellency the Temple! Your Excellency the Temple! After releasing this move, the temple staggered and fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, a middle-aged female holy light messenger supported him in time. There were many holy light messengers around the white-bearded old man. They all looked at him with worry. Ahem! The temple coughed a few times, his face flushed. He reached out to stop everyone's worries. Now is not the time to worry about me. The holy light can't trap that guy, he will come out soon. Hearing what the temple said, everyone else's face changed slightly. The temple ignored their expressions. He handed the holy staff in his hand to a man with a serious face and gold-rimmed glasses. Gino, I will give you an important task next. Hand over the holy staff to the destined person, and protect his growth. This you are the only one who has this ability. Gino looked at the staff handed to him by the temple, and his face was silent. After a while, Gino took the staff, his expression became more serious. I understand. It's good to understand, it's good to understand. After handing over the staff, the figure of the temple began to become illusory. Your Excellency the Temple! Your Excellency the Temple! Looking at the worried expressions of the crowd, the old man with white beard smiled. Next, the evacuation of the residents of the Holy Light City will be handed over to you, as soon as possible. And inform other temples of the situation here. The temples explained some of the funeral affairs one after another. A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. Even the breeze with warm holy light could not dispel it. A trace of sadness appeared on their faces. Because they knew that the old man in front of them was about to die. As the temple with the highest virtue and prestige among the Holy Light envoys. His death will cause a huge blow to the entire Holy Light Temple. Don't be sad, I'm already an old man. I am satisfied to meet such an opponent before I die of old age. After the funeral arrangements were made, the Holy Temple comforted everyone with a kind face. Looking at the Holy Light envoy who was leaning on him. His wrinkled fingers reached out and stroked the corners of her eyes. The tears were wiped away, as if the sadness also disappeared. You are so old and still crying. Listening to the words of the Holy Temple, the female Holy Light envoy no longer called the Holy Temple by the formal name, but by a more intimate name. Grandpa. All good things must come to an end, and my journey ends here. You are already a mature adult, and it's time to see through. Yes, Grandpa. Watching his granddaughter sobbing, the temple smiled and nodded. Everyone will die one day, and fear and sadness cannot change it. Since this is the case, the only thing to do is to be calm. His eyes looked at the golden sky, as if he saw his past. What a magnificent life! In the end, I am still a warlike guy. Crack! Crack! The temple's face began to crack like broken ceramics. Bang! As he suddenly broke, he turned into wisps of holy light and drifted away. Only a long sigh was left on the spot. Holy light! That enemy is worth fighting. When the temple passed away, Kaido, who was sealed in the golden light ball, also felt it. Is that guy dead? He looked at the main god space and was reminded that he had completed the task of killing Temple Prover. After completing this task, he could get 20 million reincarnation points. In the comic Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon, Temple Prover plays an important role in the plot. With the help of the Holy Staff, he found the destined person, Posa, one of the protagonists, very early. He silently paid attention to the growth of the destined person. Afterwards, he often provided guidance when the protagonists were in crisis, and he was like a grandfather. Such an existence is worth 20 million reincarnation points. If ordinary reincarnationists get this amount of reincarnation points, they would be ecstatic. But Kaido is not satisfied. Because his goal is the Holy Staff. Originally, he was confident of getting the Holy Staff. I didn't expect that guy to have this trick. Directly overdraw life to exert the more powerful power of the holy staff. In the original book, such a move has never been shown. The conclusion is that he was careless. Fortunately, this power can't seal him for long. At most 5 days, he can get out of trouble. If he works hard again, if he struggles, he can still get 2 days earlier. To be honest, he is least afraid of being chopped by others. With the power of his fantasy beast Azure Dragon, he can grow a new head if it falls off. What he fears is this kind of sealing move. Originally, he thought that the Holy Light Envoy's moves should be big and open. After all, the style of the 3 protagonists in the original work is hard to describe. I didn't expect that this old bastard would use such a move, which is simply a shame for the Holy Light Envoy. Clang! Clang! Kaido struggled with some anger. The terrifying red flames burst out from him. The wolf in his hand, the tooth stick, was also emitting a powerful force. The entire golden space was vibrating and buzzing with Kaido's struggle to break free. The Holy Light City outside was also trembling, causing many sad Holy Light messengers to become alert. When he gets out, he won't be careless. Those guys washed their necks and waited. When Kaido roared and broke free. The Evil Dragon Dungeon located on this continent. This dungeon is vaguely known as the strongest subordinate dungeon. Its core area welcomed an uninvited guest. Is this the heart of the dungeon? It looks really spectacular. A skeleton in a gorgeous coat stared at the beating heart of the dungeon in the air, and sighed. Great! Lordans, even though this place looks magnificent, it is not even a fraction of your majesty. At this time, the Batman next to Ins kept flattering him. Although it was flattering, he really admired Ins's power. Before that, after he and Ins came to the Evil Dragon Dungeon, he witnessed Ins's power with his own eyes. Not to mention the followers of the evil dragons. Even the powerful evil dragons were swallowed up by the terrifying black fog released by Ins and turned into ashes. Even the evil dragon king who guarded the core area of the Evil Dragon Dungeon in the original book and had the strength of the middle SS level could only bow to Ins. Ins, who exerted such power, seemed to be understating it. Such an attitude made the Batman directly imagine the infinite power that Ins could possess. Chapter 939, The Heart of the Contract Dungeon. Don't lose at the starting line. In fact, when the Batman was imagining it next to him, Ins still had a cold sweat in his heart. Fortunately, he had earned some reputation points during his short walk in the sea. This enabled him to upgrade his ability, the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Otherwise, he would have been beaten by the Evil Dragon King. That guy was really powerful, and he was completely different from other evil dragons that were only mid-level S rank at most. It felt like the power of this dungeon was used to grow the Evil Dragon King. It was so powerful that even his strongest group attack Deathtide could hardly deal with it. Fortunately, he finally sealed the Evil Dragon King with the Great Tomb. And he used the contract power of the Great Tomb to contract the Evil Dragon King, making the Evil Dragon King bow down. Lordans! This is the core of the Evil Dragon Dungeon. What are you going to do now? A burly dragon man who looked 3 meters tall and greyish in color stood behind Ins and asked respectfully. He was the Evil Dragon King. This dragon man posture was his transformed posture. Generally speaking, he would not bother to transform into a dragon man. However, in front of the person he was submitting to, it was not appropriate for him to follow with a high attitude. Heart of the dungeon. Ins looked at the grey thing in front of him that looked like a huge heart. It was 10 meters wide. This beating heart. With every beat, a wisp of grey air permeated the surroundings. How to do it? Ins's body began to float. His skeleton hand stretched out, as if to touch the huge heart in front of him. If it is a living dungeon. A wisp of dark light climbed the void from Ins's skeleton hand and entangled with the heart of the dungeon in front of him. On the way, the strongest boss of this dungeon was surpassed, and the last barrier was broken. So there was no accident. The dark light directly enveloped the entire heart of the dungeon. After a while. No. No, this is too resistant. Ins looked at the heart of the dungeon in front of him in surprise. When he learned that the dungeon here was known as a living dungeon, Ins had an idea. He wanted to try to use his ability in the Great Tomb to see if he could contract the heart of the dungeon. If he could contract it, then it might be of great help to the next task. Now he has confirmed it. The heart of the dungeon can indeed be contracted. However, for some reason, the heart of the dungeon, which obviously only has instincts and no thinking consciousness, would reject his contract so much. According to this situation, he needs to spend late at night to force it to contract. You should retreat first. Tomorrow morning, we will set off to other dungeons. Yes, Lordans. Seeing the evil Dragon King leave so decisively, the Batman who stayed behind was a little hesitant to speak. Don't worry. You will get what you want. Leave first. Ins would not just throw away the Batman after using him. Since he got what he needed from the Batman, he would give him the corresponding reward. Praise you. Great Ins. I will leave now. The Batman smiled immediately after hearing this. He left with a servile look on his face. Watching the Batman disappear into the shadow, Ins began to concentrate on the contract. I hope there is still time. As darkness spread, the deepest part of the evil dragon dungeon fell into silence. Only the sound of mechanical heartbeats continued to echo. The next day, in a certain city, Navy Admiral candidate Rosinante and Vice Admiral Smoker led the reincarnations who followed them to this city. This is the Orc City. It is a rare city in the kingdom dominated by the subhuman orcs. The protagonist Boza lives here. That guy likes to compete with the orcs here. He is already famous among the orcs at a young age. In the team, a young man with purple hair and muscles was introducing the comics. For the other two people in the team who had never read this comic, they were very enthusiastic. Love. Badgers, how does the protagonist compare to you now? When one of them asked, Badgers laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'm not bragging, if I fight him with all my strength. In less than 3 seconds, you can see me in the underworld. Hey! When the other two heard Badger's answer, they were stunned. They thought Badgers would say something to show off, but they didn't expect him to blow himself up directly. That's impossible. Brother Badgers, you can lift a small hill over 10 meters high. Such a powerful force. Hearing the doubtful look on the face of the younger boy, Badger's smile froze a little. Since you call me brother. Then let me teach you. After that, Badger stretched out 2 fingers. Under the young man's confused gaze, he suddenly accelerated. The finger hit him on the head and gave him a slap. You still living in the old times? As a young man of the new era, it's fine if you don't read comics. You are so short-sighted. The boy covered his head and felt that it was swollen. Tears hung from the corners of his eyes. It hurts so much. Brother Badgers. Your face was aggrieved and distressing. It's not up to me to decide. My dad won't let me read comics, not even newspapers. I usually only know the gods that my dad told me. The rest of the time I either work or exercise. You also said something about not letting me lose at the starting line, not being distracted, working hard and restraining myself. I am also desperate. As he spoke, the boy's tears welled up. Looking at the boy crying and the dazzling eyes and pointing fingers of the pedestrians around him, Badgers felt a little embarrassed. It's 4.3, gas, don't cry. It's all my brother's fault. I'll tell you the story of the Holy Light comics. Don't cry. It's too ugly for a man to cry like this. After sobbing for a while, the young gas stopped crying. Really? 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 Smoker, who was not far away, watched the interaction between Badgers and Gas, and his mouth corners slightly raised. He decided to recruit Gas as a navy. Although they didn't spend much time together. But he could feel that Gas was quite simple and had good potential. However, after training at home for a few years, he was only 14 years old and already had the strength to enter the silver level. Of course, this potential is nothing compared to his current identity as a reincarnation. Okay, Posa's hometown is almost here. I hope that plot hasn't started yet. Badger walked forward carelessly. Chapter 940 Plot Event Mission Ancient Orcs. Soon, Rosinante and his party came to a relatively remote street in the city. There are few pedestrians here. The brick houses on both sides of the street also have a very rough style, decorated with various animal skins, teeth and even giant beast bone sticks. Ha ha ha. Is this the Mad War Street? It's really a special feeling to see it with my own eyes. Beijis looked at the street in front of him with excitement. This is the street where the protagonist Posa lives, where very special and extremely warlike orcs live. Possessing the most powerful strength in the entire orc city. Ordinary orcs don't even dare to pass by here. The adoptive parents of the protagonist Posa are residents here. Of course, the protagonist Posa also grew up in such an environment and has an extremely bold and warlike character. There. At this time, Beijis pointed to a small venue at the end of the street. There were circles of burly orcs gathered there. Even though there was still some distance between them, they could still hear the enthusiastic calls from there. 17. It seems that we have come at the right time. The protagonist Boza is having his coming-of-age ceremony. This is the first climax of the comic. Boza wants to step out of the Orc City to challenge the strong men in the world when he becomes an adult. The boss of the War Street, who has regarded Boza as his own son since childhood, made a bet with Boza on the grounds of the traditional Orc coming-of-age ceremony. Before Beijis finished his introduction, the young man Gas exclaimed, "Brother Beijis, look! There is a plot task flashing on the panel." Hearing Gas' words, Base quickly opened the panel. Indeed, they saw a plot event task named Boza's coming-of-age ceremony flashing. Obviously, they are facing an important plot and it is time to make a choice. Is it to wait quietly for the end of the plot and not get a single hair? Or to change the plot in their own way to get the corresponding reward? The plot change task does not directly give a fixed reward, but needs to be determined by the effect of the reincarnation intervention. Therefore, Beijis' eyes flickered as he could not see the reward. People die for money, birds die for food. Now that Beijis could not see the specific reward, he did not want to go up alone. The courage to disrupt the plot. After all, he knew. The boss of the Mad War Street has a bad temper. It doesn't matter that he has a bad temper, the key is that he is also powerful. Even in the entire Orc City, almost no one dares to provoke him. His normal combat power is equivalent to the gem level 3-star hunter. If he uses the Orc-specific Berserk talent, he can even fight with the SS level Holy Light Envoy. Such a fierce man. With his current combat power of only 3 silver stars, he dare not directly touch that guy's bad luck. So. Ha ha ha. Brother Rosinante. Now is a good opportunity. Although we are not enemies with the protagonist. But this piece of fat meat that flies over, we can't give up. Anyway, we are not hurting them, we have to think about ourselves. Everyone agrees, right? Badges immediately winked at everyone. Rosinante looked at everyone except Smoker's stinky face, and everyone else looked eager. It's hard to say anything. He himself has the magic secret leading to the true god, so he is not eager for the way to improve his strength. But for others, the main god space is a super opportunity falling from the sky. Now the opportunity is in front of him, it is impossible not to be tempted. Let's go. Rosinante thought for a while. It is better to open than to block. It is not impossible to do such a task of changing the plot. After all, it is just changing the plot, not directly killing people. Hearing Rosinante speak, Badges's mouth corners rose directly. According to his understanding, this task is evaluated by performance, and it is completely fine to intervene as a team. If Rosinante is the core of the magic ban, there will be no danger. Then he only needs to be a troublemaker, and then he can earn reincarnation points by lying down. Soon, the group walked to the venue at the end of the street. After approaching, they watched the muscular orcs up close. Even the female orcs looked like they could race horses. Such a scene made the 2 young men in the team swallow their saliva. They secretly looked at these orcs. And Badgers was bolder to look at the tall orcs. He was still very curious about these ancient orcs from another world. In the current comics, the prototype of orcs is the fur tribe in the current world. Later, in the development of the comics industry, extremely ferocious green-skinned orcs and red-skinned orcs appeared. And in the comic world of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon, Badgers had heard that according to the idea of Paladin Poseidon, the setting of green-skinned orcs was originally planned. Because such orcs are very ferocious. But later, this idea was rejected by the cooperating cartoonist. After all, compared with the ferocious and majestic green-skinned orcs. After all, fur-skinned orcs are more popular with the audience. However, although the traditional orcs are used, at least in the battle street, the muscles and physiques of the orcs here are exaggerated. Each of them is nearly 3 meters tall, with shoulders as big as a horse, and the fur on their bodies is thicker and longer. Their talent is crazy, which is different from other orcs. There is a terrifying beast-shaped shadow that emerges from the back and oppresses others' spirits. Compared to the orcs in other areas of the Orc City, they are much more fierce. According to the answer given by the cartoonist who wrote this novel to the questions of enthusiastic audiences, the orcs living in the Berserk Street adopt the novel setting created by this work, the ancient orcs. They are created with reference to the ancient species of the devil fruit animal system, and are the super form of ordinary orcs after reversion. Anyway, it's just bragging. Later it was revealed. In fact, 023 was forced to add such a special orc to the Berserk Street under the pressure of the paladin Poseidon. It was a last resort. Although it was an accident, the novel setting of the ancient orcs began to be widely adopted in the comics industry. Beijis, who has a deep understanding of this comic, understands. Not to mention the boss of the Berserker Street. Pick any of the ancient orcs surrounding here and you can beat him to a pulp. According to the setting, after these guys go berserk, their combat power can reach the threshold of the Hunter Diamond level at the lowest. They are such a terrifying race. Ha 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 ha. What are you doing here? It's so lively. Get out of the way, our big brother Rocinante is here, why don't you give up your seat to my big brother? At this time, Beijis had Rocinante as a backup, and he immediately stood up to attract hatred. Interrupted the plot in front of him in his own way. Hey! With his loud voice. The ancient orcs who were still cheering all fell silent. They turned their heads directly. Each of their eyes had a strong sense of oppression, as if a lion was staring at a little white rabbit. Being stared at by them like this. Badgers felt his heart beating very fast, cold sweat kept oozing out from his back, and his mouth and tongue were dry. A big brother, it's up to you. As Badgers threw the blame on Rocinante. Rocinante also felt feeling all kinds of fierce and unfriendly eyes gathered on him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 941 Armed True Body, Heart Engine. Rocinante didn't expect Badgers to intervene like this. For him, who has a gentle personality, this kind of intervention is not what he wants. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen humans? The unfriendly eyes of many ancient orcs made Smoker stand up directly. For him. Since you choose to disrupt the situation, then just do it, anyway, they are not here to find the protagonist to improve their favor. What a group of bold humans. Dare to come here to make trouble. The boss's interest is probably ruined. They are miserable. At this time, the ancient orcs began to discuss. In their eyes. Whether it is Badgers or Smoker's actions, they are like newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. Of course, a small number of ancient orcs can feel the hidden power in Smoker. But for the warlike ancient orcs, holding power is not a reason to be arrogant in front of them. Dare to disturb little Posa during his coming-of-age ceremony. Disturbing the boss's interest. Even if SS Holy Light comes, he has to come in vertically and leave horizontally. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of heavy metal and stone hitting each other. The inner circle surrounded by ancient orcs was seen. A huge lion man wearing rough clothes dropped a heavy object similar to a barbell in his hand. The heavy object fell to the ground, and the whole ground cracked directly. The lion man didn't care at all, he walked out with a vigorous step. Da-da-da! Seeing him move, the ancient orcs in his direction made way for him. The lion man stopped in front of Rocinante and others, and he set his eyes on Smoker for a moment. Then, he set his eyes on Rocinante, the man he couldn't see through. As for the others, he completely ignored them. Just like an elephant would not pay attention to an ant. Who are you guys? What's your purpose? If you can't give me a reason that convinces me, get ready to go to the temple. The lion's calm face showed no emotion, and his voice didn't sound violent. But Badgers understood. Of course, the boss of the Mad War Street in front of him showed such a calm look, which meant that he was serious. He was very dangerous at this time. If something went wrong, he would go directly to the temple to receive help from the Holy Light Envoy. Basically, only life-threatening injuries would go to the temple. We are here to find Posa. Of course, I am also interested in fighting with you now. Facing the dangerous Madman Street boss. Smoker got straight to the point and expressed his itchy desire. Coming to another world and seeing the ancient orcs that cannot be encountered in the world. He really had some itchy hands. Since he had this idea, Smoker expressed it directly. Looking for little Posa. The lion narrowed his eyes slightly, and some dazzling pupils were brewing in his lion eyes. Little Posa, do you know them? Hearing the lion's question. A young man with thick eyebrows and a watermelon head walked out from behind him. His face looked ordinary. But he had muscles that could not be completely covered by a black spotted yellow fur coat. At this time, Posa walked out and looked at Rocinante and his group with a puzzled look. He touched the back of his head and then smiled foolishly. I haven't seen it, boss Extreme Lion. Maybe people from other cities heard about my legend and want to come and challenge me. Bang! As Posa ate a slap, boss Extreme Lion laughed and scolded. It's just a stinky kid, what legend is there? It hurts. Damn it. I didn't react just now. If you come again, I will definitely dodge it. Posa covered his head to express his dissatisfaction. Get lost. The boss of the Extreme Lion laughed and scolded Posa, then turned his eyes away. Since you are here to cause trouble, very good. Draw the line, I want to see what you guys of unknown origin are capable of. He waved his arms slightly, twisted his head, and made a sound of twisting joints. Da-day. Smoker stepped forward directly. I'll do arm wrestling according to your orc tradition. The orcs in this world have a tradition of etiquette. Unless they are confirmed as real enemies. Otherwise, as long as they beat the boss of a certain orc group in the traditional orc strength competition of arm wrestling, you can gain the general friendship and courtesy of this group. Of course, in this alien world, it is extremely difficult. After all, the orcs in this world are an extremely powerful race. Before the holy light appeared, when the evil forces were rampant, the orcs were one of the main forces that supported the various continents from being completely dominated. Humans are also one of the main forces. It's just that humans at that time didn't use holy light. Instead, they processed the power crystals of various monsters and evil creatures, that is, they relied on equipment. Ha 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 ha, you are brave. Little ghost. Okay. I will accept your challenge. Soon, Smoker and the boss of Polar Lion came to an open space. A dark metal long table was placed on the open space. At this time, Rosinante looked at Smoker on one side of the table and felt a little confused. At this stage, the matter was he was speechless. However, fortunately, they didn't kill directly, and the situation could still be controlled. When Rosinante was feeling good. Opposite Smoker. Kid, do you want to stand on the table? The long table in front of him was customized for the body shape of the ancient orcs. Smoker's current physique was only 1.9 meters. The average height of the ancient orcs was 3 meters, and the boss of the Extreme Lion was close to 4 meters. If he turned into a madman, his height would be even higher. Therefore, the table they used was not suitable for ordinary people at all. This was an invisible threshold. No need. Smoker ignored the faint ridicule in the tone of the boss of the Extreme Lion, and spit out the big cigarette in his mouth. Then he showed a majestic smile. Bang bang bang. With a burst of heartbeats, Smoker's body began to change dramatically and expanded directly. The muscles continued to expand, stretching his clothes tight. Not only muscles, but also height is expanding. Strands of white lines are floating on his skin. After a while, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Smoker's body shape has completely changed, turning into a muscular man of about 5 meters, and his skin has turned black and gold. There are also white lines interweaving on his body. Is that the armed true body? It requires the physical skills of the heart engine and extremely strong armament haki as a prerequisite to display a powerful form. Behind Rosinante, a middle-aged man saw the changes in Smoker and exclaimed. He is an ordinary hunter of silver level. As a hunter, he has a wide range of sources of information. He has heard of it. The former Navy hero Garp created a physical skill called the heart engine in the martial arts realm. It is rumored that this physical skill was inspired by the Emperor engine of the early Sun God. You need to practice the 6 styles to the level of life return before you can practice this physical skill. Use this physical skill with powerful armament haki. Through specific techniques, a powerful form called armed true body can be formed. Chapter 942, The Devil Fruit Energized Celestial Beings, Celestial Being Classification. That's not just the armed true body. It also has the unique power of Vice Admiral Smoker. Faced with the exclamation of his fellow hunters, Rosinante shook his head slightly. He fixed his eyes on the white lines spreading on Smoker's black and gold body. Those lines are not unique to the armed true body. Indeed, it looks a little different from the description. The middle-aged hunter looked at the white lines emerging on Smoker's body. There were no such lines in the description of the armed true body. However, no matter what, he was very envious. Because the armed true body, a combination of physical skills and haki, was created and circulated only among major forces. Ordinary hunters like him would definitely not have the chance to witness it. Of course, it would be useless even if he gave it to him. Because he can't even return the most basic life in the armed true body, let alone other things. Talent is real. Fortunately, he has entered the main god space now, and he must seize the opportunity. When he goes back, let those colleagues doubt their lives. He must not bully the poor middle-aged man. When the middle-aged hunter began to play his inner drama. On the other side. Oh! It seems that he came prepared. At this time, the boss of the extreme lion looked at the figure opposite, who was 700 meters tall and rose to about 5 meters. He was also a little surprised, and there was a little doubt in his eyes. In his memory, humans don't have such strange moves. And the breath of the guy in front of him felt a little strange, some of which he had never felt and some were familiar. Are you a half-demon? Hearing the boss of the extreme lion in front of him ask this question, Smoker's upturned mouth corners stagnated. Then, Smoker's mouth corners drooped. He said with a serious face. I am a pure human, not a half-demon. Although his tone was affirmative, Smoker was actually a little uneasy. Because in the end, he didn't know if he was still a pure human. Once, after the great god sent down the Emperor's oxygen to the world and awakened all things, various demon races began to emerge rapidly, and their numbers were so huge that they overwhelmed humans. In the entire expanding world, many locations were occupied by various demon races. Among them, the heavenly demon species among the demon races are extremely special and powerful. Because they are all devil fruit spirits, not only that, but they have become extraordinarily powerful. CADF. Superhuman-type alien demons, natural-type disaster demons, animal-type flame demons, ancient demons, and phantom demons. Every demon of the heavenly demon species. As long as they are born, they start at least at the crown level. They are naturally powerful demons, so they are called heavenly demons by the world. Compared to other demons that need to grow, they are so terrifying. However, the embarrassing thing is, as the heavenly demon race became stronger, the strong men who had eaten the devil fruit before Emperor Liujiang did not enjoy this benefit. Their ability limit is indeed higher than before. But under normal circumstances, they cannot absorb the spiritual power scattered in the world as naturally as the demon race. Emperor Liujiang. However, Smoker was different. He found that he had the ability to absorb the spiritual power in the atmosphere without knowing when. This spiritual power was transformed into demonic power through his fruit ability. Such a rare situation made Smoker sometimes doubt whether he was still a human. Ha 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 ha. If it's not, then it's not. Now I'm more curious about, is your strange muscle really as hard as it looks? Bang! The elbow of the extreme lion boss hit the metal long table heavily. The whole ground trembled because of this brutal strange force, and fine cracks spread from the 4 legs of the long table. Come! Hearing the heroic shout of the extreme lion boss, Smoker also grinned and squatted slightly. The hand like black gold stretched out directly and held the palm of the extreme lion boss fiercely. This touch. The face of the extreme lion boss changed slightly. The touch from his hand was very special, like a warm steel block, very hard. Is this a touch that humans can have? Both sides are ready. Begin. Without waiting for the extreme lion boss to think, the ancient orc who made the judgment gave a command, and the arm wrestling competition officially began. At the beginning, Smoker took the initiative. The terrifying power continued to burst out from his body, and the white lines on his body continued to emit wisps of white mist. Crack! Crack! The incomparable strange force pressed on the long table and then passed to the 4 corners of the table. Boom! Crack! Crack! The ground began to shake like an earthquake. The hard and special grey stone ground began to spread cracks. So scary! Feeling the vibration around him. In the team led by Rosinante, the young man Gas adjusted his posture with a look of shock. Because it was just arm wrestling, it caused such a commotion. For him who had not seen much of the world, this was extremely incredible. Awesome! Brother Smoker is going to win. After adjusting his standing position to avoid being affected by the earthquake, Gas looked at the front with a surprised look. I saw that the wrist of the boss of the extreme lion was slowly leaning towards Smoker. It's not that simple. As the boss of the War Street, he is far more than this. Compared to Gas, Beijis had a solemn face. To be honest, he was not optimistic about this competition at all. The ancient orcs were truly savage and crazy monsters, especially the boss of the extreme lion. In a certain plot in the future, In order to test the strength and courage of the protagonist Posa, they actually performed arm wrestling, a traditional orc skill, on the reef in the crater. The moment when the volcano erupted because of their recklessness, the protagonist Posa, who has always been very upright, hesitated for a moment. The boss of the Extreme Lion took the opportunity to win. His terrifying force penetrated the volcano directly downwards, suppressing the erupting volcano. Anyone who has read the plot of this comic will recognize that the boss of Extreme Lion is a real monster. Such a monster. Badgers could not imagine that Smoker would win. Boom. Crack. As Smoker's power was fully unleashed, the white lines on his body began to emit more smoke. This is the power of his devil fruit, combining this ability with the armed true body. It continuously provides him with a steady stream of power like a steam engine, and also makes him have unimaginable strange power. This is his unique armed true body white line form. Under this kind of power, Smoker feels that even the crown class can fight. Chapter 943 One of the 12 Magic Secrets, The Arrival of the Holy Light. Ha 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 ha. What a great power. It makes me excited for the first time in a long time. Watching his wrist gradually tilted to the other side. The Extreme Lion boss was not depressed, but showed a big and majestic smile. The thick golden lion hair on his body also danced wildly as if it violated the gravity. Let me see how far you can go, kid. Boom. Accompanied by bursts of roars. The terrifying breath burst out from the Extreme Lion boss, causing the surrounding life to be strongly oppressed. His right foot stepped heavily on the ground. The whole body was like a taut bowstring, exerting force together. In the traditional orc skill of arm wrestling, the Extreme Lion boss is very familiar with it. And Smoker rarely arm wrestles with others. The difference in proficiency of this skill between the two is too great. So that the Extreme Lion boss turned the situation around without surpassing Smoker in strength. Crack. Crack. As the two sides competed, the ground with a diameter of several meters around them began to quickly spread with dense cracks. Then, these dense cracks trembled even more violently. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of earth and rocks exploding, a pit directly cracked out of the grey ground. The four legs of the long table were embedded in the bottom of the pit. Boom! Boom! The sky began to darken. The sudden oppressive clouds seemed to be sinking, covering the originally clear sky. Stripes of lightning were floating in the dark clouds, making the people present even more horrified. This guy actually had such a confrontation with the Extreme Lion boss, and the spirit and aura of both sides directly caused the change of the celestial phenomena. What a monster! The protagonist Posa felt the sudden strong wind and looked at the dark clouds covering the sky, his face full of shock and excitement. He didn't expect that this outsider could do this with the Extreme Lion boss. Such a shocking scene made him yearn for it. Boom! Ha ha ha! Little ghost! Is there anything else? Is there a stronger power? Smoker looked at the guy in front of him with his eyes shining red, and the terrifying aura directly pressed over. The huge laughter also covered the thunder in the sky, and his wrist tilted towards the other party little by little. Smoker laughed instead in such a disadvantage. Of course my power is more than that. Maximum power, turn it on for me. Bang bang bang. The violent heartbeat roared rapidly, as if it was about to merge into one. The terrifying hot white smoke burst directly from Smoker, carrying wisps of blood, rushing to the sky, stirring the celestial phenomena. At this moment, infinite power burst out from Smoker's wrist like an explosion. The ground shook more violently, and the big pit collapsed more severely. The figures of the two also sank. Humans actually have such power. How is it possible? The other ancient orcs stood steadily on the shaking ground, their faces very shocked. They thought that little Posa had a power abnormal to humans and was a monster. But they didn't expect that there were such monster humans. Brother Badgers, Brother Smoker is so awesome. In Rocinante's team, the young man Gas tried to calm his rapidly beating heart. Being in such a big scene at such a young age was too exciting for Gas. The terrifying aura almost made him breathless. Be careful, the Extreme Lion boss is ready to get serious. After saying this to Gas, Bajis went straight to Rocinante. Brother Rocinante, you must protect us. Otherwise we will be finished. Don't worry. I will protect everyone. Before Rocinante finished speaking, on the other side, accompanied by a huge lion roar, layers of atmosphere collapsed. The Extreme Lion boss's figure expanded directly, but he didn't expand much. It was just about 1 meter taller than before, becoming about the same height as Smoker at this time. Red light burst out from his pupils, causing Smoker on the opposite side to squint slightly. Of course, these could not attract Smoker's attention. What he cared more about was the back of the extreme lion boss. A huge grey-white shadow appeared there, roaring to the sky. It was a huge beast-like giant lion. The beast-like giant lion's presence was too strong. Its terrifying red eyes stared at him intently. Smoker felt that his spirit was like a small boat on the turbulent sea, swaying unsteadily. Zero seeking flowers 0. Don't be absent-minded. The words transmitted from the front made Smoker come back to his senses. Then, watching him come back to his senses, the extreme lion boss was merciless. The terrifying shock exploded directly on the table, and the entire table smashed directly into the ground. Then layers of shock waves erupted directly, raising countless smoke and dust sweeping across the sky. The entire Orc City seemed to be caught in a major earthquake. Fortunately, the residents of the Orc City already had experience. Although they were shocked that this shock was more massive than before. But this degree was not enough to panic the orcs who were full of martial spirit. They complained more about their own buildings cracking again and were ready to ask the city lord for compensation. How terrible! Is this still arm wrestling? It's simply a natural disaster. Gas looked palely at the scene in front of him. He saw smoke and dust all in front of him, and from the faint smoke and dust, he could see the huge pit looming inside. Ha ha ha! Is it? Gas! That is indeed a monster. Beijis looked at the smoke and dust surging wildly in front of him, and then looked at the white barrier covering the surroundings, and he was also relieved. He knew that if it weren't for this barrier. Just now when the old ambassador Jishi went berserk, the power that was like the domineering color of the king would probably have made him fall to the ground. Is this one of the 12 magic secrets, illusion? Beijis looked at the thin layer of light in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal envy and desire. But he soon restrained this expression. After all, he is not a wizard, so it's useless even if he is greedy. Who won? Beijis rolled his eyes when he heard Gas talking nervously. Nonsense! Is that even necessary? The huge laughter shook the air and cleared the dust away. Ha ha ha! Little kid, even though you lost in the end. But I'm very satisfied. If that's the case. Little guys, let's have a banquet together to welcome the guests. Oh! Under the cheers of the ancient orcs, the farce ended directly. The banquet began to be prepared. Outside the Orc City, a powerful holy light messenger holding a holy staff also came at this time. Chapter 944 Silence, Instant Defeat. Oh! The lively banquet came as soon as it was said. Soon, Rosinante and his party were surrounded by the ancient orcs, and the entire Mad War Street became the venue for the banquet. As for the destroyed small venue, it was not repaired. Instead, the glory of traditional skills was displayed at this banquet. After a while, some orcs from other streets near Mad War Street also came to hold a banquet. Although the ancient orcs are usually difficult to approach. But it is different when holding a banquet. As long as you come here and drink a lot, there will be basically no danger. Cheers! As the boss of Extreme Lion raised a wooden cup that looked like a wine barrel. All the ancient beastmen and orcs also cheered and jumped for joy. Rosinante also drank the wine in a daze. However, his attention was not entirely focused on the banquet. The perception of magic power had made him aware of the quiet approach of a powerful force. This powerful force, probably high-level SS level, could it be the Temple of Prover on this continent? While sipping the wine in his hand, Rosinante thought. Feeling that the power was getting closer, Rosinante suddenly stood up. This the reason why he came to approach the protagonist Posa this time was also for a purpose. It was not for the mission of the main god space, but to clean up the mess for this world. After all, the appearance of the reincarnation may have an unpredictable impact on this world. Especially this time, the reincarnation also has a powerful holy crown monster like Kaido and the skeleton that he couldn't see clearly. With them, the plot collapse of this world is almost inevitable. If the situation develops to the worst point, he can't cover it. After all, the final boss of this world is really terrifying. Guests from afar, do you have any questions? The boss of the Extreme Lion leaned back on a rough huge bone chair. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his restrained eyes seemed to glance at Rosinante inadvertently. Boss of the Extreme Lion, I need to go out for a while. You drink first, I'll be back later. After Rosinante finished speaking, he nodded to apologize and his figure scattered into white light particles and disappeared directly. This power, similar to the power of a dragon in the distant sea? Boss Jishi looked at the disappearing figure of Rosinante, felt the magic power he revealed when he disappeared, and fell into deep thought. After a while, in the Orc City, in a dense forest where sloth orcs live, two figures stood opposite each other. One was Rosinante. The other was a man in holy white clothes and gold-rimmed glasses. At this time, the man was holding a holy staff and looking at Rosinante with a serious face. Foreigner, everything you said is too shocking, and this matter needs to be verified. So I hope you can follow me to the temples of other continents and wait for the results of the investigation there. Looking at the serious look on the man's face, Rosinante sighed. He had come to the Orc City to find the protagonist, Posa, and wanted to use Posa to gain the trust of the Holy Light Temple. The three destined persons of the three holy staffs can only be known by the holy temple that holds the corresponding holy staffs. When he can know this secret, then the disaster he tells about the underground city can be truly taken seriously. Of course, this method will also make the Holy Light Temple very sensitive. Because the destined person of the three holy staffs is the Holy Light Temple's hope to completely eradicate the three evil underground cities. It is abnormal not to be sensitive when the destined person is seen through by some unknown people. However, Rosinante knew that his stay in this world was too short. He couldn't take it slow at all, so he could only take drastic measures. Of course, there are sequelae. Sir Gino. Time is very tight, and it is no longer allowed to slowly verify. I can cooperate with you to go to one of the three major dungeons for verification. As for going to other temples, I'm sorry I can't agree. Rosinante knew that according to this posture, if he really went to the temple to fight, it would be inevitable. After discovering that the temple he came to had changed to Gino, he immediately expanded his perception range. However, after this continent was covered by his perception, he still couldn't find the breath of Kaido, the beast. I don't know if that guy ran to another continent. Or was he directly suppressed by the Holy Light Temple? He shouldn't die. In the basic task display, the number of survivors is still full. But the man is likely to be defeated. It can be seen from this that the Holy Light Temple is not a vegetarian. If he really follows Gino to other temples, Rosinante can't guarantee that he can really be safe and sound, not to mention that he has to bring a group of teammates. Is that so? Gino was not surprised by Rosinante's rejection. He looked at Rosinante with a flickering look. He had no idea what the man in front of him said. There is no way to guarantee the authenticity. A group of people with unknown origins, knowing many secrets, with unknown purposes. Before that, a giant dragon with strange power attacked and caused the demise of the Prover Temple. These things are combined, and it is impossible to reassure him with just a few words. Well, let's not talk about it for now. Regarding cooperation, the three world-destroying dungeons are very dangerous, so I would like to ask about your strength. Since it is impossible to use force directly, Gino hopes to at least detect the strength of the man in front of him. In his perception, the strength of the man in front of him is very vague and cannot be seen clearly at all, which is why he dare not act rashly. My strength. Rosinante raised the magic wand in his hand. As Gino's pupils shrank slightly, the figure of the man in front of him has passed by him. How is it possible? Gino, who has always been calm, couldn't help but exclaimed at this time. After a while, Gino held up his gold-rimmed glasses with one hand, and his voice was a little low. I understand. I can cooperate with you on behalf of the Holy Light Temple. I will discuss the specific matters when I go back. I will inform you then. After making a promise, Gino walked away from Rosinante's sight with heavy steps. Seeing this, Rosinante shook his head. Just now, he used his special magic, silence. This was his initial magic, and it was also the basis for him to stand out and get the top 3 in the first Grand Magician martial arts. Its effect can silence the magic power of the magician, making the magician unable to use magic. It's because of this magic that he was able to obtain the 12 magic secrets. Although this magic is a special attack against the magic of the magician of 4.2, it is obviously much less effective against other systems. But it still works after all. Based on his powerful magic, it is not a problem to silence the power of a high-level SS-level holy light. Then he used a more powerful magic, one of the 12 magic secrets, illusion. One of the effects of this magic can make the enemy or the enemy's power illusory. When the power was dormant, he encountered the illusion again. There was no way to resist, and the power was instantly transformed into that of a mortal. Rocinante knew that his intimidating behavior was a bit excessive. But in order for the next cooperation to proceed smoothly, he had to do so. I hope it will go smoothly next. The main god space, the other world, the tide of the times is surging again. As his thoughts drifted in his mind, Rocinante's figure drifted away. Chapter 945 Nuclear Goodness, Dragons, and Dragon Groups. 3 days later. Dragon Continent, Holy Light City. Crack. Crack. With the sound of chains constantly breaking. In the center of the Holy Light City, a golden ball of light blocked by countless chains exploded directly. Oh! I finally got out of trouble. At this time, Kaido, who had escaped from the blockade, picked up the mace and laughed. Kaido's smile didn't stop until he saw 3 temples holding holy staffs looking at him with a kind face. Did you call for help? It doesn't matter, I'm still fearless. Boom. 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 The raging thunder was roaring. The entire Holy Light City seemed to be trapped in a sea of thunder. Great mighty thunder bagua. Accompanied by the terrifying thunder burst, a huge shock wave directly raged in the Holy Light City. Super Holy Light Technique. Super Holy Light Technique. 3 horrible Holy Light Techniques were guided out from the holy staffs in the hands of the temples. The power of the entire Holy Light City was also mobilized. The golden light penetrated the sky and the earth, directly and violently suppressing the spreading thunder explosion. Oh! Sure enough, they are both very capable. I'll remember that 22. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge from here. Amid the roar of golden holy light and purple lightning, Kaido made a harsh remark. Then he changed his dragon form and turned into a giant dragon, roaring away into the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The blazing and shining holy light gradually dimmed. The 3 holy temples of the Holy Light Temple watched Kaido's figure going away, but did not stop him. After fighting with Kaido, the 2 holy temples from other continents understood. Unless they followed the example of the former holy temple prover of the Dragon Continent, at the cost of their own lives, they could stimulate the more powerful power of the holy staff. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep the other party. They had learned from intelligence that the guy had a more vigorous and terrifying vitality than the dragons, so if they really fought, it would be endless. Geno Temple, please bring Lord Rocinante to the vicinity of the Holy Light City for negotiation. Recently, the 3 strongest subordinate dungeons of the 3 major dungeons have all undergone changes. Only a few monsters remain. The 3 major dungeons have also undergone changes. The dungeons subordinate to them are all ready to move, and the impact is very large. I wonder if this is related to the disaster that Lord Rocinante mentioned. Looking at the solemn faces of the temples on other continents, the new temple Geno nodded. I will arrange it as soon as possible. As for that giant dragon, I will also send SS-level holy light to specifically detect its whereabouts. While several temples were discussing, Kaido was soaring quickly in the sky. At this time, he was flying while sensing the next target. As soon as he escaped from the cage, he was in a hurry to prepare for other tasks. The 3 holy staffs are now gathered together, and it is difficult for him to get them. As for the 3 protagonists, from the perception of this continent, Kaido has already noticed that the whereabouts of the guy Rocinante in the magical index is near the living area of the protagonist Posa. That's right, there are not many choices left for him. Oh! What a trouble! It's the Dragon Dungeon. I want to see what the difference is between those dragons and the dragons in the world. Kaido laughed as he selected his target. Although there are other protagonists from other continents to choose from. But compared to his attack on the protagonists who have not grown up, the 3 major dungeons are obviously more attractive to him. Moreover, the reward is more generous. Besides, Kaido is still very curious about the Dragon Dungeon. The dragons in the 3 major crises in the world are the dragons. That is the race Kaido loves very much. The race created by the Dragon Lord, the creator of the dragons, in the early days has 3 true god-level dragon gods. That is why the dragons and their magic followers have the confidence to wreak havoc in the world. Kaido has always hoped to recruit some dragons join his pirate group. Unfortunately, those guys are too arrogant. He can't force them directly. Otherwise, even if he subdues some weak dragons, other stronger dragons will come to mess with him. After all, they think it is a shame for dragons to submit to other races. Unless he truly becomes a god, there will be dragons to follow him. Now, Kaido wants to use the posture of a giant dragon to subdue the dragons in the dragon dungeon and have fun. Swoosh! The roar in the sky continued. Soon, Kaido broke through the air at an extremely terrifying speed and came to the top of the dragon dungeon. This underground the city is only 8,000 miles away from the Holy Light City on this continent. 8,000 miles is a very fast distance for Kaido, but he is not satisfied. He is more eager for the power of God. If it is that kind of power, it can directly reach the realm of space. In that case, distance is not a problem. Sometimes Kaido still envies those races or professions who have space power in advance. Thinking so, Kaido looked at the rough building exposed on the surface of the underground city below. It was a strange building like a clepsydra, and the empty hole was several thousand meters wide. It was pitch black, like an abyss, and like an eye looking up at the sky. If you enter from here, you can pass through each floor and go straight to the bottom of the dungeon. For the spectacular buildings below, Kaido started with a burst of dragon breath to greet. Ho ho ho! 000. Dragon breath! The red flames dyed the sky red, and the water vapor in the surrounding atmosphere was burned out. The fire column like a torrent broke through the layers of air barriers, and the waves fell from the sky. The scene like the end of the world made some dragon family members who were leisurely basking in the sun around the dungeon panic. The changes in the sky were also noticed by some giant dragons flying in the big hole. What kind of dragon is that? The dragon that noticed Kaido's figure in the sky for the first time was a little stunned. Then he was shocked by the terrifying dragon breath. Roar of the sky dragon. Roar of the shadow dragon. Roar of the rock dragon. Roar of the bronze dragon. The upper level of the dungeon noticed the dragons that were concerned about the disaster and began to quickly burst out their most convenient magic. As dragons based on the three major crisis dragon groups in the world, their power is naturally affiliated with magic, and their specialty is basically roaring. At this time, all kinds of dragon roars flew across the sky in unison and collided with Kaido's dragon breath. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying airwaves and dazzling streams of light continued to vent. When the attacks of both sides collided, thousands of miles away, a skeleton was leading a Batman on a black cloud. The direction was the group of dragons. Chapter 946 Extreme, You Smell So Good. Has there been any change in the dragon dungeon? This power is. In stood on the black cloud, looking at the dazzling light shining in the sky, and the figure of Kaido, the beast, flashed through his mind. He was already familiar with Kaido's aura when he left the team. Now that man has not restrained his aura, he can easily judge it. Of course, the main thing is the man's laughter. Even if they are thousands of miles apart. The sound like a giant bell resonated and spread through the atmosphere. It is difficult for Ins to forget such a recognizable laughter. It seems to be the laughter of Lord Kaido, Lord Ins, or we can choose another dungeon. Behind Ins, the Batman laughed faintly from the front, and looked at Ins cautiously. Now the Batman has surrendered to Ins and knows how powerful Ins is. But he is still very awed by Kaido and dare not say anything bad about Kaido. It doesn't matter, even if it is Kaido, the beast. For me, it makes no difference. Ins's tone was not proud, but just a statement. Yes, Lord Ins, your power is like the abyss underground, with no bottom. Even Kaido of the beasts can never match it. The Batman flattered him. Of course, he didn't think this flattery was false. Because he really didn't think his former boss could match the Lord in front of him. After all, three strongest subordinate dungeons were taken down, and even the world-destroying Devil Dungeon was quietly taken down. With such a terrible power, even if his former boss was already at the Holy Crown level, he couldn't be defeated. Let's observe it first. No matter what, the Dragon Dungeon is indispensable. Ins ignored the Batman's flattery. He continued to ride the black cloud towards the distant sky. The speed was not fast, and he planned to take advantage of the time difference to observe the power of Kaido of the Beasts. On the other side, when Kaido of the Beasts and the Dragon's dungeon clashed, Rosinante happened to be teleported to the capital near the Holy Light City through magic to meet with the three holy temples. Their meeting place was in the royal capital temple, in a solemn and dignified white stone room in the temple. Several people were sitting at a round table talking. The only parties involved in this secret meeting were Rossi and the three holy temples. Because it involved the destined person, many other high-level officials of the Holy Light Temple could not intervene. So that's it, are the 3 dungeons planning this? It seems that this is fate. At this time, the 3 holy temples had already listened to Rosinante's brief summary of the intelligence about the future disaster of this world. Although it was just a brief account. But the other 2 temples who came from other continents believed it almost 80%. The reason is very simple. The 3 holy staffs guided the birth of the destined person to destroy the 3 dungeons. Then, as the evil opposite to the holy light, it is unreasonable for the 3 dungeons to not take any action. In this world, the higher the realm, the more you feel the fate in the dark. Even if the 3 major dungeons only have a vague consciousness, they should always take action. In that case, the training of the destined person should be put on the agenda. Looking at the discussions of the several temples in front of him, Rosinante continued to speak. Everyone, although you want to train the destined person. But time is actually urgent. Rosinante paused and waved his magic power. A phantom ball of light emerged, and then gradually became clear, finally showing the current situation of the dragon dungeon. You can see a giant dragon fighting with a group of dragons. Various battles and shadows continue to emerge, looking wonderful. Now Kaido of the Beasts is fighting with the dragon dungeon. It's hard to say whether this will make the plans of the 3 major dungeons implemented in advance. So, I suggest. Looking at the 3 temples with solemn faces opposite, Rosinante said seriously. Now we can go to the dragon dungeon. At the right time, destroy the dragon dungeon in one fell swoop. Hearing what Rosinante said, the 3 temples looked at each other. Finally, the temple Gino lifted his glasses. Mr. Rosinante, come on. We don't know your purpose yet. Or, what do you really think? Gino looked at Rosinante's glasses and saw a slight reflection. They already had their own judgments about the purpose of Rosinante and Kaido, the mysterious group of beasts. From the fact that the giant dragon had designated the holy staff as soon as it came up and now attacked the dragon dungeon, it can be roughly guessed. Human actions are profit-seeking. And on these 3 interconnected continents, the most valuable thing is the 3 holy staffs and the dungeon hearts of the 3 major dungeons. In addition, I'm afraid only life and land are worth the attention of such a strong man. Of course, Gino does not deny that there are strong men who act for a certain concept. Because there are a lot of such people among the Holy Light envoys. However, he could not determine that the person in front of him was like this. My idea. Rosinante looked at the holy staffs of the temples shining. He knew that his next words would determine whether he could truly gain the friendship of the Holy Light Temple or become an enemy. Under the holy light of the 3 holy staffs, lies could not hide. Even if he wanted to use the information gap to say some misleading words, he could not. Because when he knew that he was deliberately misleading others with words, the holy light would also show abnormality. The holy light here is so holy and even extreme. That's right. As the ultimate force of the major kingdoms, the headquarters of the 3 holy temples are located outside the capital rather than in the capital. Even the nobles and royal families of the kingdoms rarely deal with the 3 holy temples. After all, lies are a compulsory course for the nobles. My idea is very simple. Dragon Dungeon. In the extremely terrifying shock, the dark clouds in the sky exploded and spread without a trace. The giant dragon transformed by Kaido roared out a terrifying ball of flames. The besieging dragons were burning. Many dragons fell like dumplings. Some fell into the dark abyss of the dragon dungeon. Some fell near the dungeon. The aroma of dragon meat stirred up on the ground attracted many dragon family members. They are magical creations created by the dragon family with magic. Based on the creations of the 3 major crisis dragon groups in the world, the dragon family species. There are many types of dragon family species. Some are even created by a dragon family after reading comics. So, it is difficult to tell the number of species. But among them, it is generally recognized that the most powerful dragon family species is the sub-dragon created by the dragon family with their own blood. Now the sub-dragons are surrounding the fallen dragon. They look at the injured dragon in front of them with a look of "you smell so good." As a sub-dragon, there is no one who does not desire to become a real dragon. And there is a shortcut in front of you. Just swallow the dragon blood or bathe in the blood of the dragon heart. If enough dragons are accumulated, they may become real dragons. Damn it! You despicable things, how dare you look at me like this? It would be fine if the dragons didn't speak. Once they spoke, these powerful and intelligent dragons knew that they couldn't be kind. They looked at each other and rushed up directly. You bastards! Don't come over here! Chapter 947 Hidden Mission Dragon Roar, Magic Law, Demon Contract. Around the Dragon Dungeon. Some dragons were eaten by dragons, but this situation did not attract the attention of other dragons. In this world, the dragons bred in the Dragon Dungeon are undoubtedly evil. They are tyrannical and bloodthirsty, arrogant. It can be said that they are more extreme than the dragons in the world. After all, to create a villain, the comic setting is naturally arranged in place. That's right. It's nothing here for dragons to eat dragons. For progress, it is inevitable to fully follow the law of the jungle in the Dragon Dungeon. There are many dragons that have become giant dragons from sub-dragons. The giant dragons in this world also believe that dragons are perfect lives that are always strong. If they can be eaten, it means that they are not worthy of the glory of giant dragons. Such trash will be unilaterally expelled from the dragon class by them. Oh! It's so cool! This is fighting! The blue dragon incarnated by Kaido shuttled among the dragons. His figure was like lightning, and his attack was like rage. No giant dragon could confront him head-on wherever he passed. Such an unscrupulous style made the dragons angry but helpless. The big attack made Kaido very refreshing, and such a battle fully released his pressure. He felt that this kind of battle rhythm was right, and this was his real strength. Being sealed at the beginning was just his carelessness. Zilla. 383 Kaido, covered in lightning, teleported in front of a giant dragon again. His green giant claws pressed down hard on the head of the steel dragon in front of him, as if he was carrying a chicken and sprinting for a distance. Red flames burst out directly from his dragon claws. Bang! The steel dragon was instantly burned red by the scorching fire and shot out at the same time. Bang! Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar and a collapse sound. The steel dragon that burst out immediately broke a nearby mountain. The red flames melted the ruins of the collapsed mountain, making the broken mountain flow like magma. Seeing this scene, Kaido laughed with satisfaction. He looked at the dragons around him that gradually stopped attacking him and did not continue to attack. Oh! You guys! I think you have fully felt my power. Quickly surrender to me. Dragons! The blue dragon was hovering in the sky, and the magical golden light slowly shone on its body. The domineering dragon eyes looked down at the dragons, looking both sacred and domineering. The dragons looked at each other and hesitated about Kaido's dominance. Seeing their hesitation, Kaido was happy. If it were in the real world, he would do this. It would be impossible to regain the dragons. The reason is very simple. The dragons in the real world generally only submit to two kinds of life. One is a higher level dragon, and the other is a god. Only when the strength can reach the level of a god, the dragons will think that they will not be humiliated. In addition, other possibilities are extremely rare. Kaido's strength is naturally not enough to reach the level of a god. The lowest level of a god is a subordinate god. As for whether he is a higher level dragon? Strictly speaking, Kaido, who had eaten the blue dragon mythical beast fruit of the mythical beast island, could actually be considered a higher level dragon. However, what made Kaido angry was that the dragons in the world only recognized the giant dragons in their magic system. Dragons from other systems could not get close to them. This caused Kaido to feel a pain in his teeth. The power of the dragons was right in front of him, but he could not recover it. However, in this different world in front of him, all dragons originated from the dungeon. There was no such concept as dragons from other systems here. That's exactly it, Kaido was thinking whether he could find a loophole here. Now looking at the reaction of the dragons, Kaido knew there was a chance. If there was a chance, then he only needed to show his strong strength. Theoretically, he could rule the dragons here. This feeling Kaido felt wonderful just thinking about. Thinking of this, the excited Kaido couldn't help but roar. Roar, roar, roar. What are you still hesitating about? Isn't my strength enough? Who else can fight you? Just stand up. Looking at Kaido roaring, the dragons looked at each other again, and finally slowly lowered their heads. Oh! From today on, the king of the dragon dungeon is me. Kaido laughed, especially after hearing a hint, he laughed even louder. Trigger the hidden task, Dragon's Domination. You who have initially subdued the dragons can use this as a foundation to expand to the world. When the dragons rule the dragon continent and even the whole world again, you will get a special title at the time of settlement, and the rewards will be settled according to the scope of rule. After opening the panel neatly and taking a look at the hidden task, Kaido was extremely happy. Originally, he planned to rule the dragons, and then let the dragons share the pressure when attacking other dungeons. Now that this hidden task has been released, he is even more enthusiastic. But Kaido is not too proud, because he actually does not have enough control over the dragons. The reason is that there is an SSS level dragon guarding the heart of the dungeon in the core area of the dragon dungeon. That dragon is the king of the dragons. Because it guards the heart of the dungeon, it can be said that the dragon itself will hardly go out. If Kaido fights with the dragon inside, he is not sure. As the big boss guarding the heart of the world-destroying dungeon, it can get the blessing of the heart of the dungeon. In the dungeon, its combat power can soar to a higher level. Plus, that guy's ability is very strong. So Kaido has no plan to go in and compete with that guy for the time being. Next, everyone cheer up for me. Get ready to start the dragon roar. I'm going to conquer other continents fiercely. Those despicable demons and evil spirits and those despicable holy light messengers are all my targets. Let's start a world-class war and let the dragon become the master of this world. Kaido was in high spirits and started the dragon roar as soon as he opened his mouth. The so-called dragon roar is a war mode in which a group of dragons gather to fight. It can summon many dragons and dragon followers to act for the same goal. Usually only dragons with extremely high status in the dragon clan can use it. Corresponding to the dragon roar are the demon law of the demon clan and the demon contract of the demon clan. These are the real gathering modes in the world today, all of which are placed intact in the comics, and Kaido has long wanted to try this war mode. It is still his dream to start a top-level grand war. At this time, the dragons were all a little confused when they heard Kaido talking so much. However, after they came to their senses, the dragons began to cheer. Although Kaido's proposal or unilateral declaration was very sudden, but this way of launching a war against the whole world is very much in line with the appetite of the dragons. After all, being suppressed by the holy light messengers and not being able to be as free as before really made many dragons feel unhappy. Now, Kaido is going to stand out, and his strength is so outstanding. Naturally, they are looking forward to it. Dragon Roar. It is only 100 miles away from the dragon dungeon. Rosinante and the temples who were secretly observing here all changed their faces. Chapter 948 Kaido is sealed again, you wait for me. As Kaido prepared to use the dragon roar, Rosinante and the temple who were already secretly observing this battle could not sit still. My lords, it seems we need to stop it. Rosinante's proposal was naturally agreed by several people. The dragon roar will make the dragon call on the dragons and dragon followers from all over the dragon continent. A kingdom that is not good for all continents will suffer huge trauma. Now that they know it at the first time, they naturally cannot stand idly by. Soon, several people quickly discussed. Then, they took action. Super Holy Light Technique. The golden light covering the sky and the earth quickly slid down from the sky like a meteor and flew towards the dragon dungeon. Dragon dungeon. Before many dragons could act, they were directly bombarded by the rushing holy light. Those guys dared to come to me for trouble. Kaido looked at the holy light that was constantly rushing, and his face was ugly. He immediately prepared to take action. Now that the holy light came, he didn't care. It was just right for him to take action to establish his prestige among the dragons. He left the area of Holy Light City that had been accumulating holy light for many years. Even if the three holy temples came together, he was not afraid at all. Dragon Fiery Sun. The terrifying flames were roared out by Kaido, dyeing half of the sky red. The huge flaming sphere directly cut off the subsequent holy light torrent rushing from the sky. For a moment the sky is divided into two colors, red and gold. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The terrible shock wave spreads with great heat. The dust under the ground quickly raged in the opposite direction and turned into a hot sandstorm. Sometimes trees and boulders were swept up by the sandstorm. The world seemed to be in the end of the world. Oh! Try harder. Otherwise, I will tickle you. Before Kaido put down his arrogant words, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Then, part of the boiling power of the fantasy beast on his body began to calm down quickly. Due to the silence of this part of the power of the fantasy beast, the original root mode he opened directly lost balance and collapsed. This is Magical Index. Kaido's dragon eyes widened instantly, and the figure of Rosinante also appeared on his huge dragon body. Sorry, calm down for a while. Kaido, the beast. Rosinante appeared and waved his magic wand. Suddenly, complex white magic circles began to spread above and below Kaido. 3 magic circles spread out from the upper and lower directions, one bigger than the other. Finally, these magic circles began to compress and merge towards Kaido. It was as if Kaido, the dragon, was flattened like a dumpling. Damn it! You wait for me! Accompanied by Kaido's roar, Kaido's huge figure disappeared. Instead, there was something left on the spot, a picture of a blue dragon. Hey! Rosinante exhaled lightly, holding the picture and dissipated directly. Boom! The red gold ball of light that Kaido and the temple collided with suddenly exploded. An unparalleled shock wave began to spread. The sky, which was covered with a layer of black because of countless smoke and dust, was directly blown away by the spreading shock wave. The sky suddenly became clear. The exposed outlines of the underground dragon dungeon were also broken. It seems that the progress is going well. Lord Rosinante, your strength is undoubtedly strong. The figures of the 3 temples appeared in the sky, looking at Rosinante who appeared in front of them. They all had feelings on their faces, but fear flashed in their eyes. It's not that my strength is strong. It's just that my ability is more suitable for sneak attacks, and Kaido of the Beasts was careless. Rosinante looked at the lifelike portrait in his hand and shook his head modestly. The blue dragon in this portrait is Kaido, and he is now being sealed by him using magic. The reason why the seal was successful is completely deliberate. And Rosinante knew. The seal will not last long. With the material of the scroll he prepared, it will collapse in about 3 days. When Kaido comes out again, he will definitely be very wary of him. It will be difficult to sneak attack again. Fortunately, this time is enough, and he is going to destroy the dragon dungeon. In this way, Kaido, the beast, wants to control the dragons by relying on his status as a dragon. Next, we can attack the dragon dungeon. This seal can only trap Kaido for 3 days. We don't have much time. After hearing what Rosinante said, the 3 temples exchanged glances, and then Gino, who was more familiar with Rosinante, came forward. Sir Rosinante, are you really sure? Dungeons cannot be destroyed casually. Their cores are very tenacious. Even the core of an SS-level dungeon is very difficult to remove. It requires multiple temples and multiple SS-level holy light messengers to do it. And the dragon dungeon is an SSS-level dungeon or even higher. There is no precedent for such a dungeon being destroyed. Rosinante looked at Gino's solemn expression and nodded. I know it's difficult, but I'm confident. Rosinante, who has read the comics, is naturally clear about how difficult the dungeon heart is. Dungeons are graded according to the highest level of monsters they breed. The dungeon hearts below S level are fine, and can even be processed by humans to help humans. But the dungeon hearts of S level and above are not. Because that is the dungeon heart that is most closely connected to the 3 major dungeons. No matter how it is processed, it cannot escape the control of the 3 major dungeons, so it can only be purified and destroyed. And even if you want to purify it, it is very difficult. But Rosinante is confident. Because he tried it not long ago. He once broke through an S-level dungeon and took the dungeon heart from it and submitted it to the Lord God Space. The core was taken away by the Lord God Space very smoothly. From this point of view, he felt that as long as he broke through the dragon dungeon, he could solve the problem once and for all by following the same method. Since Mr. Rosinante is sure, then we will listen to you. After the discussion, they started again. The terrifying holy light began to run wild, dyeing the sky here golden. One after another, golden light beams bombarded the dragons as accurately as meteors. The dragons that had fought Kaido were directly hit by such a blow, and they were immediately some of them were completely defeated. 3 holy light envoys holding holy staffs and able to exert SSS-level power attacked together, which was really not something these dragons could resist. However, they were not stupid, and they would retreat if they couldn't win. Although they were arrogant, they would not fight to the death. As long as they made a strategic retreat and retreated into the dungeon. Even the 3 holy temples could not do anything to them. After all, the big boss guarding the heart of the dungeon in the dungeon was not a vegetarian. Boom boom boom. Led by several dragons with high SS level strength. Countless dragons stabilized their bodies and organized a dragon roar. The various roars that penetrated the sky and the earth collided with the light beams like meteor showers and caused a violent explosion. During this process, the dragons also retreated into the dungeon like swallows returning to their nests. Chapter 949 Instant Kill, the yellow bird is behind. Swish! Rosinante did not stand idly by when the dragons fled. He used illusion magic to quickly come to a fire dragon king. This was one of the most brutal and cruel villains in the original book that he could confirm, and it was also one of the targets of the killing mission. So, Rosinante did not hold back. He directly used the two-piece set of silence and illusion to weaken it, then leaned forward and stretched out his finger to grab it. White light was everywhere. A huge dragon heart was taken out by him along with the caress of the white light. Even the scale armor defense that could easily defend against the attack of shattering mountains was meaningless at this moment. Any defense turned into illusion under the white light of his fingers. This is the horror of illusion, one of the 12 magic secrets. How is it possible? You damn guy! The Fire Dragon King felt that his power was blocked by a power similar to dragon magic, and watched his heart being taken out. He couldn't help but roar loudly. The majestic and evil eyes stared at Rosinante behind him. The terrifying dragon might directly pressed towards Rosinante. But this level of pressure was like a breeze to Rosinante, and was not scary at all. You are going to die. Just say whatever you want to say. Looking at the dragon that was so angry that the flames of anger burned all over his body, Rosinante kindly reminded him. Generally speaking, the dragon heart is the lifeblood of dragons in the current magic system before they reach the level of God. If you lose the dragon heart, you can basically be declared dead. The dragon in front of him was no exception. Damn it! Who do you think caused this? You extremely hypocritical human, I will not let you off easily. The terrifying flames erupted from the Fire Dragon King. This was the last attack of the Fire Dragon King that burned everything in himself. The next moment, a huge flame burst out directly. Boom! The sky was pierced by a huge and extremely gorgeous light column. After piercing the sky, the flame-colored light column spread out like a stream of water, and finally turned into a flame halo of tens of thousands of meters. Countless atmospheric water vapors were driven by the heat and turned into a larger fog ring that spread out. Pa! Boom! The surroundings of the dragon dungeon were directly visited by the heat and shock waves. Countless giant dragon magic creations wandering around died directly. After a long time, above the dragon dungeon, as the flames dissipated, several figures emerged in the desolate dust. Sorry. I couldn't stop it from self-igniting just now. Among them, Rosinante apologized to the other 3 temples. Just now, the last song of the Fire Dragon King, Rosinante didn't want to stop it, but he couldn't stop it. He had used a lot of magic power to seal Kaido before. After that, when he was about to stop the Fire Dragon King from self-igniting, he was locked in the air by the big boss in the dungeon. As the big boss of the dragon dungeon, the dragon possessed rare spatial abilities. As long as he stayed in the dungeon and enjoyed the blessing to attack. Even if he attacked from a distance around the dragon dungeon, he could still have the Holy Crown level combat power. So being locked by such a dragon, Rosinante could not take care of the spontaneous combustion of the Fire Dragon King. It's not your fault. On the contrary, we should thank Lord Rosinante for getting rid of the Fire Dragon King for us. That guy's power is not simple. I didn't expect him to be so fragile after meeting you. There was a sigh on Gino's face. He knew the Fire Dragon King. It was one of the oldest dragon kings in the dragon dungeon, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Even his predecessor, Lord Prover of the Temple, let it run away after fighting with it. It can be said that among the most active dragons in the dragon dungeon, the Fire Dragon is the strongest. But now, facing the man in front of him, he was killed so lightly. It's no big deal. Let's move on to the next step. Rosinante looked at the dark abyss below with a serious expression. Okay. Mr. Rosinante. I hope this is a wise choice. Gino nodded to the other 2 temples and agreed. It is the wish of the Holy Light Envoys to purify the 3 dungeons. If there is a chance, they will naturally not be stingy. Don't worry. I will fight against the strongest dragon guarding the heart of the dungeon. You just need to help me contain the other dragons. Rosinante looked serious. He is still a little sure about the big boss in the dragon dungeon. Because this world the dragons in the world are of the magic system. His silence magic is highly effective against the magic system, coupled with the illusion of the 12 magic secrets. Even if the big boss wanted to use space transfer to expel him, he couldn't do it. Then, I'll leave it to you, Lord Rosinante. Soon, several people began to fall towards the abyss on the ground and began to go deep into the bottom of the dragon dungeon. After a while, a grey dragon leaped from a distance. It looked at the burning ruins full of scars around the dragon dungeon. Finally, it leaped down and stopped on a ruin. The dragon standing on the ruins did not move, just quietly watching everything around. After a while, its dark grey dragon eyes flashed slightly. Then it took off again and chased towards the abyss. 100 miles away. A skeleton in a gorgeous black cloak holding a golden staff stood on a tomb that was out of tune with the surroundings. He was In's. There is no doubt that the giant dragon just now was his masterpiece. Through the heart of the evil dragon dungeon he took in, he bred such a giant dragon for reconnaissance. Its strength is not high, only S level. But its attributes that help to save lives, such as defense, recovery, and perception, are higher, reaching SS level. It is a specialized evil dragon. It is perfect for reconnaissance in a place like the dragon dungeon full of giant 3.9 dragons. It will not attract too much attention and will not be easily killed by the aftermath. Now Ins is standing in this tomb area separated from the surrounding environment. This temporary area constructed by his great tomb ability can effectively block perception. Next. He only needs to wait quietly for the battle in the dragon dungeon to enter a critical point before attacking. Dragon dungeon, I wonder what kind of strength the boss there is. In's perception is attached to the evil dragon that has gone deep into the dragon dungeon. He observes the evil dragon's vision while thinking. Through perception, he can see the fierce battle in the dragon dungeon. He waited for the final opportunity. I'm really looking forward to the final boss that is being nurtured. Maybe I can try to wake it up after this time. Chapter 950 My Own Son, a Tool Man. Boom. Bang. 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 The dragon dungeon, from the surface to the abyss at the bottom of the dungeon. Dazzling magics of various colors shone, constantly colliding with the golden holy light. The terrifying power continued to explode, causing terrible shock waves, and the energy tide like a tide directly shook the various layers of the dragon dungeon. The entire dungeon was plunged into an earthquake-like roar. The roar of the black dragon. The roar of the nether dragon. The roar of the shadow dragon. Super holy light. Super holy light. The deeper you go into the dungeon, the more powerful the dragon sniper you encounter. The power of holy light entering the dragon dungeon is like poking a hornet's nest. Countless dragons swarmed from all the layers of the dungeon like bees finding nectar. Facing countless dragons swarming in. Even if the three temples held the holy staff and had a constant supply of holy power to replenish, they still felt a lot of pressure. After all, there are really many dragons here. As the origin of dragons, the dragons have a long lifespan and have accumulated over time. There are more than 1,000 adult dragons here. Except for some special oddities, the weakest adult dragons are equivalent to the best among the A-level holy light messengers. And among the adult dragons in the group dragon dungeon, 30% of them are at level 30. More than 10% of the adult dragons are at SS level, which is equivalent to nearly 100 SS level holy light messengers. Such a terrifying number of dragons with extremely high quality. Even if the three temples joined forces, they felt a heavy burden. That is, the holy staff in their hands made them not afraid of consumption, and their big moves were one after another. Otherwise, they would have to flee here. Boom. The extremely domineering holy light shattered the roars of countless dragons rushing towards it. Then, the remaining aftermath swept many dragons, blasting them away. Hey! After dissolving the dragons' attacks again, several temples couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Each of them looked solemn. Even with the holy light replenishing their energy, they were still a little tired. Hee. It's still so dangerous here. I miss it a little. I didn't expect that I would come here again, but it's a pity that old guy Prover got there first. One of the old temples looked around at the dragons staring at him and made a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Hearing the words of the temple, Gino lowered his head slightly, and his gold-rimmed glasses flashed slightly. Boom. After using a big move again, Gino took the time to ask. Sir OS, I heard that the previous generation of temples led a group of SS-level holy light messengers to explore the dragon dungeon. You are one of them. Do you know if there is anything worth noting here? Gino looked at the old man with a normal expression, as if he was asking a very ordinary question. However, Gino knew. This question is actually the past that the temples are reluctant to mention. Because the result of that expedition was not good. The details of this are not clear to Gino. I only know that the previous generation of temples left some key information about the dragon dungeon. What else should I pay attention to? Haven't those things that should be paid attention to been recorded? OS glanced at Gino lightly, his expression casual. If you want to hear a story, it's actually very cliché copyright. It's just that the previous generation of temples and some holy light messengers went deep into the dragon dungeon and underestimated the threat here. After the defeat, 2 temples took the initiative to sacrifice to open up a way for the main team. The process is at most a touching parting plot, and there is nothing special. OS looked at Gino in thought with a calm face and asked back. Speaking of which, I'm more curious about you. I heard from that old guy Prover that you have the ambition to become the first SSS level Holy Light Messenger in history. I didn't expect that you would accept the Holy Staff. Hearing what OS said, Gino's desire to learn more about the details of the battle suddenly disappeared, and he fell silent. Seeing Gino being silenced, another temple blamed him directly. Lord OS, you are really good at picking topics. No way, I'm just curious, so I just asked casually. If we don't talk about this, we can talk about other things, such as the goat you raise. I have been craving it for a long time. If I can go back alive this time, can you give it up to comfort everyone? You old man, that's my favorite, how dare you pay attention to it? Can I? Yes, but I want to eat bear paws, and I feel good about the one in your backyard. Deal. Listening to the team's topic directly turning to food, Rosinante listened quietly beside him. He looked at Gino's silent expression and felt a little emotional. The man in front of him is a very eye-catching male supporting role in the comics. He reached the SS level Holy Light Envoy at the age of 20, and reached the high SS level before he was 40, with the hope of becoming the world's first SSS level Holy Light Envoy. In the original novel, if the 3 protagonists hadn't cheated, he would indeed be the first character to reach the SSS level of Holy Light Envoy. However, now I'm afraid there is no chance. It is naturally a sacred and glorious thing for ordinary Holy Light Envoys to become the Holy Temple and take over the Holy Staff. After becoming the Holy Temple, the powerful nature of the Holy Staff will infect the alienated holder, so that the holder has the power to exert the power of the Holy Staff to the minimum extent. In other words, as long as you hold the Holy Staff, no matter what the original qualifications are, they will be gradually strengthened to the high level of SS level by the Holy Staff. The strengthening time ranges from several years to several decades, and this time is inversely proportional to the qualifications and own strength of the holder. Of course there are disadvantages. If the own qualifications and strength are too poor, then after losing the Holy Staff, it will wither directly in a short time. So the Holy Staff has always been taken over by a powerful Holy Light Envoy. In this way, even if the Holy Staff is passed on to the next Holy Temple, its own lifespan will not be affected too much. 113 of the Holy Light user, Gino took over the Holy Staff and became the Holy Temple. During this period, he was already a high-level SS level player, but after strengthening, he could directly use the Holy Staff. However, as the Holy Staff was used more frequently, his own Holy Light power would be alienated to become more pure and terrifying. In this way, he would forever lose the opportunity to advance to the SSS level Holy Light user. The Holy Staff is not something that ordinary Holy Light users can handle. Only the 3 protagonists born under the guidance of the Holy Staff can perfectly match the Holy Staff and have been blessed and strengthened by the Holy Staff. Even at the end of the game, he became a holy god through the Holy Staff. The protagonist is the biological son of the Holy Staff, and ordinary Holy Light users are just tools for the Holy Staff. Rosinante has read the entire comic. Understand how much sacrifice the extremely proud Gino in front of him made to become the Holy Temple. If it weren't for their arrival, Gino would never have become the Holy Temple. Even though he knew that this was an accident caused by Kaido, the beast, Rosinante still felt a little guilty. When Rosinante felt a little guilty, boom! With a huge roar, the golden holy light penetrated all the obstacles created by the giant dragons. The people landed steadily on the dark black stone ground. After identifying the surrounding terrain, Temple OS pointed in a direction and said directly, "We have reached the bottom. This is the bottom of the dragon dungeon. As long as we keep going in this direction and break through the obstacles, we can enter the core area of the dragon dungeon."